time to start the master thesis defense of the Academy of Architecture and Urban Studies in Tallinn University of Technology. I wish you all welcome to the defense. My name is Kimmo Lylykangas. I'm the head of the Academy of Architecture and Urban Studies and Professor of Architecture. I have here with me Randus, our program director, and we will be guiding you through the process that will take 3 days this year. We have 20 students who would like to graduate as architects, and this event is organized to have them an opportunity to defend their master thesis publicly. I would also like to wish the online audience welcome to this event. We are streaming this online over YouTube. This broadcast is now coming from Tönnismäki 14, from the premises of Academy of Architecture and Urban Studies. We are in the city of Tallinn, in the downtown, in a roof studio. You can see some attic structures in here. This is the venue of our master thesis defense. And this event is organized in 2 languages, English and Estonian, so don't feel uncomfortable if the language changes in the middle of the program. We have some presentations in Estonian language and some presentations in English language. We will start at 10:10 with the first presentation, but let me first introduce you the committee of the year. So it will be chaired by Professor Fabian Demski here, who holds a PhD from TU Vienna and is a professor of digital participatory urban planning at TalTech Academy of Architecture and Urban Studies. We have here Professor Ivar Annus from the Institute, from the Department of Civil Engineering and Architecture, professor and head of the Fluids Mechanics Laboratory. And we have here then other committee members, Sille Pihlak, PhD architect, practicing architect and researcher from the Estonian Academy of Arts and Rural Practice. We have here Kristina Aspe, another practicing architect level 8. Every year we try to find the best practicing architect from Estonia to participate in the
so they won't work for 3 days.
And we have Tanel Tuhal here, level 8 architect, practicing architect, Estonian architect, and Antus Taskevich, architect and expert, head of the TalTech Excel Center, and these 6 persons will do the grading. Our practice is that the grading is done totally by the independent committee, so we supervisors will participate in the process, but we will not participate in the grading. And then I would like to take you through the protocol. So each project is presented in a special way. So we have 45 minutes for each presentation, and it will start with the 20-minute presentation by the student with the PowerPoint here, oral presentation that will be also evaluated as part of the master thesis. Then we have posters, drawings here, mounted on a stiff background, minimum 6 posters presenting the project, and a scale model, and then a booklet which typically looks like this. And these materials together form the master thesis that is being evaluated. And then we have 2 research theses. That means that the focus of the project has been on research, not design. These are so-called design-oriented theses. We have 2 of them starting on Wednesday and Tuesday. Then the focus is more on the content of this booklet, and the number of posters can be less. And then some practicalities for you. I will give the tools for the committee for the evaluation of this session. This is one of the tools for you. Whenever you ask a question, use this, then the online audience can also hear you. The audience over there can also ask questions, but you will need to use this. And then the student who will be presenting will be wearing another microphone that is attached here somewhere. Please remember to leave it here when you leave, otherwise we will get some broadcasts from places that we don't intend to have. So please remember to leave it here. And then we have one more tool for the committee. We have laser pointer here. So if you want to have a question, you want to pose a question and ask something specific about the presentation, you can use this. But please remember not to point it at the camera, because camera will get damaged if you do that. So just targeting here and show if you want to specify your question. So, please. And other than that, we are ready to start. If you have any questions, me and Ulla will be here hosting the event. We will not participate in the grading, but we will make sure that nobody goes over time. We make sure that every presentation starts on time and there's enough time for discussion. And after the presentation, there will be so-called reviewer statements. Reviewer is an external professional who has given a written statement, a great proposal for the project. Then there's time for questions and discussion. And finally, supervisor will say a couple of words. And the final word then goes to the student, the author of the project, who concludes and closes the session for his project. And this is all for now. Let me check the time. We have 3 minutes time when we have the first author preparing for his presentation. Meanwhile, during the breaks, when we set up the new posters, you will be viewing, the online audience will be viewing the model that we have recorded beforehand, and when we are ready to start, then the stream goes back live and you will see real time what is happening here in the front of the room. But now we'll take a 3-minute break to get prepared, and I will come back to introduce the first speaker, and then we're on. Thank you for joining. Thank you for the committee for finding the time for joining this process. This is very exciting for our students and very important event for our academic activities. So let's make it a very nice event, and looking forward for the great presentations.
Thank you. My presentation will be in Estonian, so I'm sorry, English speakers. I just feel more comfortable speaking in Estonian, but later on I'm more than happy to answer all the questions in English. Austatud komisjon, kallid kuulajad, tere hommikust. Mina olen Marko Sõõru ja ma esitlen teile täna enda lõputööd teemal Hotell-SPA, kaugtöökeskus Longyearbyenis, Teravmägedel. Kõigepealt sissejuhatuseks, kust see idee alguse sai, on see, et tänapäeva on töökeskkond muutumas, inimesed ei ole enam otseselt seotud ilmtingimata kontoriga. Kui neil on olemas laptop ja internetiühendus, siis nende töökeskkond võib olla ükskõik kus. Selle tulemusena on populaarsus kogunud niisugused inimesed nagu digirändurid, inglise keeles ka digital nomad, kes siis rändavad ümber maailma ringi ja teevad enda tööd edasi. kaks asja korraga. Antud hetkel on loodud mitmeid kaugtöökeskuseid, kuid nad ei arvesta digirändurite vajadustega, neil puuduvad majutusfunktsioonid ja teises otsas on hotellid, kus on fojeedesse rajatud kaugtöö tegemiseks lauad, kuid võrreldes kaugtöökeskustega on sealsed töötamisvõimalused tunduvalt halvemad. Natukene ajaloost. Kaugtöö sai alguse 1979. aastal, kui niisugune suur IT-ettevõte nimega IBM lubas 5 enda töölist kodusele tööle. See osutus väga edukaks ning sealt edasi hakati seda valdkonda arendama. Kuid kõige suurema hüppe kaugtöö ajaloos sai alguse 2010. aastal umbes sinna paiku. Eelkõige tänu võimekate laptopide ja kiire interneti levikuga ja siis hakati ka looma üle maailma kaugtöökeskuseid. Kuid lähiajaloost, kaasa arvatud ka tänane päev, on kõige olulisem on COVID-19 kriis, kus paljud ettevõtted, kellel ennem ei olnud mõttes tegeleda kaugtööga, siis nüüd olid valitsuse poolt kohustatud seda tegema. Ja paremal pool on näha ka graafikut, kui palju kaugtöö on kasvanud. See graafik lõpeb aastaga 2018, et mitte mõjutada lasta koroonakriisil seda graafikut mõjutada. Kaugtööl on erinevaid vorme. Täielik kaugtöö, kus inimesed ei peagi mitte kunagi kontorisse minema. Hübriidmudelid, kus inimestel on vaba voli otsustada, kas nad teevad tööd kontoris või teevad seda kaugtöövormis ja siis kaugtööle avatud firmad, kus eelkõige tehakse tööd kontorites, kuid mõnel üksikul päeval võib inimene teha kaugtööd. Antud uurimustöö tugineb eelkõige esimesel 2 rühmale. Kaugtööl on mitmeid positiivseid aspekte. Nendest suurimad on paljude tööaeg. Sinu hulgas ka juurde mõiste asünkroonne töö, kus kontoritöö ei toimu kõik samal ajal, vaid oluline on see, et inimene teeb enda töö ära. Mis ajal ta seda teeb, see ei ole oluline. Teine suurim positiivne külg on vabadus valida töö tegemise asukoht. Inimene ei pea olema kontoris, ta ei pea olema ilmtingimata isegi kindlas riigis, ta võib olla üle maailma ükskõik kus. Kaugtöölised ei istu hommikuti ummikus, nad on palju rohelisemad inimesed kui inimesed, kes käivad kontorites ja nende produktiivsus on ka kõrgem. Kaugtööl on ka negatiivsed aspektid. Neist suurima, mis välja saab tuua, on see, et ägustub piir eraelu ja kaugtöö vahel, et inimene ärkab hommikul üles, teeb natukene enda asju, teeb tööd, teeb enda asju, teeb tööd, kuni lõpuks ta töötabki terve päev otsa. Sellest lähtuvalt tuleb ka projektis eraldada siis kaugtöö osa meelelahutuslikust osast. Teine suurim murekoht on üksildustunne. Inimeste vaimne tervis on väga oluline. Inimesed on sotsiaalsed olendid, neil on vaja teiste inimestega suhelda, teiste inimeste tagasisidet. Kaugtöö teeb selle tunduvalt raskemaks. Kolmandaks, enesedistsipliin. Kui kaugtöölised, eriti veel asünkroonse töö puhul, peavad tegema töö valmis, mis ajal nad seda teevad, see pole oluline, siis nad peavad ikkagi hoolitsema selle eest, et töö saaks tehtud. Ja samuti eelkõige kodustes tingimustes on raskused keskendumisega, et kellel on lapsed kodus, kellel on kitarr kuskil nurgas, mis vajab mängimist töö tegemise asemel ja nii edasi. Kuid üldiselt võib öelda, et positiivsed aspektid kaaluvad tublisti üle kõik negatiivsed aspektid. Ja arvestades ka natuke töö asukohta, siis peame rääkima ka polaarööst ja polaarpäevast, et Teravmägedel polaarpäev kestab 4 kuud, polaaröö kestab 2,5 kuud. me oleme kõik elame Eestis, me tunneme, kuidas see mõjub tervisele, meie talvine aeg, pimedus, seal on see kordade suurem, sest on ka une- ja meeleoluhäired, aga neid asju saab väga edukalt lahendada päevavalguslampide kasutamisega polaaröö ajal ja siis polaarpäeva ajal, kui kasutada ise tumanduvaid klaase hoonel, näiteks elektrokromaatilisi klaase. Paar juhtumiuuringut. Juhtumiuuringud ei ole valitud nende arhitektuurse esteetika poolest, vaid selle poolest, mis reaalselt kaugtöölistele endale kõige rohkem meeldib, mis on nende poolt valitud kõige meeldivamad kohad. Esiteks Ubud, see asub Balil, asutatud 2013. aastal, see on Indoneesia esimene nii-öelda siis kaugtöökeskus. Hoone ise on hästi asukohapõhine, traditsioonilise arhitektuuriga, see on hubane miljöö, kõik töötamiskeskkonnad on avatud ümbritsevale loodusele. Väga hästi on tabatud see punkt, et miks inimesed tahavad sinna minna tööd tegema. Nad tahavad seda eksootilisust, nad tahavad seda loodust ja samuti on tehtud seal sellised ühised töötamisalad, mis soodustavad inimeste vahelist suhtlust. Teiseks on Neuhause Hollywoodis, USA-s. See on vanades CBS stuudios ruumidesse rajatud kaugtöökeskus. Siinkohal eelkõige tuleks välja tuua selle, et on tehtud väga mitmekülgsed töötamisvõimalused, on ühe inimese ruumid, on 4-10 inimest muutuvad privaatsed stuudiod ja siis suuremad tööalad ja ka ürituste korraldamiseks saalid. Et iga inimene leiab enda vajadustele vastava töökeskkonna. Nüüd natuke Teravmägedest, asukohast. Asub ta siis Norra kõige põhjapoolsema tipu ja põhjapooluse umbes poole peal. Et väga artiline koht ja selle kaardi juures ma sooviksin välja tuua ka antud asukoha geopoliitilise tähtsuse, et globaalse soojenemise tulemusena Põhja-Jäämere jää on sulamas, teadlased ennustavad, et aastal 2035 on Põhja-Jäämeri suvel täielikult jäävaba, mis tähendab seda, et avanevad uued laevateed, mis on poole lühemad võrreldes praegustega, lõpeb vajadust kasutamiseks Suessi ja Panama kanalitele näiteks. Selle asukoha geopoliitiline tähtsus on väga suuresti kasva järgnevatel dekaadidel. Venemaa on juba praegu ehitamas mitmeid uusi sadamaid sinna, mis just seda toetavad. Teravmäed ise, pindalal 62 700 ruutmeetrit, natukene suurem kui Eesti. Inglise keeles on nimetuseks Svalbard, varasemalt oli nimetuseks Spitsbergen, mis teeb hollandi keelest, sest tuleneb ka eestikeelne nimetus. Natukene ajaloost. Avastas William Barents, kes tegi kokku kolm reisi, just nimelt, et jõuda läbi Põhja-Jäämere Aasiasse. Esimesed 2 reisi ebaõnnestusid, teisel reisil sõid jääkarud ära 2 meeskonnaliiget, 3. reisil nad leidsid Teravmäed, kuid jäid laevaga jäälõksu ning jääkarud sõid ka ära kahjuks William Barentsi. Edasi tegeleti seal paalapüügiga, kuni paalasi jätkus. Kütiti nii kaua, kuni paalasi enam ei olnud. Siis tegeleti karusnaha ja hülge küttimisega, kuni neid jätkus ja kuni neid enam ei olnud. Ja alates 20. sajandi algusest tegeletakse seal kuni tänase päevani söe kaevandamisega. Kliima osas Suvine kõrgem temperatuur on umbes 10 kraadi, keskmine on 6-8 kraadi suvel ja talvel ei ole palju külmem, kui on Eestis. Küll aga neil võivad olla tormid, mis on kordades hullemad kui Eestis, aga üldine kliima on talve osas väga võrreldav Eesti kliimaga. Lumekatte paksus on väga õhukene, umbes paarkümmend sentimeetrit vaid. Ja siinkohal tooksin ka välja, et viimase 50 aasta jooksul on sealne keskmine temperatuur tõusnud 3 kraadi võrra, et kui globaalselt räägime murdosa kraadi tõusmisest, kui katastroofiline see on, siis seal on juba praegu 3 kraadi võrra tõusnud. Hetke olukorrast, nagu ennast mainisin, on saartel jääkarude oht. Jääkarud on saarte põliselanikud, kohalikud neid austavad. Üheski asumist ei tohi välja minna ilma tulirelvata, see on inimeste kaitseks ja ka loomade kaitseks. Et sisuliselt turistid võivad ilma giidita olla ainult asumites. Kaardi peal on Saarestiku põhiline asum, kus elab 95% elanikkonnast, ehk siis umbes 2500 elanikku. Longyearbyenis, mis asub Orus, mis on mõlemalt poolt järskude 300 meetri kõrguste nõlbadega piiritletud, mis on suureks laviini ohuks. Aastal 2015 juhtus seal õnnetus, kus tuli laviin, uhus minema 10 maja, hukkus ka kahjuks 2 inimest. Neil on ka majutusprobleemid. Antud hetkel neil pole piisavalt tõõbimiskohti, inimesi on tahtjaid rohkem, kui neil võimalus pakkuda on. Inimesed magavad antud hetkel laoruumides. Tulevikuvaated. Turism on suuresti kasvamas, populatsioon on kasvamas ja muudetakse ka Saarestiku eesmärki, et soe kaevandamine lõpetatakse aastaks 2023 ja minnakse roheenergia peale üle ja keskendutakse rohkem turismile ja teadustööle ja sellistele valdkondadele. Ja nüüd projekti osa. Kõigepealt asendiplaan. Asukohaks on valitud Longyearbyeni lääne nõlv. Ma jään siin all vasakul, et võimalik, et ma jään ette natukene. Just sellepärast, et mäe üleval ei ole laviini ohtu ja samas on ta asumile piisavalt lähedal, et ei peaks inimesed tulirelvadega ringi käima. Näeb välja selline. Allpool on kondlijaam, mis on põhimahust umbes 8,5 meetrit allpool. Sinna sõidetakse alt kondlitega ja see on põhimaht, mis istub kohati mäe sees. Klaasfassaad. See on kondlijaama plaan. Väga palju ei ole, et on operaatori ruum ja siis prügihoidla. Ja siis siit saab edasi hoonesse. See koht, mis ma näitasin, see tuleb siit ülesse. Hoone keskel on niisugune foyer osa, reception. Vasakule poole jäävad mäe sisse tehnoruumid, koristajaruumid ja ka turvaruumid. Hoone keskele jääb 2 korrust läbiv saal, mis mahutab kuni 100 inimest. Saali toolide paigutus on vaba, et vastavalt vajadusele saab neid toole ümber paigutada. Ja paremale poole konsooli peale jääb restorani osa, mis mahutab 80 inimest ja restorani teenindavad ruumid. Teise korruse plaanil vasakule jääb spa osa basseinidega ja paremale poole jääb kaugtöö osa. Kui kaugtöö osast vasakult poolt pihta hakata, siis kõigepealt on ühe inimese ruumid, mis on eelkõige mõeldud stand-upide jaoks, mis on kaugtööliste seas populaarsed asjad, kus inimene kas siis lõuna ajal või hommikul teeb videokõne enda ülemusega, kus ta räägib, mis ta on teinud, mis ta tegema hakkab, selline Skype'i ruumid nii-öelda ühesõnaga. Sealt edasi on natukene privaatsemad tööalad, kes soovivad rohkem privaatsust, konverentsiruum ja koosolekruum ja siis suurem tööala koos köögialaga, et see suurem tööala peaks soodustama rohkem inimeste vahelist suhtlust ja niimoodi. Kui nüüd edasi kolmandale korrusele, siis on paremale poole jääb hotelli osa, kus on 23 hotellituba, 4 erinevas suurusklassis. Konsooli poole jäävad sellised uhkemad ruumid, mida rohkem vasakul poole seda sellised lihtsamad ruumid. Vasakule üles jääb spa sauna osa ja vasakule alla jääb ooteala ja ka väljapääs maja katusele või mäe peale ja trepi alla jääb relvaseif, et sealt edasi minek oleks siis ainult koos tulirelvadega, et niimoodi seadus näeb ette. Selline näeb ta ülevalt poolt välja, seal paistab ka see lukk, kus saab välja, vajadusel on see sulatatav lõige, kus kondlijaam on allpool, saal läbib 2 korrust. Sealt saab ka välja vaated, lõunavaade, idavaade. Konsooli lõpus restorani korrusel on ka niisugune rõduosa, põhjavaade. Ja siis lõpetuseks konstruktiivne lahendus, et põhineb siis terasfermidel, mis siis maa peal mäejalamil monteeritakse osaliselt kokku ja siis kopteritega viiakse üles ja seal monteeritakse lõplikult, et niimoodi ehitatakse Alpidesse paljusid asju ja selline lahendus on ka siin. Tänan kuulamast. See on minu poolt kõik. Avatud küsimustele.
Yeah, Marko, we will start with the review, and I think the review will be written by Juhendaja Ignar Fjuk. And the microphone is in here.
All right. Do I sit down or stay here?
Please stay there.
No, all right.
Retsensiooni on kirjutanud Tanel Trepp. Lõpude teema on vägagi aktuaalne ja kavalalt valitud ülesanne. Viimaste aastate jooksul on pandeemia pea peale keeranud enamuse meie arusaama normaalsest elust ja sundinud mõtestama ümber töökultuuri. Pandeemia on võimendanud kaugtöötamise võimalikkust ja vajalikkust väga paljude firmade ja inimeste jaoks. Võib vaadata kaarte, kuidas suuremad linnad jooksid inimestest tühjaks peale ulatuslikumate piirangute väljakuulutamist ning kuidas inimesed peale pandeemiat otsivad kinnisvara linnast väljas. Selles suhtes on käesolev lõppude huvitav ruumiline katsetus sellest, mis võimalused on siin maakeral, kui me ei ole niivõrd seotud oma elupaigaga. Lõppude arendus on lihtne ja loogiline. Maailmas on olukord, kus sageli töö dikteerib seda, kus me elame või vastupidi. Aga eksisteerivad ka õnnelikud, kelle elu on piisavalt paindlikud, et mitte raporteerida ühte kindlasse kohta. Analüüsitud on kaugtöö ja spetsiifilisemalt Teravmägede kliimast tulenevaid mõjusid. Samuti on uuritud erinevaid kaugtööd võimaldavaid keskkondasid ja Teravmägede omaenda konteksti. Ning põhjendatud on ka Teravmägede tuleviku perspektiivid ning miks just seal oleks sellise keskuse loomine vajalik. Lõppude teoreetiline osa ja selle esitatud projektlahendus elavad natuke oma ette elu. Kindlameelselt võiksid olla välja toodud teatud disainiotsused, mis tulenevad geograafilistest ja tüpoloogilistest tüpoloogilisest uuritud eripärast, näiteks laiaulatusliku klaasi kasutamine välisfassaadis, erinevate tsoonide jagunemine või miks on valitud teravmäed näiteks Paali või mõne muu eksootilisema koha asemel. Või miks selline kompaktne maht on parem hajutatud mahtudest, mis võimaldaks asukatel rohkem privaatsust ja enesesse vaatlust. Projekt kirjeldab, mis on Teravmägede roll selles tantsus ja mis oleks parim asukoht antud hoonele. Väga paljud sarnaseid asutusi maailmas ei eksisteeri, kuhu saaks minna terve kollektiiviga või üksi, et keskenduda tööle looduskaunis asukohas. Seega vaatamata hoomamatul määral hotellidele ja muudele säärastele asutustele on spetsiifiline asutus ainulaadne ning aitaks inimestel kogeda erinevaid looduskauneid kohtasid. Projektlahendus on vormistatud minimalistlikus stiilis, mis mõjub sümpaatselt ja arvestades asukohta on üsna tundlik. Natuke jääb puudu infost, mida võiks lisanduvalt veel uurida ja esitleda. Näiteks viited korruse kõrgusele ja miks mingi funktsioon on teatud kohas või erilisest asukohast tulenevad konstruktiivsed piirangud ja võimalused. Lõppude esitlus ja ristküsitlemisel selgub põhjalikum analüüs ja arusaam sellest, miks mingid otsused on langetatud. Kiiduväärt on magistrandi julgus valida asukoht, mis ei ole tuttav ning uurida võimalusi väljaspool omaenda kapsaaeda. Samuti käsitleda teemat, mis on päevakajaline. Palju on subjektiivseid teemasid, mis oleks võinud lahendada teistmoodi ja asjad, mida esitleda põhjalikumalt, aga leiad, et antud projekt pakub arhitektuurselt huvitava lahenduse väga leidlikusse asukohta. Lõpude hindeks annaksin 4, mis on väga hea, aga ainult seetõttu, et teatud asjadega oleks võinud olla põhjalikum. Tanel Trepp, volitatud arhitekt tase 7, stuudio Vainato ja endine KTA veteran. Kui sa soovid midagi retsensioonist vastata, siis selleks on sul ka hetk.
Jah. Ei, ma arvan, et retsensioon on aus ja hea, et ma igati nõus enda retsensendiga.
Ei pea kuskil vajutama, mis piisab hoidmisest, jah? Okei. Ma siis alustan. Mulle meeldib selle keskkonnavalik, see poeetiline lähenemine. See selline eraldatus on hästi tugev, selle kõik need aspektid, mis sa välja tõid, töötavad sellise nagu eraldatuse kasukseks, sellise eskapismi kasuks. Et isegi see, et spaal ei ole mitte ühtegi akent, kuigi see ümbritsev loodus nagu võiks olla selle oluline kujundaja. Et ma mõtlen, et see selline nagu iseendas olemine on ilmselt nagu põhiline, miks sinna majja minna. Ma ise mõtlen, et võib-olla ma ise ei tahaks selle pärast sinna majja minna alati. Jah, natuke on siin nagu neid suletuse ja avatuse küsimusi, aga ma saan aru, et see selline poeetiline maht on nagu selle otsuse põhjus on ju, et sa oled võib-olla jäänud mõnes kohas natuke selle lõksu võib-olla. Aga muidu see on, ma saan aru, et see on ka üks võimalus selle voorus nagu selle projekti ja teisalt selle miinus, et selle jaoks peab lihtsalt olema õige inimene ja õige aeg ja koht ilmselt.
Jah, seda on mulle parem ka öeldud, et kui inimesed on vaadanud üldse Teravmägedes pilti, et oi, kole Eesti talv, aga paljude inimeste jaoks ongi see, mida nad tahavad, nende jaoks ongi eksootika, et üks tuttav inimene, kes Kolumbiast on ju, tuttav, kes nüüd elas paar aastat Eestis, ta tõi välja, et talle jubedalt meeldib Eesti talv. Tal ei ole niisugust asja, me mõtleme tihti teistmoodi.
Thank you for the presentation. Location is pretty interesting, but I guess I have a couple of questions. So first of all, why did you choose such a minimalist form? This location kind of invites to experiment with the form. So if you look at the newest buildings in Longyearbyenis, there is a civic center or something like this built. It's pretty, how to say, not boxy, because of the winds and stuff like this. Also, it's raised above the ground. So in your case, it's like kind of like I would imagine the same building in almost any other place in the world. So why did you kind of like did something not so specific rather than chose to do something like really generic in that sense?
First of all, I don't think it's overly generic. If you, for example, look at the gondola station, I don't think it's generic. Quite a bit of inspiration actually came from the surrounding of the city. For example, the seed vault, which has a lot of usage of glass and concrete. And the concrete motive came from there. And as far as the glass goes, first I wanted to use more concrete, but then I decided, why do the people want to go there? They want to be one with nature. They want to feel the nature that's in there. So glass would be the most minimal barrier between the working space and the nature outside. And as far as the shape goes, a simple rectangle, that's simply my personal thing. I like minimalist design, so there's that.
Okay. Other question would be that you mentioned that the building is used seasonally, so during the winter days it's like dark and during the summer days it's light. So how do you imagine this like shading thing? You mentioned like the thing would have some sort of like LCD daylighting systems or whatever, but I cannot see those, so maybe you can explain it a little bit more.
Yes, during the polar day, the windows will automatically darken during the nighttime. They will use electrochromatic coating on the windows. And nowadays they're really effective. They can go anywhere from something like 3% tint all the way up to 99% tint. So it's very effective. And as far as the lighting goes, it's simple as integrating the lights in the ceiling to follow this cycle.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for your presentation. Of course, I did not understand everything, so...
Yes, of course. I was speaking in Estonian.
Maybe I'm asking a question which was already answered.
That's okay.
Please correct me if that happens. So my question would be, who would be kind of the potential user for this space?
All right. Well, there are two main groups. First one is a digital nomad, a person with a laptop and internet connection and ability to work from anywhere in the world.
And a lot of money.
Their digital nomadism is hugely popular nowadays. And on the other hand, there are companies which can pack up their things and head there and work in there for a couple of weeks. The idea came from my own life when I see my friends working in startups. Sometimes they just decide, all right, let's pack up our company and let's go to Lapland for 2 weeks and work from there. And it's very productive. You might think otherwise, but it opens up the creativity in people. So it's really productive and good for the people.
And did you take environmental aspects into account?
I did. As far as the environment goes, the winter isn't much worse than it is in Estonia. The storms might be worse, but usually it's pretty much like the Estonian winter. And during the summer, it's the highest 10 degrees, but usually it's 6 to 8 degrees. So the weather is actually quite mild. People might think differently, but it's quite mild, mostly due to huge amounts of water surrounding it. It's not for example, Siberia will be a lot worse than Svalbard.
But there is no kind of sustainable way of traveling there.
Not currently. Not exactly sustainable. Yes.
By boat. Ah, yeah.
By boat.
Ah, yeah.
Yeah, if you.
Okay, that's good.
If the boat counts as sustainable way, then yes, sure. There's a way. A lot of cruise ships go there. So.
Okay.
Also ferry from Norway.
From yeah.
Okay, that's good.
Not only by plane. By plane it's much faster.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Marko. Super fascinating topic, and I especially like the very deep and thorough research you have done on the topic.
Thank you.
I also have like similar questions, but I would, with your or with your feedback that you got from the reviewer, but I would try to point them or to take them from another point of view. And there's two things I want to discuss: is facade and spatial organization.
Right.
The spatial organization-wise, I really liked one of the images of your Bali reference project that sort of pointed out that if you make all this travel and hassle to come there, you want to focus yourself on the nature, or in the duality of working with the nature, but also having a possibility to actually work with it. And then I look at your plans and your orientations of the tables, or in generally, like how much view you have. And I'm really struggling to argue, like why isn't your stick rotated in 90 degrees, and why is it not then providing to everybody the views and the reasoning why you are there where you are? Because it takes you like a hassle to get there, and then you're still sitting in a dark spa or sort of illuminated, artificially illuminated dark spa, or in those tables that are not allowing me to actually give a rest to my eyes. So I'm wondering about the spatial organization of the people who are actually there working and not getting that close connection to the nature that would be the reasoning to why to travel there.
All right. Good questions. Mainly the spa is there because I had to, obviously the sweetest spot in the building will be on the cantilever where there are most views and so on. But in terms of people spending their time in the building, I think that people spend a lot less time in spa than in any other places in the building. And also as far as the seating goes, the best views actually are in this direction, not from the end of it, but on this direction. So they still have good views there, but.
I feel that your very compact form is not really supporting what you are trying to do there inside, like the reasoning. It's as Arthur said, it's rather generic form, and that's totally fine. Like you keep it minimal, you keep it compact in terms of energy usage, etc. But it still doesn't give you the reasoning why to make this thing there, because the spatial organization is not hinting at all what's happening inside, and I think you can enforce that much more with your form. And I think another question, the facade, is coming from same point, because obviously, I mean, you said that you use those tips and tricks for organizing the glazing for polar nights or days accordingly, but I'm wondering, could your architecture support that instead of counting on shading the glazing? Could you actually think of something, some kind of shading systems that
You mean like the physical shading systems?
Yeah, exactly. So it would be part of architecture, so it wouldn't be a gadget. And another thing. in a facade, I would also like could the facade support a bit more the emphasis on views. And I think that the decoration that you have applied on the facade now is not really supporting the view argument. And then the third question is like, have you thought of energy harvesting with your facade, meaning that you would actually gain something out of polar days, of 2.5 months of polar day?
You mean like capturing the solar energy or something?
Yeah, yeah, because I think the electricity is quite important there.
Right. No, I forgot some of the question.
No, but basically, like, why the facade looks like how it looks like, and why is it not doing all the other things that it could be doing?
All right. As far as the physical shading goes, the electrochromatic windows are quite a new technology, and everyone is doing the physical shading, so it's something new. It's not really done before to this extent. And currently there's actually one European program which will end in 2024, which studies exactly these electrochromatic windows and the energy efficiency of them. So in future we might see a lot more of these kinds of facades. As far as photovoltaic glass goes, I don't think it's efficient at all or reasonable. The thing is, we need to spend light energy. We need to lose the light to make electricity out of it. So either we have really dark windows, which are always really dark, or we have somewhat more transparent windows, but they're not really efficient in generating much of photovoltaic energy. It would be much more reasonable to put solar panels on the roof than to use photovoltaic glazing.
And the views?
And the views? I don't know, glass facade opens up a lot of good views to the outside world. So,
The structure.
The structure? You mean the triangles?
Yeah.
That's just what I liked aesthetically. So there's the reason.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. As the curriculum is in Estonian, then I think we should have some questions in Estonian as well. So.
All right.
Please don't mind me. Nii, et mul on 2 küsimust. Et esimene, sellesama võib-olla komisjoni esimees juba seda sustainability natukene või seda jätkusuutlikkust rõhutas. Et tegelikult ma küsiks nagu teise nurga alt, et sa ütlesid, et kaugtöö on nagu selle rohelise mõtteviisi üks osa, eks ole. Aga jah, et ma arvan, et ta on see mõtteviisi osa võib-olla siis, kui me töötame kodus, eks ole, et me ei reisi ja nii edasi. Et kuidas sa näed, et just nagu selliste nagu elementide osa sellest nagu rohelises mõtteviisis?
Jah, ma tunnistan, et liiga palju rohelist mõtteviisi ei ole siin, mis käib üleüldiselt ka laiemalt digirändluse osas või üldse reisimise osas, et lennukitega reisimine on tahame või ei taha, on küllaltki energiakulukas ja antud keskkonnale kahjulik, aga loodetavasti 10-15 aasta pärast see kõik muutub ja muutub reisimine rohelisemaks, siis on ka selle tulemusena ka see hoone rohelisem.
Ja tead, võib-olla see kommentaar oleks siis see, et natukene on siis tehtud nagu rohepesu, eks ole, et just kui püütud nagu seda hoonet põhjendada rohelise mõtteviisiga, aga me ei ole tegelikult veel seal, et seda niimoodi põhjendada, eks ole. Ja teine küsimus oleks ka võib-olla selle ruumilise plaani osas, et ma leidsin ennast ka mõttelt, et kui ma peaksin nüüd valima, et kas ma olen sellises hoones, et kas ma lähen seda koosolekut pidama sinna üksikusse ruumi, kus ma püsti seisan, või ma valin selle hotellitoa ja teen selle koosoleku ära seal. et mis võiks olla see argument, miks ma pean minema sinna üksikusse ruumi?
Siinkohal tuleb mängu see, et tuleks hoida töökeskkond ja elamiskeskkond lahus. Et see on kaugtöö puhul üks suuremaid miinuskülgi, kus inimesed ärkavad hommikul üles, teevadki seal hotelli laua peal enda arvuti lahti, teevad seal enda selle stand-upi ära ja siis teevad natukene eraelulisi asju ja siis lähevad sinna alla, teevad edasi tööd, et need asjad peaks olema eraldatud.
Aga see tähendab seda, et
vastasel juhul juhtub lihtsalt see, et inimene ärkab hommikul üles ja töötab kuni õhtutunnini.
Kas see tähendab seda, et see töökeskkond peab olema siis ebamugav?
Ei pea ebamugav olema, et sellised stand-up ruumid, need on paljudes kaugtöökeskustes levinud ja ma tagasisidena ei ole ühtegi leidnud, kus inimesed oleks kurtnud, et nende stand-upi boksid oleks ebamugavad olnud.
Okei, aitäh.
Hästi kiiresti veel, et aeg hakkab otsa lõppema, aga enam küsimusi oli ära küsitud, aga just see alguses toodud paar murekohta, mis kaasnevad nende kaugtöökeskustega just nimelt, et üksildus, võib-olla see depressioon, ületöötamine, et kuidas see keskus seda valdkonda või seda probleemi lahendab, sest et siin on väga palju selliseid tingimusi, mis just soodustavad üksindust, võib-olla ka see depressiooni, pikk pime aeg, toad on kaunis väiksed askeetlikud, spa on pime, et mismoodi neid murekohti siis see konkreetne objekt nüüd lahendab?
Olgu. No esiteks see suutmatus tööd lõpetada, see, et on nagu töökeskkond on kindlalt piiritletud kuhugi ära, et inimesed teevad seal tööd. Et ei tee seda hotelli taasi ilmtingimata. Samas on üksildustunde vastu, on loodud saal, kus saab korraldada üritusi, filmiõhtuid, sotsiaalset tegevust ja samuti on ka see kaugtöö enda osa, on põhimahus on küllaltki avatud ja mis soodustab inimeste vahelist suhtlust. Ja teised murekohad, et raskused keskendumusega ja enesedistsipliin, see on hotell, vajadusel saab inimesed üles äratada ja raskused keskendumisega, et kui inimene on ikkagi seal töökeskkonnas, siis tal ei ole nii suuri neid kõrvalisi faktoreid seal, mis teda häiriksid.
Thank you for the good discussion. I think we need to start closing the discussion now, and I will give the word to the supervisor of the project, Professor of Contemporary Architecture, Jaan Kuusemets.
Thank you. It was an interesting topic and also interesting location for me also, so it was also like interesting to supervise. I think students did quite good work, like studying this topic and several case studies and also this location, and there was also like during this design process, he actually tried like also like different options or alternative solutions. There was also one like midterm design option was like to divide it for like smaller separated like cabins, but there was like a problem that during some weather conditions, it would be quite dangerous to just walk from this small cabin to the main building and so on, because there's like quite strong wind sometimes. And what else? There was also some like questions, like there was also like where to put the spa was like you would like to have everywhere like the best view. But there was like balancing or considering different aspects, and one aspect was that the spa has pools and there's a lot of weight. Wasn't very like reasonable to put it into this cantilever edge side. And I agree that this working space could have tables maybe organized differently, that so you can sit and always enjoy these views, but you can also like oppose it, that say that no one should work or sit longer than 1 hour in row, or like continuously, like in every 1 hour you should like stand up and make like short walking, maybe around these tables or beside the facade, so you can enjoy the views, or even maybe step out to the balcony. And what was else? It's okay. I wanted to say something more. Just that about this loneliness and separateness, that there was all the eating is, you are like forced to go these common areas and eat together with others. That any this hotel room doesn't have this small kitchen like many these long stay hotels have. Usually they are like small apartments, and then you are like capsuled into this small long stay apartment hotels, but they have to go and eat together there. Okay, thank you.
And the final word then by the author. You can use your microphone.
All right, so that concludes my master's thesis. I hope you enjoyed it, and that's it for me. I hope the rest of the day will be as fun.
Thank you, Marko. We will take a 3-minute break now to set up a new project in here. Meanwhile, the committee can take a quick break if you like, and next presenter can start setting up the posters and the scale model.
Mul on vaja küsida, kus kohas nad... Ma saan siin nagu serverile, aga... Kus ma saan leida, et seal oli serveris?
Lucy Khan, and her supervisor is Toivo Tammik.
Tere, lugupeetud komisjon ja kuulajad. Mina olen Lucy Khan ja esitan teile oma magistritööd teemal Kunstiteraapia keskus. Magistritöö teema sündis minu huvist rakendada psühholoogia teoreetilisi teadmiseid arhitektuuris. Üks kiiresti arenev valdkond on kunstiteraapia, kuid koostöö arhitektuuriga on vähene. Arhitektuur ja kunstiteraapia võivad töötada koos teiste erialadega, et aidata luua tervislikku ruumi. Kunstiteraapia lähenemine probleemile aitab erinevates haiguste staadiumites, mis teeb selle meetodi universaalseks kõikidele inimestele. Arhitektuur ja kunst on omavahel tugevasti seos, kuigi uuringud, kuidas arhitektuur mõjub inimestele, päris vähe. Teema aktuaalsus kasvab kiiresti ning endiselt on selles valdkonnas palju arenguruumi. Probleemi püstitus ja eesmärk. Projekteerida esimese kunstiteraapia keskuse Eestis, kus kõik kunstiteraapia suunad on ühes hoones. Luua arhitektuuriga unikaalset ruumi, mis mõjub rahustavalt ja aitab kaasa teraapiale. Arhitektuuri ja ruumi kontseptsiooni teooria kaudu luua kunstiterapeutidele sobivat tööruumi ja patsientidele hea olutunne. Arendada kunstiteraapia ja arhitektuuri koostööd. Teha uurimistööd koos kunstiterapeutidega ja patsientidega, et luua uut atraktiivset ruumi. Olen uurinud, kui palju keskuseid praegu on olemas ja siis leidsin, et kõige rohkem on Tallinnas ja sellepärast otsustasin teha oma keskused Tallinnas, et seal oleks rohkem kasutajaid. Kunstiteraapia. Olen uurinud mitmeid kunstiteraapia teenused ja vaatasin, mitu meetodit nad kasutavad. Tegin ühe sellise skeemi, et kui inimestel on füüsiline või psühholoogiline mure, et siis ta tuleb teraapiakeskusele, kus terapeut aitab talle otsustada, mis 4 teraapiast talle sobib ja siis koos tervendavas arhitektuuris see mõjub kiiremini. Kunstiteraapia suunad on 4 põhisuunda. Kunstiteraapia, tantsu- ja liikumisteraapia, draamateraapia ja visuaalkunstiteraapia. Siis olen teinud koos terapeutidega tabelid, kus on kirjas, mis grupid on olemas, siis seletus, mis teraapias nagu tehakse seal, inimeste arv, kestvus ja ruumi suurused. Füüsilise ruumi tingimused. Üks väga oluline tingimus on ohutus ja privaatsus. Et keskuse planeerimisel on olulised järgmised tingimused. Personalidele hästi nähtavad koridorid, et inimesed alati tunnevad end ohutu. Et alade eraldamine, materjal ja valgus ja sotsiaalsed alad ja privaatsed alad. Kui inimene tahab üksi olla, et teised nagu ei häiri, et tal alati oleks selline võimalus. Müra ja keskkond. Müra ja soovimatud helid võivad olla keskkonnastressorid, mis võib põhjustada psühholoogilist kahju. Pehmete materjalide kasutamine nagu vaibad ja akustilised paneelid aitavad parandada akustikat ning anda rahustava atmosfääri. Ruum ja paigutus. Värvilised ja hästi valgustatud ruumid muudavad inimeste jaoks navigeerimise lihtsamaks. Sisseruumides on lihtsam orienteeruda, kui teed on sirgjoonelised. Rühmatöös on funktsionaalne, klasside asukoht hoones peaks olema vaheldumisi era- ja ühisruumi üle ühe. Siis valgus ja atmosfäär. Projektis on oluline, et oleks loomulik valgus ja kunstlik valgus. Erinev valguse spekter, et inimestel on vaja vahest päevavalguse või õhtupool, et natuke rahustava atmosfääri teha, on vaja siis kollasem värvi. Kliima ja ventilatsioon. Ruumis peaks olema õige temperatuur vastavalt tegevuse aktiivsusele. Hea sissekliima on vaja vahest kontrollida, et õhukvaliteet oleks hea. Passiivne jahutamine. Selleks kasutasin postid ja varikatuse. Kogukond ja keskkond. Selleks hoones peaks olema sissehoovid, sotsiaalsed ruumid, privaatsed ruumid ja kogukonna vajadusi on uurinud uurimistöös. Sama tähtis on kunsti kasutamine, sest ta aitab vähendada ärevust, depressiooni, stressi, parandada ruumis orienteerumist, üldist positiivset ettekujutust tervise hoiukeskkonnast. Sama tähtis on ka materjalid ja värvid. Materjalid on olulised mitte ainult emotsionaalseks rahuolutunneks, vaid ka füüsiliseks heaoluks, visuaalselt, taktiilselt ja auditiivselt. Ning värvide kasutamine, parem kasutada looduslikud värvid, mis mõjuvad rahustavaks. ning terapeutilised maastikuuuringud näitavad, et välisruumide olemasolu võib aidata taastusravile. On olemas 3 põhiaspekti, mis ma olen teinud 3 skeemi, mis paremini seletavad neid 3 aspektit, et looduse vaatamine, looduses olemine ja aktiivne vastastikmõju loodusega. Samas vaatasin olemasolevaid hooneid, tegin case study, et seal Šotimaal asub haigla, kus arendajad on tellinud uuringu, kuidas saab luua tervendava arhitektuuri. Olen kasutanud sellest projektist tehtud uuringu infot. Espoo Hospital Building Soomes projekt, mis kahjuks ei ole realiseeritud. Võtsin sealt ruumide paigutuse inspiratsiooni. Ja Children's Physical Center Belgias meeldis oma arhitektuuri poolest. Keskus asub metsas ning on planeeritud rahustav atmosfäär, mis väga sarnane minu projektidega. Ning olen teinud uurimistööd. Olen kogunud andmed erinevate meetodiga. Kasutasin intervjuu, ankiteerimine, koha peal käimine, et suhtlesin terapeutidega, kes praktiseerivad, igapäevaselt kasutavad oma töös ja teavad palju rohkem kui mina, mis ruumi nendel on vaja ja siis klientidele. Samas olen käinud koha peal, tegin pilte, kuidas praegu näeb välja kõik terapeutilised ruumid ja siis vaatasin teoreetilise osa ja panin kõik oma pilti kokku. Siis tegin veel ankiteerimise, saatsin neile digitaalselt oma küsimused, et nad vastasid, et nagu mulle teha lihtsamaks tööd, et ma saan luua neile parema ruumi. Siin on kirjas peamised uurimusküsimused, mis ma olen saatnud neile. Ning projekti osa. Asukoha valikuks. Alguses ma teadsin, et ma tahan teha projekti Tallinnas, kus juba on olemas ühistranspordiühendus, et see koht oleks metsas, et oleks vesi seal ja rahustav atmosfäär. Siis siin on lähedam näha seda ala. Olen valinud siis Piret Bender maastikukaitseala. Valisin selle koha, kus ikka võimalik ehitada. Ja siin 2 põhikriteeriumid, mis on kirjas. Lugesin, kuidas võiks seal ehitada üldse ja projekteerisin sinna, et see asub Lasnamäe Priisle. Ning tegin asukoha analüüsi, et siin on näha olemasolevad sõiduteed. Seal juba kasutasin kõik teed, mis on olemas. Kergliiklusteed samasuguselt olen kasutanud olemasolevaid, ainult olen teinud ühe paksenduse oma keskuse lähedal, et tee oleks laiem. Siis on näha rohealad ja selles kohas, mis ma olen valinud, päikese analüüsi. Olemasolev olukord, seal on olemas Iru munitsipaal- ja sotsiaalelamud ja selle tee vastas on Iru hooldekodu. Ning asukoha pildid. Olen käinud koha peal ja pildistasin olemasoleva asukoha, kuidas olukord on seal. Ning põhikontseptsioon, et 4 põhiteraapia suunda panna ühe hoone sees, et kõik terapeutid töötavad koos. Ning olen teinud hoone kontseptsiooni põhiruumide tabeli, mis seal peaks olema. ning kuidas hoone arenes. Siin on näha korulisus ja paiknemine ning hoone kuju ja hoone ümbrus. Planeerisin, et oleks hea jõevaade ja päike, et paistab nagu rohkem ruumidele. Ning asendiplaan. Siin on näha olemasolev bussipeatus ja siit otse saab hoonele. Ning seal on olemas palju olemasolevaid puid, mis ma ei ole ühtegi puud ära võtnud, ainult paar tükki panin juurde. Ning parkimise lahenduse ma olen planeerinud siin 27 parkimiskohta ja samas on plaanis teha koostööd Iru hooldekoduga, sest neile ka sobib see teraapia, et kasutada siis olemasolevaid parkimiskohad juba nende pooles. Ning siin on näha kolmemõõtmiselt asendiplaani ning arhitektuur. Siin on näha, kuidas tee läheb alla ja on tehtud väiksed ruumid, mis terapeutid saavad kasutada välisruumidena ja teha oma tundid seal. Arhitektuurne otsus tuli siis, kui külastasin Pireta jõe piirkonda. Teadsin alguses peale, et hoone peab sobituma olemasoleva kauni maastikuga. Seos loodusega on selle projekti üks peamisi aspekte. Hoone on suunatud horisontaalselt, et sulanduda võimalikult palju olemasoleva loodusega. Kõrgus ei tohiks ületada 10 meetrit, mis oli kirjas piirangutes. Kunstiteraapia keskus on planeeritud 600 või 700 õpilastele koos kontserdisaalidega. Ning on kirjas hoone tehnilised andmed ja parkimiskohtade arv. Siin on näha esimese korruse plaan. Siit siis tuleme sisse, vasakul pool on kohvik koos tehnilise ruumiga, köögiga ja ladu, siis suur saal, kus pärast oma teraapiat nad saavad teha mingi väiksema kontserdi või lihtsalt mingi kontserdi, et inimesed saavad kasutada seda keskust. Keskus võib töötada nagu terve päev, sest ta on pigem nagu pool nagu huvikeskus, pool nagu kool, kus on huviringid, et nad võivad olla hommikul või õhtul, seal kõik vanusegrupid võivad kasutada. Keskel on aatriumi ala, trepp, mis läheb üleval, siis 2 garderoobi osad, galerii, et visuaalteraapias nad võivad teha oma siis galeriis näidata oma tööd. Siin põhiruumid, mis on individuaalselt või gruppides. Siis paremas pooles on visuaalteraapia pool. Ja siis üleval on kõik riietusruumid, kontorid. Siis kui tuleme üleval, siin on lugemissaal ja välisala. Et siit on avab ilus Pireta jõe vaade ja üleval on tehtud pigem selline aktiivne pool, et siin on tantsuteraapiale ja draamateraapiale. Ning tuleohutus ja evakuatsioon. Esimesel korrusel kõikidel on olemas uks, et neil on otse väljapääs ja teisel korrusel keskel võib kasutada treppi ja veel on lisatud 2 lisatreppi. Hoone konstruktsioon on kasutatud betoon, sest ma ei tahtnud teha paksema konstruktsiooni, kuna kõik olemasolevad nagu raudbetoonis paneelid, nad on väiksema paksusega, kuna mul oli 10 meetrit kõrgus maksimaalne, et ma sain siis teha 8,5 selleks kasutan betooni. Siin on näha vaated, kuidas tee läheb siin maastikuga alla, lõiked. Siin on õhtune vaade ja teooria rakendus. Et kõik, mis olen uurinud, kasutasin oma teraapiakeskuse planeerimisel. Et siin on näha, et helge avar pluss õhune atmosfäär läbi rohke päevavalguse pluss topelt kõrgune ruum. Et erinevad istekohad, sotsiaalsed istmed suhtlemise soodustamiseks. Nähtav pluss kergesti äratuntav vastuvõtu infopunkt. Samas on kasutatud kunst, hästi organiseeritud ja segadusteta fookuspunkt, naturaalsed materiaalid on kasutatud ning kergesti leitavad tualetid paremalt ja vasakult poolt. Siis on tehtud sellised väiksed nagu pesad, kus inimesed saavad olla üksi. Ning visuaalteraapia näitel olen loonud ruumi, kus ka teoreetiline osa kõik on täidetud siin, et on olemas erinevad istekohad ja siis vee juurdepääs, kasutatud siis naturaalsed materjalid, rohkem taimed ja kunst. Siis sissepääsu osas kasutasin nagu hästi nähtav ala, et ta on selline privaatne, samas kõik aknad on suured, mis annavad rohkem päevavalguse. Siin on ka näha need koridorid, et on kasutatud samad meetodid, materjalid ja terapeutid tahtsid, et oleks meditatsioonituba. Olen teinud sellise ala, kus nad saavad vahest teha ka meditatsiooni või oma välisklassid. Ning üleval, mis oli teisel korruselt läbipääs katusele, siin nad ka saavad teha oma siis teraapiat. Ning kokkuvõtteks. Magistritöö eesmärgid sai täidetud, kunstiterapeutidega suhtlemise sain teada, et selle piirkonda jaoks on suur nõudlus uue hoone järgi. Töötajate ja klientide vajaduste paremaks mõistmiseks on tehtud palju koostööd praktiseerivate kunstiterapeutidega. Uurimistööd viidi läbi ka selle valdkonna spetsialistide, koosolekute ja küsimustiku abil. Uuritavad teoreetilise osaga loodi ainulaadne arhitektuur ja kujundus, mis aitab kaasa produktiivse teraapiale. Praktilises osas projekteeriti Eesti esimese kunstiteraapia keskus, kuhu koondati selle 4 põhisuunda. Siin kasutatud kirjandus ja aitäh!
Thank you, aitäh! Now, next we will give the word to the reviewer, who is here. Just a moment, you can present here. So, Veiko, Vahtrik, palun. Thank you.
Tere! See minu siis retsensioon on eesti keeles. Aitäh, minu nimi on Veiko Vahtrik, tutvusin Lussi tööga ja siis annan oma lühikese arvamuse. Et kõigepealt siis teema valik on minu arust suhteliselt aktuaalne ja uudne ja tundub, et ka lõpetajale suhteliselt isiklik. Et selles mõttes on kiidame. Et kui seda tööd lugeda, siis ta on loogiliselt üles ehitatud, liikudes siis selles mõttes nagu üldisemalt konkreetsemale. Et sissejuhatuses avatakse suhteliselt kergesti siis kunstiteraapia nagu olemus, siis selle nagu alaliigid, vaadeldakse siis nende seost arhitektuuri ja siis nii ehitatud kui ka loodusliku keskkonnaga. Et siis minu arust siis selle kavandatava ruumi nagu karakteristikute kirjeldamine on asjakohane ja piisavalt põhjalik. Selgelt on tunnetatav siis selle teoreetilise osa ja siis projekti nagu sidusus, et kuidas need teoreetilises osas siis toodud punktid nagu lõpuks rakenduse leiavad. Aga võib ka nagu selles mõttes öelda, et need enamik selliseid siis need kirjeldatud kujundamise elemente on üpris nagu universaalsed, aga samas ka üldised, ehk siis põhimõtteliselt võiks neid ka teisendada ükskõik millise avaliku või eluhoone nagu kujundamises. Et see on nii-öelda siis pluss ja miinus. Aga samas on ikkagi nende siis iseloomu joonte siis nagu konkreetne side siis selle tüpoloogiaga nagu kirjeldatud. Ja eeltöö on põhjalik, on siis kaardistatud seda hetkeolukorda, intervjueeritud siis isikuid, kes on selles vallas töötavad ja tehtud küsitlus. Asukoha valikut on põhjendatud, aga minu puhul võib-olla tekkis nagu küsimus selliste sotsiaalobjektide siis nagu koondamine sellisesse Lasnamäe lõpupiirkonda, et see, sellel võib jällegi olla nii-öelda plusse ja miinuseid, et kui seal on nagu nendel objektidel omavahel mingisugune seos või sümbioos, et need hooned peavad lõhestik olema, aga samas seda võib ka võtta nagu kriitikana, et kas selliseid sotsiaalobjekte peab nagu ühte kohta koondama, et sellega võib nagu sellist segregatsiooni nagu pigem ka suurendada. Siis selle Pirita jõe maastikukaitseala siis asukoha valik mingis mõttes jällegi hea koht selliseks kunstiteraapia tegemiseks, et ilus jõeorg ja samas võib ka jälle küsida, et kas sellise ilusa loodusliku keskkonna peaks nagu täis ehitama. Ütleme siis asendiplaaniline lahendus on suhteliselt loogiline, et niimoodi see hoone võib seal tundub istuvat täitsa hästi. Ainuke siis võib-olla kriitika selle kohta oleks siis, et äkki seda reljeefi oleks saanud võib-olla rohkem ära kasutada, et seda võib-olla selle sinna konsooli alla tekkiv ruum on mõnes mõttes nagu jäetud nagu kasutamata, et see tekib selline suhteliselt pime ja ebamäärane koht sinna. Parkimist on selles mõttes sümpaatselt vähe, et kui vaadata seda suurt saali, aga selles mõttes, et see on pigem tervitatav, et ei peagi tegema väga suuri parklaid ja kui saab ümbritsevaid tänavaid kasutada. Aga jalgrataste parkimist oleks ka tahtnud näha. Ja siis võib-olla sellest bussipeatusest siis hooneni see teekond oleks olnud võib-olla paremini markeeritud või nagu need kõnniteed siis välja joonistatud. Hoone plaanilahendus tundub funktsiooni poolest on funktsionaalne, et nii need ruumid omavahel toimivad ja mõnusalt avar. Võib-olla minu poolt oli siis küsitav see pisike sisehoov seal idatiivas. Aga jah. Ja siis ka selliste võib-olla nende tehniliste ja abiruumide nagu kavandamine sinna jõepoolsesse külge, et võib-olla need oleks võinud kuskile keldrisse ära pakkida. Arhitektuurne üldilme on minu arust sümpaatne, et sinna piirkonda puidust maja võiks ju sobida ja see puidu kasutamine on tervitatav, aga natukene tekitas küsimust, et kui see maja on nagu väljas puidust ja sees puidust, et siis see raudbetoon konstruktsioon seal vahel, et äkki oleks võinud juba kõik teha puidust. See, et ta niimoodi nende postidega on ümbritsetud, et see on kenasti ära põhjendatud. Võib-olla mõnes kohas on nende postidega natuke liialdatud, et selle päikse või ülekuumenemise ohu oleks saanud ka nagu mõne lihtsama võttega ära lahendada. Sisekujundusega on vaeva nähtud. On niisugune mõnus, hubane, soe ja kõiki neid siis teoreetilises osas siis loetletud elemente on kasutatud. Tundub niisugune teraapiline. Ja üldine vormistus on hea, on näha, et on vaeva nähtud, tulemus professionaalne. Tekste on igasuguste skeemide ja visuaalse materjaliga ilmestatud ja joonised on kergesti loetavad. Ja renderid ja elupildid on ka hästi tehtud ja näha, et on rõhku pandud just sellele siseruumile. Ja soovitatav hinne minu poolt oleks 4 ehk väga hea. Aitäh!
Aitäh! Lucy, you can respond to the feedback before we give the microphone to the committee.
Pigem ainult tahaks öelda, et nagu minu meelest see koht, mis on konsoolne alt pigem mitte kinni panna, siis ta paistab selline more lightweight, et sellega ei ole nõus.
Aitäh! Would like to start?
Thank you for presentation. I think topic is pretty interesting. I would actually ask about typology. So I'm wondering, did you investigate or look into opening the therapy spaces more into this in-between space? Because at the moment it's like you have kind of like almost like a classroom type of spaces in perimeter and in-between spaces. There are some points where you can like look outside, but I'm wondering if you looked into like opening up the therapy spaces to the kind of this semi-private in-between space, because many of the therapy spaces probably don't require this kind of sound insulation or something like this to have a more fluid inside.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I have those like places where it can be made. I can show on plan. So one place is here, for example, which they can use, then there. Yeah. Thank you. Then another place is here. Also, they can use like these areas, and very good use of this raamatukogu. And so there are these places which therapists can use in open spaces. But while talking with the therapists, there are a lot of people who want private, and they want like to feel more secure, and that's why room should be better when it's closed.
Ma jätkan, minu kommentaar, ja siis paar küsimust, et sa käsitled seda, et loodus on nagu oluline selle teraapia üks osa, eks. Sellest on hästi loogiline jätk, et võetakse selline looduskaunis koht, hästi unikaalse topograafiaga selles linnas, mis on üleüldiselt ju tasapinnaline, eks. Veidi jääb minu jaoks küsitavaks see selline poolele teele minek või jäämine, et see hoone just kui on hõljuma jäänud selle huvitava topograafia kohale ja sellesse loodusesse nagu selline minek on jäänud nagu ainult asendiplaaniliseks, et nendest ruumidest nagu eraldi sellist loodusega suhet nagu hästi välja ei joonistu, et ta pigem jääb nagu loodusele ülevalt alla vaatavaks, et kas seal oli mingi seal oli mingi idee selle taga?
Pigem nagu kõige suurem, miks on tehtud nii, sest me ei tohi ehitada 50 meetrit jõe lähedal, et siis ma hoidsin seda nagu 50 meetrit. Ja ongi, kuna on tehtud välisklassid ja siis kõnnitee, mis saavad kõik inimesed kasutada, et seal tekibki nagu loodusega sidumine, et inimesed saavad tulla alla, nautida, et kuna praegu seal isegi on olemas selline tee, kus inimesed käivad kogu aeg, aga lihtsalt see ei ole arenenud.
Mida ma vist mõtlesin, oli see, et see hoone ise oleks saanud ka minna nagu astmestikuna loodusesse kuidagi nagu kuidagi olla rohkem integreerunud sinna nagu ruumi.
Kuna maastik lähebki niimoodi, et siit kasutasin kõik olemasolevat nagu olukorda.
Thank you. Unfortunately, I couldn't understand every word, but I've got some questions related to, one question is related to the entrance. Maybe you probably explained it already in your presentation, but why, or how did you situate the entrance there and why? A second question would be, you have quite I could translate your work with kind of my computer, and so I found out that you have a quite profound basis of your design. You had how many meetings did you had with the therapists, and what was their feedback? And just a comment. Underneath the building, like where the building is flying, so to say, there is usually no green because there is no water and no sun. So it looks here quite green, but in reality it will not.
So I will start with first question. I used roads which are already existed roads. So these all roads are existed. And not to use space for a very nice river view, I did this entrance like kind of in the back of nice view. And when you are coming inside, then here straight away is a stair, or you can go like this, like from both sides. It's like directly you are going to this view.
Okay.
So. Another question was
about the meetings with therapists, or you had kind of interviews. I
yes,
understood.
I had quite many.
How many were it?
Cannot even calculate.
Okay.
So it was many meetings with different therapeutes. And another part was that I was sending questions to 12 therapists who was answering to my questions, like how they see the room, like what questions I was needed from them.
You also included them in your design process, or just before you started with the design process? Ah, yes. Okay.
There was everything.
Did they like it? Did they like your design?
Yes, so they very much. They said but it's for us, for Estonia, it looks so big that it's like unreal right now. But hope that in the future that we'll have this kind of center.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, really relevant topic. So I'm really grateful that you have picked it up and tried to find some kind of spatial manifestation to those problems that you're trying to solve. So I wanted to ask about two things: sustainability and spatial organization. In terms of sustainability, do you have a concept on how those or at least an idea how this passive house methods could be applied on your building? That means like in terms of shading, because you have a lot of south-facing facade, but it's not opening in the interior. So meaning these are like classrooms and therapeutic rooms that needs to be then shaded, and you have really high, and that means also short cantilever. That is shading it. And I'm also wondering if there has been an idea of maybe some kind of energy production or harvesting.
So, for example, like where sun is moving the most, so this part is just one floor. So its height is not big. That's why this roofing is covering very well. And those parts where sun is like shining the most, I was using like double posts, which are covering like from sun.
And what about the views? But is it also eliminating views, or then they are rotatable, that they are adjustable?
No, because like view can be like different from point you move, so it's still seen very well.
Okay. And the other thing was the spatial organization. As Arthur already picked up the topic of openability and flexibility between the spaces, I'm wondering what's the theory behind using sharp edges, round edges, and then the sharp round edges. Because I think in the second floor you have this hoidla room, like a storage space that has, I mean, I really love this corner because that really raised the question, like where we are situated with this and why is it like how it is. But I understand that this roundness comes from your study or from your research, right? So, but for example, why do we arrive to a concert hall with a sharp corner then? And the concert hall, or like the meeting, sorry, I'm not sure if it's a conference room or concert hall, but in that terms, like a space that is most publicly used, but it has the sharpest corner, is that some kind of an idea or a joke you wanted to pull off with this?
No, it's just like at start I was having too much round corners.
Yeah.
It was like too much, and it was like hard to explain even like why. That's why like we was watching with design what suits the most, and some spaces where like people are like walking the most, like they're still left round places, and here because people kind of stand here, and to this place nobody goes, just those who are using like to change clothes. So this is kind of closed corridor when you can even put here door and close that other people will not go because it's more kind of private space. So that's why this kind of corner is still there, but it's kind of not allowing you to go there because it's not for all people use.
But I would just expect the program or the functions of the spaces and the geometry that you arrive are sort of in a close correlation to each other, and they tell a story so that the architecture is able to tell for itself or discuss the raised issues there. So the architecture would be supporting your main idea. I think it could be a bit more distinguished, like what kind of formal decisions you make in what kind of spaces. Also, one thing is the views. I'm also a bit sad that there's no this kind of direct views to the river scape, because you are in a plateau. You, as discussed before, you're not deciding to go down, but you stay on a plateau and look down to the river. So I think like focusing on your views, and like I think could be also part of the therapy, focusing on views towards the nature and the river could be helpful. And also the fact that you would have like a natural sunlight coming in to public areas, because now you're buffering all the facade with those glass spaces, and it's rather, it seems to me at least, rather dark in the interior, because even if you have the south oval or south public space or the gallery space, it's also actually cut off with walls. So I think that some kind of diffusion between the natural sunlight and the views could be more helpful for the therapy as well. Thank you.
Aitäh. Mul on kaks küsimust. Esimene on see, et see piirkond, see hoone lõikab praegu läbi need olemasolevad käiguteed, et kui sealt vaadata kas seda ürgoru toimimust, et seal on palju kalamehi ja nii edasi, eks ole, et seal toimub ka selline sotsiaalne tegevus. Ja praegu on sinna planeeritud siis selline avatud ala, eks, mis avab ka läbi laudtee selle hoone selle jõele. Kuidas see olemasolev sotsiaalne elu sellele teraapiale mõjuma hakkab? kas kalamehed, kes seal edasi käivad näiteks, kasutades seda laudteed, mis on sinna kavandatud, mõjuvad ka sellele, või kuidas sellele on mõeldud, et ega see elu sealt otsa ei saa ju kuidagi?
Ja, kuna see ala nagu ei olnud nii palju kasutusel ja kuna see igi lähebki, nagu ta keerab siit ja teeb sellise nagu ja kõik alad, kus rohkem inimesed viibivad, on pigem nagu seal vasakul pool, mis kahjuks praegu ei ole näha. Ja seal ongi tehtud isegi grillimiskohad ja kus inimesed käivad. Et kuna ma võtan nii väikse osa, ma arvan, ta ei mõju nii palju.
Noh, ma ei arvagi, et see on nagu selle töö väga suur selline pluss või miinus. Lihtsalt kui nüüd avada jälle see mingisugune ürgne org, eks ole, inimestele, siis tulevad ka sinna inimesed tõenäoliselt või ja lisaks nendele, eks ole, kes seda hoonet hakkavad kasutama.
Aga nad käivadki seal juba ja...
Et kuidas see selle teraapiale mõjub, ma lihtsalt mõtleks seda, et kui seal ka grillimine ja muu asi pihta hakkab. Aga see on selline mõte. Teine küsimus on selle lahenduse osas, et kui ma vaatan, et sinna justkui on joonistatud rohekatused ja taimestik ühele katusele, samas seletuskirjas on öeldud, et lahendatakse hoopiski bituumeniga, et mis siis õige on?
Jah, olen nõus, et see väike siis viga tuli.
Okei, kui need rohekatused on sinna planeeritud, tegelikult on planeeritud rohekatused, aga kuidas neid hooldama hakatakse?
Ongi nagu kõik voolud nagu sissepool on tehtud, et mis ei ole nähtavad.
Aga muru hakkab kasvama. Muru hakkab kasvama.
No nagu kõik rohekatused on mõeldud, jah. Et ma mõtlesin, mul ongi planeeritud päris paks katus, kuhu tulebki juurde siis kõik nagu vajalikud kihid, mis saab ja kasvada.
Ja seda siis ei hooldata mitte kuidagi?
No oleks vaja hooldada, jah.
Okei, no mõtlemiseks, aitäh.
Ma tahtsin ka selle rohekatuste kohta küsimuse küsida, aga siin osa küsiti juba ära, aga siis rohekatuste kohta veel, et kui seal need rohekatused on, siis siin ühtegi pääsuteed ei ole ja ka see puudutab ka nagu energiatõhusust ja energiat sellist tootmist, et tavast pannakse siis katused ju päikesepaneele täis. Et antud juhul see rohekatus, mis puudub teist korrust, et sinna nagu ei ole juurdepääsu, ei ole hooldusteed, ta ei ole ka väga hästi nähtav kuskilt, et kas sellel on väga suur mõte, kui seda saaks näiteks kasutada energia tootmiseks. See on nüüd üks küsimus. Ja teine küsimus puudutab seda neid funktsionaalsusi, siin on erinevad teraapia viisid, siis need ruumid iseenesest, need on ilusad tiivad seal, aga nad näevad seest ja väljast üsna sellised ühtemoodi välja, et kui silt ei loe, see ei saa aru, et kas on tegemist kunsti- või draamateraapiaga, et need võiksid olla nagu arhitektuurselt ja kujunduslikult rohkem erinevad, iseloomulikumad. Et see on nagu teine küsimus. Üks on rohekatuste kohta, teine oli siis selle eristuse kohta erinevates funktsioonides.
Selle päikesepaneeliga olen nõus, et pigem teisel korrusel panna päikesepaneelid, mitte rohekatus. Ja siis neid teraapiaruumid nagu põhimõte oligi, et inimesed, kes nagu liiguvad rohkem, et neil ongi siin tantsuteraapia ja siis draamateraapia. Ja siis suuremad ruumid, mis on mõeldud suurematele gruppidele. Ja alt, mis kõige rohkem kasutakse, on visuaalteraapia, on nagu väiksemate ruumidega rohkem. Et see oligi, kõik teoorias tuli, kui ma rääkisin terapeutidega, mis on vajalik. Siis tuli see ruumiprogramm.
Thank you, Lucy. Now we have to give the word to Toivo Tammik, the supervisor of the project.
Lugupeetud komisjon, juures viibides. Ma eile sõitsin läbi selle asukoha veel kord ja tuletaksin neile, kes teavad meelde seal samas jõe peal olevat Konstantin Pätsi vabaõhukooli, et see on üks kummaline nähtus, millest meil muide Ljusiga ei olnud juttu, mis on mõneti tüpoloogiliselt sarnane, et ta paikneb selle sama Jürgoru läheduses, on ehitatud 30. keskel, on oma peahoonet ja siis üks paviljonilaadseid väliõppe ja ravi otstarbelisi rajatisi. Ja ma olin selle olukorraga kursis, aga meil ei olnud väga kummaline, et aga ei olnud sellest tüpoloogiast kordagi juttu, kuigi oli muudest sellistest uurimustest. Ja kummaline déjà vu tabas mind, et tõepoolest, et kuidas mingisugune ring on täis saanud, et need samad küsimused, mis praegu laekusid näiteks siis selle territooriumi kasutamise kohta, et samamoodi seal Pätsi nimelise vabaõhukooli puhul juhtus see, et ta oli kuni 90. keskpaigani tõesti lahtine territoorium muide. Ja siis see täielikult tarastati, mis ei ole tegelikult hea, sest põhiliselt õppetegevus toimub päeva ajal. Ja kui on selline tsiviliseeritud ühiskond, et siis see, et sealt õhtuti või tööpäevadel inimesed läbi jalutavad, on tegelikult suurepärane, et ta on nii-öelda ristkasutuses või moel või teisel. Aga nüüd töö juurde ja inimese juurde, et siis kõigepealt nagu näha, et ilmselt oled Ljusi neid meetodeid ka iseenda peal vähemalt kaudselt tarvitanud, et see on väga hästi mõjunud, inimene on tõeliselt balansseeritud ja niisugune jõuline loojanatuur, millest tulenevalt ka sellist inimest tegelikult juhendada ja vormida ei olegi nagu väga lihtne, et selles suhtes nii asukoha valik kui need protsessid, et milliseid me koos läbisime, et need olid sellised põnevad ja komplitseeritud, sest ega ei vorm, ei see niisugune kogu selline asukoha tunnetus ja muu, et sellega oli esialgu vähemalt minul mõnevõrra nagu raskusi, aga üliõpilane on väga iseseisva töövõimeline, et meil olid diskussioonid ja ühel hetkel läks mööda päevi, nädalaid ja tuli tegelikult lahendused, mida sai oodatud. Mis puudutab sellist metodoloogilist poolt ja seda, et kuidas tegelikult arhitektuurne keha ja siis teooria pool kokku langevad, et siis see samuti jooksis mõnes mõttes otse siis autormeistri käest läbi, et sai küll soovitatud mõningaid selliseid teraapiaga tuttavaid inimesi, aga ütleme, see uuringuline pool käis intensiivselt ja tõeliselt kiiduväärselt, et ma ei ole selliste asjadega väga kokku puutunud. Tihtipeale ikkagi need kaasjuhendajad või konsultandid on tihtipeale vägagi formaalsed ja tulevad kuidagi põhiliselt all tänu nimekirjas välja, aga nad eriti ei ole midagi teinud, et sa suutsid üldiselt inimesed enda ümber mõnevõrra tööle panna ja see isiklik enesejuhtimine on olnud kiiduväärt, et inimene suudab endaga toime tulla, et tõesti tuleks, tsiteeriks veel korra iseennast, et tõepoolest ilmselt need teraapiad mõjuvad juba. Aitäh!
Aitäh, Toivo. Then we give the last word to Lucy.
Jah, aitäh. Minu poolest kõik.
Thank you. Now we take a 5-minute break to set up the next project, and just to give you an update, we have up to 70 followers for our online stream all the time, and for our online audience, you are following the master thesis defense of Academy of Architecture and Urban Studies in Tallinn University of Technology. We are about to break for 5 minutes, and we will continue with the next presentation quite soon. Stay tuned.
tehase hoonete kõige vanemad ajalooliselt väärtuslikumad hooned. Ülemisel pildil on Pärnu õlletehase hoone, mis on muinsuskaitse väärtuslik üksikobjekt, ja alumisel pildil on Pärnu leivakombinaadi hoone, mis on Pärnu linna üldplaneeringu järgi märgitud ka oluliseks hooneks, hoone kui maamärk. Selliste linnale oluliste hoonete ja ajalooliselt väärtuslike hoonete säilitamine on vajalik eelkõige koha identiteedi ja kohaga seotuse lugude seisukohast. Koha identiteeti seostataksegi eelkõige paiga ajaloolise ja kultuurilise kontekstiga, mis omakorda on oluline individuaalse identiteedi kujunemisel. Käesolevas töös hooned säilitatakse. Pärnu sadama ja jõeäärsetele aladele olid koondunud peamiselt endised tööstusettevõtted. Tänaseks päevaks on paljud neist oma tegevuse lõpetanud, seisavad tühjalt ja mahajäetuna, alad ootavad kasutusele võtmist ja arendamist. 3 endist tööstusala asuvad jõe miljööalal. Jõe miljööalal on valdavalt tegemist 2-3-korruseliste elamutega. Endised tööstusalad mõjuvad siin eraldiseisvate oaaside saarekestena ja piirkond on tänaseks päevaks kujunenud selliseks vahepealseks alaks, mis ei ole ei kesklinna ega ka eeslinna osa. Ja siin fotodel on siis välja toodud, siin on siis vaade Suurjõe, siin on vaade Vanapargi tänavale ja leivakombinaadi kontorihoonele. Siin on vaade Suurjõe ja Väikejõe tänavale ja siin on näha endine kuivkaljatseeh, mis asub siis leivakombinaadi kinnistu kõrval. Siin on vaade Suurjõe tänavale teiselt poolt tänavat. Siin on endine kuivkaljatseeh ja siin on vaade Vingi tänavale ja siin on endine Pärnu leivakombinaadi hoone. Tööstusalade tugevuseks on paiknemine jõe ja kesklinna läheduses ja nende alade kaasajastamisel ongi oluline arvestada selle mõjuga, mis kaasneb siia piirkonda uue 3. silla ehitamisega. Ja teiseks on oluline jätkata nendel aladel juba olnud hoonestuse tiheduse ja kõrgusega. Et siin on võrdluseks välja toodud uue 3. silla planeeringu lahendus koos jõeäärsete alade planeeringu lahendusega, et siin on siis näha, milliseks tulevikus see ala tõenäoliselt ka kujuneb. Et seetõttu uute planeeringute kavandamisel ongi oluline, et uus ruumiline lahendus tooks siia kesklinnale sobiliku linnakeskkonna. Kolm endist tööstusala asuvad keskmise liiklustihedusega Suurjõe tänava ääres. Aladest põhjasuunas jääb Pärnu jõgi, jõeäärne kergliikluste, lõuna poole jääb Pärnu linna üks peatänavatest Riia maantee ja kesklinn on siis circa poole kilomeetri kaugusel. Kolmel tööstusalal on hooned üsna erinevas seisukorras. Käesolevas planeeringu lahenduses säilitatakse ajalooliselt kõige vanemad väärtuslikumad hooned. Need on siin siis välja toodud. Eraldi räägin veel ka iga kinnistu kohta täpsemalt, detailsemalt. Tumeroosa värviga on tähistatud juba lammutatud hooned, tumapunase värviga on siis tähistatud hooned, mis on ettepanek lammutada. Et kõikide hoonete säilitamine ei ole põhjendatud, kuna hooned on väga erinevas insenertehnilises seisukorras ja ka olemasolev ruumiprogramm ei toeta uue planeeringu lahenduse loomist. Järgnevalt siis hoonestuse ettepanek õlletehase planeeringualale. Õlletehase planeeringuala on vaadatud, hõlmab õlletehase kinnistut koos 2 elamukinnistuga, üks on Suurjõe tänava ääres ja teine on Vindi tänava ääres. Et säilitatakse siis ajalooliselt väärtuslik õlletehase hoone ja elamu Vingi tänava ääres. Tumeroosa värviga on tähistatud juba lammutatud hooned ja ettepanek on siis lammutada hilisemal ajal õlletehase hoonele juurdeehitused ja laiendused ja kõrvalhooned. Et siin fotodel on ka siis välja toodud kõrvalhoone, õlletehase hoone hoovi poolt vaadatuna, et see hoone osa siin säilitatakse ja siin on siis näha õlletehase hoone lagunenud osa. Järgnevalt on leivakombinaadi planeeringuala. Planeeringuala käsitleb 2 leivakombinaadi kinnistut ja kinnistut Suurjõe tänav 13 ääres. Et säilitatakse siis kõige vanem ajalooline tootmishoone, mis on siin fotol ka välja toodud. Hilisemal ajal rajatud juurdeehitused ja madalam tootmismaht hoovipool ja kõrvalhooned on ettepanek lammutada, kuna olemasolev ruumiprogramm jällegi ei toeta uue hoonestuse rajamist. Järgnevalt on välja toodud konservitehase planeeringuala. See hõlmab konservitehase kinnistut ja 4 elamukinnistut Väike-Jõe tänava ääres. Et kinnistu kuulub AS kooli investeeringud arendajale ja ehitusloa taotlusega on siis kõikidele hoonetele ja rajatistele määratud lammutusluba ja hooned on tänaseks päevaks lammutatud. Ja elamud ja korterelamud Väike-Jõe tänava ääres säilitatakse. Ja fotodel on siis ka näha, et milline nägi välja endine konservitehase hoone, kõrvalhooned ja ütleme, tänaseks päevaks on siis see maa-ala on juba täiesti lage. Uus planeeringulahendus näeb kõik need endised tööstusalad muuta avatumaks ja ligipääsetavamaks. Kavandatud on uued hoonestuse lahendused, väljakud, haljasalad, uued juurdepääsuteed, et uute funktsioonidena on pakutud välja rajada õlletehase kinnistule Tallinna Tehnikaülikooli kolledži linnak, leivakombinaadi kinnistule on nähtud ette rajada kultuuri- ja vabaajakeskus ja konservitehase kinnistule korterelamud ja teeninduspinnad. Uued loodavad funktsioonid peaksid tooma siia piirkonda lisaväärtust, arvestades just sellega, et praegu on valdavalt tegemist ainult elamufunktsiooniga. Ja teine asi on see, et need uued funktsioonid toetavad ka loogilist jätkumist kesklinna suunal. Siin on siis 3D vaade nendele aladele. Siin esimene on Tallinna Tehnikaülikooli kolledži linnak, siin on kultuuri- ja vabaajakeskus ja siin on korterelamud ja teeninduspinnad. Järgnevalt räägiksin põhjalikumalt Tallinna Tehnikaülikooli kolledži linnakust. Linnaku ala läbib diagonaalne ühesuunaline sõidutee, mille mõlemil pool teed on kõnniteed. Alast paremale poole jääb kolledži hoone koos Blackbox saaliga. Tallinna Tehnikaülikooli ühiselamu. Vasakule poole jäävad olemasolevad säilitatavad hooned, endine õlletehase tootmishoone, hoone rekonstrueeritakse, võetakse kasutusele uue kasutusfunktsioonina, säilitatav elamu Vingi tänaval ja uute hoonetena on siia rajatud korterelamud õppejõududele, üliõpilastele ja uue hoonemahuna on siin kõrval ka 3-korruseline hoonemaht. Ja nendes 2 hoones, siia hoonesse on ette nähtud spordi- ja treeningsaalid. Ja vaade linnakule Kõrghaljastusega luuakse eraldatus elamukinnistuga ja idapoolse naaberkinnistuga. Tallinna Tehnikaülikooli kolledž on mõeldud 400 üliõpilasele. Õpetatavad erialad on siin elektroonika, IT-tarkvara arendus ja ehitiste projekteerimine. Kolledži hoone koosneb 2-3-korruselisest ristkülikukujulisest hoonemahust, mida ühendab keskmises osas madalam 2-korruseline hooneosa. Pea sissepääs ja välitrepistik on orienteeritud lõuna suunas. Kolledži hoone paremale poole jäävad õpperuumid. Esimesel korrusel on administratsioon, õppejõudude tööruumid, üliõpilaste iseseisva töö tegemise ruumid ja laborid. Vasakule poole jääb black box saal, esinejate ruumid, abiruumid, ladu ja hoone keskmises osas on üldkasutatavad ruumid, garderoobid, tualettruumid, liftid, trepikäik. Hoone teisel korrusel on kolledži poole peal peamiselt õpperuumid, auditoorium, laborid. Blackboxi poole peal on esinejate ruumid, tehnilised ruumid, tööruumid ja keskmises osas on söögisaal köögiga ja väliterrass. Hoone kolmandal korrusel on Blackboxi poole peal auditoorium, õpperuumid. Blackboxi poole peal on esinejate riietusruumid, esinejate proovisaar, tehnoruumid ja abiruumid. Kolmandalt korruselt pääseb väliterrassile. Maa-alusel korrusel on parkla. Parklas on 50 kohta ja lisaks on tehnoruumid ja tööruumid. Lõige peamiselt kolledži hoonepoolsest mahust ja üldalast. Lõige siis Blackboxi poole pealt peamiselt ja üldalast, läbi lõige Blackboxi saalist. Järgnevalt on siis ristilõige Blackboxi saalist ja abiruumidest. Tallinna Tehnikaülikooli kolledži ühiselamu on 3-korruseline, teisel ja kolmandal korrusel ühendab 2 hoonemahtu galerii käik. Ühiselamu esimesel korrusel on äripinnad. Ühiselamus pea sissepääsud on kolledži poole pealt ja väljaku poole pealt. Igale äripinnale on ette nähtud väike kööginurk ja tualettruum. Ühiselamu teisel ja kolmandal korrusel on ühiselamu toad. Ühiselamu toad koosnevad peamiselt 4-kohalistest moodulitest. Ühes moodulis on 2 2-kohalist tuba ja tubade ees on köök, tualettruum ja duširuum. Lõige ühiselamu hoonest. Esimene korrus, äripinnaga korrus on siis kõrgem, järgmised korrused on madalamad. Vaade kolledži hoonele, välitrepistikule. Vaade kolledžile ja ühiselamu hoonetele. Sisevaade siis söögisaalist väljaku poole. Ja järgnevalt on siis planšetid. See minu poolt kõik, tänan ja tahaksin tänada oma juhendajat põhjalike konsultatsioonide ja nõuannete eest, samuti tänan Arhitektuuri ja Urbanistika Akadeemia õppejõude ja kursuse kaaslasi.
Thank you. Aitäh, Piret. Next, we would like to hear the review. Who will read the review? Yes. So, Ignar.
Retsensioon. Lõputöö teema aktuaalsus. Magistritöö teema on väga aktuaalne, käsitledes Pärnu kesklinna ja eeslinna äärealal paiknevate endiste tööstusalade arengut, silmas pidades Pärnu linna üldplaneeringut, jõemiljööd ning muinsuskaitseala eripärasid. Viimaste aastate jooksul on valitud ala lähiümbruse kohta koostatud erinevaid planeeringuid ning projekte, millest kõige suurema mahu ja mõjuga antud ala suhtes on kindlasti Pärnu uue silla kavandamine. Täiendavaid võimalusi ja ideid loob kindlasti ka koostatav Pärnu jõe teemaplaneering. Lõputööks valitud teema analüüsi ja arenduse hinna. Magistritöö on üles ehitatud loogiliselt ja süsteemselt. Eeltöö on tehtud põhjalikult. Lõputöös esitatud teoreetiline osa on üles ehitatud erinevatele allikatele ja maailma linnade näidetele, kus on uuritud linnaruumi uuendamise olemust ning tööstusalade ümberkujundamist. Alusmaterjalis on toodud näiteid uurimustest, milles on käsitletud linnakeskkonna muudatuste mõju elanikele. Kirjeldatud on elanike kohaga seotuse tunnet muutuvas keskkonnas ja koha ning inimese identiteedi seoseid. Uurimuslikus osas on esitatud näide õnnestunud tööstuspiirkonna jätkusuutlikust arendusprotsessist, kus uute ideedega käsikäes suudeti säilitada ka ala kultuuripärandi väärtusi. Tutvutud on Pärnu linna üldplaneeringuga ja miljööala väärtustega. Teoreetilises osas kogutud ja uuritud alusmaterjalist saadud teadmisi on rakendatud valitud ala lahenduste väljatöötamisel. Teoreetiline osa on ülevaatlik ning konspektiivne. Projektlahenduse professionaalsus ja uudsus. Töös on planeeringuliselt lahendatud 3 vana tööstusala. Igal alal on pakutud võimalik hoonete paiknemine ja funktsioon. Varem koostatud planeeringutega on nii endise Pärnu konservivabriku alale kui ka Pärnu leivatehase territooriumile pakutud valdavalt elamufunktsiooni. Kiidan töö autorid Pärnu õlletehase alale suurepärase funktsiooni leidmise eest. Positiivsena mõjub 3 kvartali avamine elanikele haljastatud linnaväljakutena ning funktsioonide lisamine. Siiani on need olnud suletud territoorium. Kvartalite diagonaallõikega lõhkumine mõjub ühtpidi isegi ootamatult, aga pakub samas täiesti uut lähenemisvõimalust ja mängulisust hoonestuse ning hoonete vahelise ala planeerimisel. Planeeritud teede ristumisel Suure Jõe tänavaga tekivad üsna keerulised olukorrad. Segadust on antud teelõikudel ka praegu. Töös oleks võinud ka need ristmikud veidi täpsemalt ära lahendada. Endise Pärnu õlletehase territooriumile kavandatud avaliku funktsiooniga hoone, Tallinna Tehnikaülikooli Pärnu kolledž, sobitub kenasti antud keskkonda ning mõjub värskendavalt kogu alale. Positiivne on, et säilitatavasse hoonesse on toodud spordi- ja treeningsaali funktsioon, mis pakub lisaväärtust ülikoolile kui ka linnarahvale, moodustades nii ühtse terviku. Hoonesisene avatud väljak koos rohealaga mõjub uudselt ja kutsuvalt. Hoone plaanilahendus on läbi töötatud ja funktsioonide kaupa liigendatud. Valitud fassaadiviimistsus on säilitatavad hoonestust toetav ning miljööd väärtustav. Projektlahenduse vormistuse professionaalsus. Materjal on vormistatud esteetiliselt korrektselt, selge ülesehitusega ja hästi loetavalt. Magistritööga püstitatud eesmärk pakkuda välja uus planeeringulahendus endistele tööstusaladele Pärnus on läbi analüüsitud ja lahendatud. Tulemus on julgelt omanäoline, linna ajalugu väärtustav ning kogukonda tugevdav. Lõputöö kaitsmise esitluse selgus ja töö vormistamise tase. Kokkuvõttes võib öelda, et magistrandi koostatud lõputöö on vormistatud kõrgel tasemel ning eduka kaitsmise korral võiks tema lõputööd hinnata hindele 5, suurepärane. Retsensent Piret Vaher, volitatud arhitekt 7. Aitäh!
Aitäh! Piret, would you like to respond to the review?
Jaa, et aitäh selle positiivse retsensiooni eest, et mis seal nüüd oli välja toodud ühe aspektina, et rajatud see, siis ma võib-olla võtan ette selle kolledži linnaku asendiplaani, et oli välja toodud, et oleks võinud läbi lahendada rohkem või siin läbi töötada see ristmiku ala, et hetkel see koht ei ole tegelikult nii suure liiklustihedusega, et praegu oleks sellele ristmikule seal vajadust, aga ma olen nõus, et tulevikus kindlasti, kui need jõeäärsed alad muutuvad aktiivsemalt kasutatavaks, et siis tasuks kaaluda või vaadata see üle. Aga liikluse poole pealt ma olen selles mõttes lahendanud nii palju, et Vingi tänavale ma olen näinud ette kahesuunalise sõidutee kõnniteedega ja ütleme ka Suurjõe tänavale ma olen näinud ette turvalised kergliiklusteed, siis mõlemile poole teed, kuna praegu on Suurejõe tänaval ainult kergliiklustee ühel pool teed, mis on eraldatud siis teekatte märgistusega ja sellisel kujul ei ole see jalgratturitele liiklemiseks turvaline. Et uus planeeringu lahendus näeb siis ette kergliiklusteed tuua siis sõidutee tasapinnast kõrgemale. Ja mainimata jäi ka see, et parkimismajja sissesõit on Vingi tänavalt, et see Vingi tänav siis suures osas hakkabki teenindama Tehnikaülikooli kolledži linnakut.
Ma küsiksin ühe sellise väikse küsimuse, et kas see diagonaalne tee, mis on hästi sümpaatne, siin on see uus kvaliteet läbi selle õlletehase, et kas see oli ka mingi variant, et seda teha jalakäijate pääsuna ja mitte liikluse jaoks, sest et see väljaku äärne liiklusele võib-olla avanemine oleks võib-olla kogukonna mõttes isegi parem, kui see oleks jalakäijate tee. Aga igal juhul on see diagonaal iseenesest väga sümpaatne, sest on linnaehituslikult hästi sellise vahva suunaga. Ja ristmike poole peal samamoodi, et tegelikult Pärnul on hästi omane sellised huvitavad ristmikud, kus saavad kokku mitu erisuunast tänavat ja siis võõrastel on see väga hea orienteerumisülesanne, kui nad kuhugi tahavad jõuda, et see nagu täiendab seda Pärnu tänavate komplektis suurepäraselt. Ja teine küsimus on ka, et kas nende teiste alade kohta nüüd täpsemat analüüsi vist ei ole selle hoonestuse poole pealt, et detailselt on läbi lahendatud ainult see Tallinna Tehnikaülikooli see kolledži osa, et need teised hoonestusalad on lihtsalt jäänud nagu planeeringu skemaatilisele tasemele, on viis?
Jah, ütleme teistele aladele ma pakkusin välja sellise üldisema planeeringu lahenduse ja põhjalikumalt töötasin läbi siis õlletehase kinnistu ja pakkusin välja ka siis eskiisprojekti Tallinna Tehnikaülikooli kolledži linnakule. Aga siis nende teede koha pealt jah, et alguses selle diagonaalse tee kohta, et algselt see oligi ainult kergliiklejate tarbeks, aga töö käigus siis sai nagu otsustatud, et siit võiks ikkagi tulla läbi ka ühesuunaline tee, et mis ühtlasi oleks ka kasutatav siis teenindusautodele ja sõidutee ja kergliiklusteed on ühes tasapinnas, mis võimaldab siis nendele teenindusautodele nagu mugavat ligipääsu siia aladele. Ja ma ei mäleta, kas oli veel küsimusi või? Kõik.
Nii, kõigepealt muidugi, kui eesmärk oli šokeerida, siis osaliselt šokeeriti, et ma ei teadnud, et Tallinna Tehnikaülikooli Pärnu kolledž on planeerimisel. Aga jah, võib-olla sellise ideena, eks ole, ma saan aru, võib selle mõttega mängida. Aga nüüd natuke sellest lahendusest, et mul on 2 küsimust, et see ala asub üleujutusohu alas ja te olete planeerinud sinna hoones parkla, mis asub 3,3 meetrit maapinnast allpool, et miks selline lahendus?
No ma arvan, et seda parklat on võimalik ka ju isoleerida või ehitada selliselt, et...
Ei. See tähendab 24/7 pumpamist tegelikult, vähemalt minu praktikas, et võib-olla selline lahendus jõe ääres ei ole kõige mõistlikum. Ja teine küsimus on seotud selle õlletehasega, et praegu see õlletehase hoone sai nagu korvpalliväljakuks, et kas seda ajaloolist hoonet kuidagi teistmoodi ei olnud plaanis integreerida?
No alguses oli mõte sinna teha konverentsisaalid, muuseum, aga töö käigus nagu tundus, et ütleme, korvpallisaali seal jah ei ole, seal need saalid ei võimalda seda korvpallisaali, seal on väiksemad treeningsaalid, aga siis tekkis mõte, et seal võiks ollagi ikkagi selline funktsioon, mis nagu toetab seda linnakut, toob sellele nagu seda ütleme, mitte nüüd väärtust, aga ütleme, need spordi- ja treeningsaalid on nagu Tehnikaülikoolile nagu olulisemad, et
teistpidi keerata. Õlletehasesse mõni õppehoone, aga see mõte.
Mina tahaksin ka enda poolt tänada väga põhjaliku ja siis ka suurte skaala varieeruvustega projekti eest, et on näha, et siin on ma ei tea, kuidas sa ühe semestri jooksul suutsid seda, aga et siin on tõesti palju on läbimõeldud ja jõudnud hoone skaala nii suurtest planeeringualadest. Ja sellepärast ma võib-olla nagu fokusseeriksin kahele teemale, et üks on siis hoonestus kui selline või ütleme siis hoone ja teine skaala siis see planeeringuline skaala. Et ma arvan, et selles planeeringus on tegelikult päris heade tulemusteni jõutud ja just selles mõttes, et kuidas tekivad kvartalid siis sisekvartalid ja meil ka siis et mingisugune tihedust läbi siis nende mahtude tihedust tõsta. Teine asi, millest mul natuke on planeeringuskaalas puudu, on just see selline kutsume seda mäluplaneeringuks, et me tegelikult mäletaksime ka veel eelnevaid kihte. Ja mitte ainult seda kahte välja nopet, vaid tegelikult sa ütled, et sul on ruumi vähe ja su programmidega ei toiminud nende vanade hoonestuste säilimine, aga seal on väga palju korstnaid, seal on see vertikaalne, arvasin alguses, et see on silotorn, aga see on hoopis mingi kuivkalja Tšehhi torn näiteks ja siis ehk siis seal on nagu ka sellised suhteliselt väikse jalajäljega ja võib-olla ka isegi mõned seinad või fassaadid ilma minemaks fassadismi suunas, mis siis on üldlevinud pigem Tallinnas, et ma näen siin nagu suurt potentsiaali ikkagi tuua veel neid kihistusi ja just seda tehase miljööd või seda olnut rõhutada ja seda võiks siis läbi mingi selliste väiksemate objektide öeldes, et argumenteerides, et sul suuri objekte ei saa hoida, et niiviisi seda teha. Kas sa oled mõelnud selle peale, et rohkem seda kihistusi, ajaloolisi kihistusi võimendada?
Jaa, ma olen nõus, seda enam, et tegemist on ju miljööväärtusliku alaga ja ütleme ka Pärnu linna üldplaneeringus oli just nagu see välja toodud ja rõhutatud, et just nendel miljööaladel võiks nagu säilitada selle piirkonnale iseloomuliku ainuomast identiteeti ja selles osas ma olen nagu täiesti nõus selliste alade planeerimisel, et tõesti kaaluda iga hoone puhul, eks ole, et kui võimalik, siis ikkagi säilitada, aga kui see ei ole ikkagi põhjendatud, et siis mitte jääda ka kinni sellesse, et ma olen nagu seda meelt ka, et ei saa nagu ka nii, et me nüüd ilmtingimata hoiame alles selle olemasoleva koha identiteedi, mõnikord ongi just õigustatud, et me toomegi siia uue identiteedi, uue hingamise ja natukene me näitame siit ka seda olemasolevat ajaloolist, mis annab selle tunnetuse.
Jah, aga ma arvan, see on hästi oluline, et sina arhitektina võtaksid selle positsiooni, et sa tegelikult otsid seda väärtust selles eelnevatest kihistustest ja kaardistad need ära ja ütled, et siit läheb piir, et tegelikult meil on siin potentsiaal, näiteks kas mingi tulemüür alles hoida või midagi sellist. Aga hoonete skaalas mul natukene tekkis mure sellega, et mis see on see Tehnikaülikooli identiteet, mida me nagu tahaksime viia sinna või et mida selline hoonestus peaks endaga ütlema ja mis on selle arhitektuurne idee, et kui ma vaatan selle hoonete vahelist ala, et milline suur potentsiaal võiks olla kvartalis või siis ütleme ülikooli kvartalis, või campuses siis, et mis need õuealades võiks juhtuda selle asemel, et me sillutame ära selle ühe suure alaga, siis samamoodi see tee, mis läbi läheb, et kas seal peaks olema mingid taskud või võimalused, et tulla tee pealt ära, kui sa teed mingit drop-off'i seal, eks ole, ja samuti see hoonete nagu enda energiatõhususe teemad, et ikkagi selle asemel, et hoiduda mingisugust päiksepaneelidest või mingi sarnast kleepsarhitektuurist, et me võiksime ikkagi vaadelda, kuidas ja mis me saame teha hoone enda vormi või arhitektuuriga, mis toetaks seda ideed. Ja ma arvan, et ka need plaanid, mis koosnevad peaasjalikult pimedatest koridoridest või mõnedade koridoride otsades on ka valgust, aga üldiselt on seda vähe. Et ma ei tea, kas tänapäevane arhitektuur peaks võimendama sellist ühesuunalist liikumist ja koridoriruumi, vaid ta peaks tegelema ka mingisuguse paindlikkusega ja ma arvan, et õpperuumide teadvustamises läbi, kui palju meil on teinud arhitektuurivõistlusi Eestis, et milline on kvaliteetne õpperuum, siis ma arvan, et sealt on palju võtta ja just rääkida sellest paindlikkusest, koridori vabadusest ja võib-olla ka siis sellisest kasvu- ja kahanemise potentsiaalist, mis konkreetselt ei pea siin kätkema, aga mul nagu neid plaane vaadates mul tekib selline kõhe tunne, et võib-olla neid õppehooneid kui selliseid ja mis tähendab kvaliteetne õpperuum, et seda teemat oleks võinud natukene rohkem süvitsi uurida, sest see oleks võinud selle planeeringu ja võib-olla siis ka natukene ka neid mahulisi ideid mõjutada.
Nende õpperuumide kohta ma ütlen seda, et ma konsulteerisin elektroonika ja IT-tarkvara arenduse programmi juhtidega ja ruumiprogrammi poole pealt just küsisin nende käest, et nad tooksid välja, mis on siis praeguses ruumiprogrammis hästi ja mis on vajaka. Ja nemad tõid nagu välja, et Tehnikaülikoolis ongi kõige rohkem puudu üliõpilaste iseseisva töötegemise ruumidest, õppelaboritest, õpperuumidest, kus nad saavad minna ja teha oma kodutööd ja ütleme just grupitööd, individuaalset tööd, et siin selles oma ruumiprogrammis ma just nagu ütleme, tõingi need ruumid, millest praegu on nagu puudu, aga selle ruumi, selle struktuuri kohta ma ütleks, et see on teadlikult ongi selline lihtne, eesmärk oligi, et see ruumiprogramm oleks võimalikult lihtne ja selge. Ja valguse koha pealt on siis niimoodi, et need koridoridesse pääseb valgus siis, ütleme siit, võib-olla näitan siit külje pealt ja hooned nendest otstest ja ka, ütleme, see külg on klaasfassaad, et ma ei tea, kas nad nüüd jäävad nii pimedaks või?
Okay. So I have to excuse because I don't understand the word. I'm not speaking Estonian, but that's also good because my focus is more than on the presentation and what I've seen. I could translate some texts of your thesis, and there you're writing that you're trying to preserve identity and historical context on the site and how to link the existing valuable buildings with the new architectural solution. And for me, it's a little bit a pity because at the beginning you were showing kind of the existing situation from the eye level, from the street level, which kind of for me as somebody who is not familiar with Pärnu was very interesting. But in your presentation, I cannot, for me it's kind of, without understanding the words, for me this is kind of like an island without context to the existing city. And I would try to understand, and maybe you can explain me how you react to the existing environment, the grid, the block size, connectivity, accessibility to the existing or neighborhood. It might be just because I'm not speaking Estonian, but from the language of images and plans, it would have been also interesting to see kind of more relations to the existing.
Okay, thank you for the question, but I'm sorry I answer in Estonian.
Okay.
Et ühesõnaga, kuidas ta siis nagu suhestub selle olemasoleva ümbrusega keskkonnaga, et ongi see, et selle uue planeeringu lahendusega oligi eesmärk hoida seda sama hoonestuse tihedust nendel tööstusaladel, mis siin varasemalt oli. Ja see...
With the new planning density of the previous factory times.
Tihedust ja kõrgust.
And the height as well.
Ja teine asi on see, et kuidas ta hakkab suhestuma, ongi see, et need alad on nii kesklinnale lähedal ja need jõeäärsed alad siin uue 3. silla ümbruses ootavadki arendamist ja see ümbrus muutubki kesklinnale, siis ruumiline lahendus muutubki kesklinnale siis sarnasemaks, et eesmärk ongi luua siis, et see oleks loogiline jätk nagu kesklinna suunas. Et siin nagu, et tooksingi siis uuesti välja, et siin on näha, et 3. silla ümbruses, milliseks see kujuneb uus hoonestus. Ja minu planeeringu lahendused siis toetavad või jätkavad nagu seda.
There on the left. Yeah, with the grey mass, the dark grey is showing the new masses coming in, and yeah, her 3 areas are actually picking the density and mass and the heights from there and bringing there.
I'm sure it's the master plan. It's just a master thesis.
See on magistritöö, jah.
It's not Pärnu's master plan.
Okay, this is actually a previous thesis that
aga need alad ongi määratud arengualadeks üldplaneeringuga ja need arendatakse või tulevadki siia uued planeeringulahendused.
Yeah, but the scale then might not be the same. See skaala ju ei pruugi olla see, mis ühes magistritöös on kajastatud. Ehk siis, kui sa refereerid millegi, mis on samamoodi refereerimata, siis...
No, see on nagu välja toodud võrdluseks, et see hoonestuse lahendus tõenäoliselt ta kujunebki tulevikus selliseks.
Okay, she thinks that the future will be the planning goes in this direction.
Just one additional question, because you said that you're referring to the former industrial site and trying to keep the volumes like they have been. What do you think about the former buildings? They were, as I understood, they were torn down, they were destructed, but were they good in the context of the city in this situation? Did they interfere well with the existing, with the neighborhood?
Ma nüüd täpselt ei mõistnud seda küsimust, et kas need tööstus...
Et miks see nii palju, või nähdab oligi see, et kui sa otsustasid need maha tõmmata, aga samal ajal sa refereerid ka mingis skaalas selle, et nende suurte mahtude taasehitamise, sest seal olid suured mahud, et siis miks sa siis nii palju neid maha tõmbad ja kas seal on võib-olla mingi potentsiaal või mingist aru seda neid kasutada?
No miks ma need siis lammutan või seal, kus ma tõin ka välja need hoonestuse ettepanekud, et ongi, et need hooned on kas siis lagunenud, insener-tehniliselt halvas seisukorras. Olemasolev ruumiprogramm ei võimalda sinna luua uut planeeringulahendust.
No, it's not difficult, I'm just disagreeing. But the reason why she can't keep the existing massing is because it's the new program she wants to put in there is not flexible enough to accommodate. So the current buildings can't accommodate the new program.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Aitäh. Et ma pean kiitma selle ülesande püstituse eest, et need vanad industriaalsed alad on alati hästi suur maiuspala ja see selles mõttes annab loob hästi palju võimalusi mitte traditsiooniliselt läheneda nagu sellisele arhitektuurile üldse, et see on mõnes mõttes väljakutse, et ma ei tea, kas sa tajud seda väljakutset?
No ma selles mõttes tajun, kuidas ma ütlen, ma ise tegelikult elan Pärnus ja ma nagu tean seda kohta ja piirkonda nagu päris hästi või selles mõttes ma ka tunnetan, mis muutused seal linnas on ja
et selles mõttes ma mõtlengi, et nagu eelnevalt ka öeldi, et siin on ikkagi arhitektil vastutus selles osas ka, et kuidas seda pärandit nagu ikkagi esile tuua, on ju, et kõik, mis esmapilgul võib-olla tundub natuke väheväärtuslik, lõpuks ikkagi lõpptulemusele annab nagu iga selline nüanss siukse olulise tõuke, eks. Et siit võib nagu päris palju otsida sellist võimalust selles mõttes mitte lahendust on ju selle mahavõtmise osas. Teine asi, ma mõtlen selle koolihoone projekteerimise osas, olles viimasel ajal päris palju selle teemaga kokku puutunud, on hästi palju selliseid suundi kooli võib-olla niisuguses funktsionaalsuse arengus ka, et tänapäeval ei oskagi kooli inimesed ise võib-olla nagu tihtilugu näha seda, mida neil 10 või 20 aasta pärast vaja võib minna. Et tehakse praegu hästi palju selliseid olemasoleva põhjal nagu niisuguseid kosmeetilisi parandusi on ju. Et kui palju sa seda uurisid, millised on siis sellised haridusasutuse tuleviku perspektiivid?
Ütleme selle poole pealt, kuna see töömaht oli päris suur, et siis ma kooliruumi programmi poole pealt suhtlesingi nagu Tallinna Tehnikaülikooli IT-kolledži IT-tarkvaraarenduse programmi juhiga ja käisin seal kohapeal nagu tutvumas nende hoonega ja ruumidega ja suhtlesin elektroonikaprogrammi juhiga, et selleks, et rohkem uurida, siis oleks võib-olla pidanud ainult tegemegi seda kooliprojekti, et sellisel juhul oleks see võimalik olnud, ma arvan.
It's pretty clear, as Sille mentioned, that you are trying to kind of create those areas into city block type of areas with some sort of like a central kind of plaza or whatever, right? So my question is actually, how much did you consider making them more like open towards the water, especially in this area, and why did you choose to work on those three rather than to concentrate on this and maybe take an area from here, as I see from the image that in some sort of master thesis there's a plan to develop it. So at the moment I see this diagonal, but like wouldn't that opening up to that side actually also create like a more interesting building for the future college?
Miks ma kõigepealt ühe sõnaga et see tööteema saigi püstitatud nii, et võttagi just need endised tööstusalad ja pakkuda neile välja see planeeringu lahendus ja teisi alasid siis tuua välja siis analüüsi osas need naabruse alad ja miks ei ole nii palju siis ütleme jõele avatud selle Tehnikaülikooli kolledži linnaku kavandamisel, siis ma mõtlesin ka, et ma tahaks, et ta oleks rohkem jõele avatud ja et sinna poole avaneks ka terrass, aga teistpidi ta on põhja poole ja see, ütleme, terrassi rajamine ei olnud sinna põhjendatud ja sellepärast sai just see välitrepistik ja see sissepääsusuund just lõunasse selle eesmärgiga, ja selle konservitehase ala, mis on ka jõe ääres, et sellele ma pakkusingi välja sellise planeeringulahenduse, kus ma ei töötanud nagu läbi seda põhjalikumalt ja just seal nagu jõepoolses alas on need elamud, mis ma säilitan ja neid ma selles mõttes ei puutu ja oma lahendust ma sinna ei paku.
Thank you for the questions and the responses. Now I think it is time to give the microphone to the supervisor of the project, Ignar Fjuk.
Mul oli rõõm seda tööd juhendada, sest siis sai ise ka nagu väga mitmeid teemasid uuesti enda jaoks selgeks räägitud ja võib-olla algselt oligi kõige suurem nii-öelda mõttevahetus sellest, et mida teha selle olemasoleva hoonestusega seal. Üks kvartalitest ju nagu juba magistrant seletas, on juba maatasa tehtud, nii-öelda kõik hooned on lammutatud. Ja need, mis on nagu linna või muinstuse poolt väärtustatud ja kuuluvad säilitamisele, siis teiste suhtes on viimaste aastate jooksul olnud need alad nii-öelda turul pakkumiseks, et kas keegi soovib neid arendada ja sellises võtmes ei ole soovinud neid keegi arendada, nii et kui laseks ajal veel paar aastat edasi minna, olekski kõik need hooned, mis ka selles lahenduses on pakutud lammutamiseks olnud lammutatud. Ja kindlasti võib nõustuda Sille poolt esile toodud selle ebapiisava kihistusliku nii-öelda deklaratsiooniga, et mida me täpselt tahame, miks säilitada ja mis kontekstis seda uues ümber nagu võtta kasutusele, aga samas ta minu jaoks väga hästi on lahendanud selle kolledži hoone just sellises arhitektuuri ruumilises ja ka fassaadilises miljöölises võtmes väga hästi mängib kokku selle säilitatava tehase hoonega ja annab sellele täiesti niisuguse uue hingamise. Nüüd, kas see nüüd on see Tallinna Tehnikaülikooli kolledži hoone, mis sinna tuleb või midagi muud, aga igal juhul üks on selge. See koht on väga hea koht sellisele Pärnu suuruse linnale kõrghariduse andmise kohana. On see siis mingi Tallinna Ülikooli kolledž, Tartu Ülikooli kolledž või mingi muu, aga see on just nii-öelda omajagu nagu keskuse lähedal, aga samas teatud eraldatus. Ja viimase momendina ma tahaks tuua, et kõik need tööstusalad olid enne seda seal minu teada, kui hakkas kujunema see ümbritsev jõe ääre praegu säilitatav miljöö, et nad on või enam-vähem samal ajal, nii et nad on võrdselt ja see lähtekoht, et säilitada seal see just nagu teistsugusus ja natuke flirtida selle tuleviku jõe silla äärde rajatava kesklinnaliku hoonestusega on just see, mida just see nii-öelda saarelik mõtlemine selles alas eeldab ja on minu meelest hästi lahendatud. Tänan magistranti meeldiva koostöö eest ja tõesti oli kena, et kevad on käes.
Aitäh, Ignar. Now the last comments by the author.
Ma tänan teid kuulamast ja küsimuste eest. Aitäh!
Pärnu ja vasakkaldal on sama probleem nagu Tallinna ja linnal. Kõik tahavad vaadet merele saada, mis on põhja pool, eks ole, ja siis tegelikult sealt on külm ja tuuled ja päikest ei ole. Ma ei saa jõudnud selle peale, aga tuul on seal siis või?
Ütleme mitte sellisel kujul nagu Tallinnas, nii ei ole, aga... Kuidas?
See on pigem edenetuum, mis tuleb nagu jõge pidi vasakult auteks, et talviti on kirjetuum, mis tuleb sealt see talviti suhteliselt. Aga põhituled on jah sealt edenest.
Natuke parem olukord kui
jah, okei.
Thank you for the good discussion. Now we will take a 5-minute break to prepare for the fourth presentation of this morning before the lunch break. Okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we will continue with the fourth presentation of this morning. It will be presented by Emily Zavatski, and I'm Emily's supervisor. Please.
So, dear members of Commission, dear audience, my name is Emily Zavatski, and my master thesis is about implementation of circularity in post-Soviet housing district by example of Laagna, Tallinn, and my supervisor is Professor Kimmo Lylykangas. To begin with the selection of the topic, it originally relies on Tallinn Architecture Biennale 2022 Vision Contest and investigates the future possibilities of Soviet period housing districts by example of Laagna district. Based on that, the aim is to transform the existing residential quarter into a circular block with more functional and spatial diversity, implementing sustainable and reusable resources to improve the existing living environment. In my work, I was looking for an answer to the research question whether it is essential to reconstruct existing panel districts and follow the principles of implementing circularity. As an outcome for design proposal, the changes were made in the courtyards during the implementation of small-scale new constructions and interventions in the existing buildings. Considering that the prefabricated residential area is based on standard solutions, it is possible to apply the developed solutions in other parts of Lasnamäe as well as in other respective neighborhoods. For understanding the means of circularity in architecture, it is vital to define circular economy. German chemist Michael Braungart and US architect Willem McDonough have developed a cradle-to-cradle principle that confronts linear life cycle, known as cradle-to-grave, that follows an idea of take, make, dispose. The outcome is a huge amount of waste that leads to environmental pollution. Therefore, the cradle-to-cradle turns the linear life cycle into circular, giving a product a chance to a new life when the product is lost its original function. No waste is generated with this method, redefining the meanings of waste as a resource. It means that circularity in architecture stands for consideration of creating sustainable and resource-friendly living space through the materials with the ability to reuse or deconstruct. Consideration of circularity is one of the essentials in nowadays, considered that we're standing on the edge of environmental crisis. Construction and demolition industry is considered as the world's largest consumer of raw materials, and it constitutes approximately 40% of CO2 emissions. Unfortunately, only 0.7% of construction waste is being recycled in Estonia. So why is it important to consider a circular economy in architecture and construction sector? Due to long-term climate strategy of EU, the goal is to become climate neutral by 2050 without any greenhouse gas emissions. For achieving this goal, the principles of circular economy planning are put together in a Circular Economy Principles for Building Design document that is released by European Commission in 2020. It investigates three main aspects considering building design. The first one is durability, that focuses on design life major and building elements with the consideration of maintenance and replacement cycles. The second one is adaptability with a focus on replacement and refurbishment. And the third one is for reducing the waste with a focus on producing less waste on the potential for the reuse. As a brief overview of my work, the preparation included the examination of the history, current condition, and renovation needs of panel buildings, which were combined with the current knowledge of circularity. The design proposal was prepared for the building group in Laagna quarter based on theoretical research with consideration to develop a solution that is suitable for wider application in respective suburban areas. To understand the essence of Laagna quarter, I started with analyzing the urban region scale, from which I made my first concept proposal for circularity to Tallinn Architecture Biennale Vision Contest. My further work changed the direction, and therefore my scope is mainly concentrated on a scale of housing block with basic consideration of building scale as well. The understanding of urban planning principles tends to change over the decades. To contrast the nowadays reality and modernism ideologies, I've made a controversial comparison between a dream of modernism and current reality. The roots of modernism go back in the first half of last century. Le Corbusier's future city from 1930 was planned at the era when the mass production of residential areas started to peak. Car dependency and dense high-rise buildings were a symbol of a future and possibilities of new technologies. Nevertheless, if we're looking at the Laagna Road today, it is a barrier that forcefully divides the area into two. It lacks a human scale consideration. Due to increasing car dependency, the courtyards are lacking functions, and the original idea of dividing the traffic from residential quarter has failed. To understand the meanings and possibilities of circular environments, I've participated at Tallinna Architecture Biennale Vision Contest that gave the foundation to build up the actual design approach. The initial idea was to transform Laagna Road into a green lane that serves the nature diversity and possibility to implement flea market as a key for recycling. This is the closer look of the idea of lane of metabolism, where the Laagna Road is transformed into a green corridor. Upper section is current situation, and the proposed one is represented below it. The other part of proposal implements vertical farming on residential buildings. Vertical farming works on a circular economy principle. Food waste is generated in the apartments and collected in a container, for example, in the basement of residential building. The biogas tank, which can be used as an energy source for the building, produces fertilizer as a byproduct. The fertilizer is piped to the vertical greenhouse, and when the crops are ripened, they are harvested, and the products can be sold on the local market or consumed by the residents. This concept is also considered in my final solution through the idea of vertical greenhouses. For developing the concept, I've analyzed the current situation in this area and came up with possible solutions for the desired approach. The chosen area is along Varraku and Virbi Street. The inner quarter street, Tarbu, is a dead end that serves the function to get the access to the entrances. Laagna Road is in the south. It's approximately 6 meters lower than the residential quarter. This is a closer look, consider the housing block and the core roads that are ensuring the accesses to the buildings. Therefore, to understand the density and amount of housing units in this area, I made a quick calculation according to the plans of the buildings. There are 36 apartments per one entrance, which means that total for 5 buildings is 756 apartments. According to that, it is very difficult to implement the current parking standards in post-Soviet housing districts without very enormous parking facility near the housing area. I've counted the approximate amount of current parking spots in the area to get the idea of volumes that could be considered. There are approximately 340 parking spots currently, which still means that even with this number, the parking facility would have quite huge capacity. One of the main issues is, in this area is a car domination that makes the courtyards and the public space expressionless in uniform. Strictly defined car and pedestrian streets are making a barrier and do not give the idea of home yard. The problem could be resolved with the bigger parking house near the residential area, underground parking lot for more scattered parking spots all over the area with no strictly defined ground combined with greenery, shelters with solar panels, small-scale implementations, and so on. I made the quick decision about striking out the idea of going underground, considering the fact that I don't want to damage the already established environment for making the underground concrete parking facility that could lose its function all over the years. Nor does it support my idea of circular approach, sustainability, and get rid of car dependency. Current courtyards have only 3 main aspects: car domination, green areas, and few playgrounds here and there. The second concern is a lack of public space amenities, areas to spend time and get some fresh air. This picture illustrates the current seating area, which happened to be the only one per 2-3 buildings. And the problem with lacking public spaces is obvious, considering this example. It is a self-made, spontaneous use of space with old chairs. Placed under a balcony creates a shelter that shields the extra sunlight or rainfall. It means that creating more diverse environment with the different functions, such as greenhouses, pavilions, some small shops, or maybe even offices, bring more life out of the residential buildings as well. Therefore, I have built up my design strategy to 3 main aspects: human scale environment, inspired by Jan Gehl's lively, safe, and sustainable city space; suburban to urban to retrofit Soviet-era housing districts and intertwine it more to the city, considering that city center is constantly growing and the former suburbs are becoming more and more part of the city. The third principle is to ensure diversity in monofunctional urban space through the looks of the buildings, adding the new apartment typologies on the rooftop level and making courtyards into multifunctional urban space. All these ideas are following the principles of circular economy. The goal is to achieve an interesting and multifunctional urban space that offers the possibilities to enjoy the surrounding environment that is currently dull and dominated by the cars. Therefore, I've developed the approach being inspired from Jan Gehl's ideology that takes into account all 3 aspects in courtyards, with mixing them together with small-scale buildings that are marked with gray. I've decided to create more scattered parking spots near the buildings, considering the fact that cars doesn't disappear all over the night. This is a space between buildings that puts car dependency in the background and gives the opportunity for locals to feel free without any certain boundaries. For example, I've done intentionally a common path for cars inside a quarter and for the people to create multifunctional environment without any strict lines directed by the pedestrian and car streets. With this idea, I followed the principle to ensure the access to the entrances and thereby link the new street space to the existing buildings. So this is the current view from Varraku Street, and this could be the new approach. For the diverse approach, I've used different materials, such as timber, recycled brick modules from old buildings, and solar panel facade elements. For existing building intervention, the goal is to bring the nature diversity to the plain walls to create the connection between prefabricated panel buildings and new, more diverse environment. For the dark walls that are facing more sunnier direction, I've created the vertical greenhouses that can be used by the residents or for selling the crops. Some of the first floor apartments got their own private yard that is elevated by the landfill and surrounded by the gable walls in here. The new balconies are deeper and made of CLT. Window openings are bigger and provide more spaciousness and sunlight. Therefore, the overheating could be reduced by external mechanical blinders. Brick facades are inspired by Lendager Group's approach of modular brick system, where bricks are cut as modules from the old buildings that are hardened with the construction. The result is a unique look of different brick modules that are reflecting the history. This is the idea of how the new materials are affecting the existing walls. Again, the current situation and the new proposal. This is the picture from Inner Quarter Street with new implementations of small-scale buildings, and the view from a balcony. So to create multifunctional space with new amenities, the new interventions affected the building's ground floors. New interventions are serving the idea of commercial premises and more noticeable entrances. The existing apartment plans are not took into consideration to change, considering that the apartments of Lasnamäe are having a quite good design. Even Mart Kalm has pointed out in one of his interviews that new real estate apartments doesn't have so good plans as Lasnamäe apartments. However, some of the existing apartments got affected by the new interventions. Therefore, to not lose any of the existing apartments, the new ones are proposed to the rooftop level. Considering the same planning typology, the interventions are shown based on one building. Same typologies can be implemented in other buildings in this area as well. So this plan illustrates the interventions based on building from the north. West facade got a vertical greenhouse with a possible room for selling the crops or used as biomarket. Two entrances from the north are connected with a small office that affects the existing apartments. However, the apartments could be connected to the upper floor apartment, providing a diverse solution for apartment typology. For example, these apartments are perfect for the families whose family member wants to have more privacy but don't want to live far away from their family. The private kitchen and bathroom is provided with the bedroom, and the other amenities are acting as commercial premises. One of them could be a beauty salon, and another one is a small cafe that is facing the Varaku Street. These are the sections of the new interventions. The one from left illustrates the idea of elevated ground that provides a private garden. The second one is an office that has rooms in the back where the original ground floor is lowered, providing uniform floor and high ceilings with the potential of creating a proper ventilation system. The aim of the rooftop apartments is to provide more diversity in apartment level. Some of them are designed to compensate the loss or change of the first floor's apartments. The apartment plans are considering the existing canalization shaft. However, the idea was to provide something different from the existing apartments from the plan level. Majority of new apartments are 3-room apartments. The surrounding areas are used as a rooftop terraces to give the chance to spend time and grow, for example, some plants there. And this is a closer look of the apartment typologies. The one in the middle has its own private garden, for example, and maybe this approach do not look as realistic at first glance. However, it is done intentionally to ensure the variety of apartment typologies, and the main scope is focused on a scale of housing block. Thank you for the listening, and I'm ready to answer the questions. Ja te võite küsimusi esitada ka eesti keeles. Aitäh!
Thank you. Aitäh, Emily. I will read the review. So the review was written by Frans Saraste, Finnish architect and PhD student at Aalto University. And it's quite thorough review, so I will just read the beginning and the conclusion part of it. The question of preservation of panel buildings is an extremely important topic, not only because of the volume of modernist buildings coming to an end of their expected life cycle, but also because of the building system and its materials are still in large part in use. We see by looking at the EU standards of the 2010 for building life expectancy that sadly the attitudes that allowed the 50-year life expectancy of the Laagna buildings do not yet lay in a closed chapter of material culture history. In an ambitious attempt to bring forth solutions to a network of social and ecological challenges, while also tackling challenges of building physics, transportation and logistics, Zavatski puts forward a thoughtful and inspiring proposal. Connecting Laagna buildings to the rest of the city is an interesting and ambitious urban statement. The images are beautiful and clear, trying it to the very professional and clear layout of the whole thesis presentation. An arising question, which could possibly be a further topic of discussion, given that the existing wall panels, although more sheltered with the new reinforced facade, is still likely the bottleneck in terms of structural integrity. Could the new facade support frame, figure 48, be attached in a way that makes for an easy disassembly when this day comes? Conclusion. In form of a master thesis, Zavatski presents us with a clear, thoroughly analyzed, well-sourced and elegantly executed proposal for a challenge that modern cities will be confronted with an ad nauseam in years to come. Not least in light of the short time frame of the process, I'm very impressed with the quality of the work. Congratulations. Suggested grade 5. Emily, would you like to respond to the comments or the question posed?
Firstly, thank you for the review. The question that raised from the review was about, I believe, this section, yes. So basically, the idea of implementing the new materials could be done by the new technology of renovating. Considering that EU aims to be climate neutral and the renovation standards should achieve the at least energy class C to the 2050 by 100%, considering all the old buildings, the new technologies for renovating the building facades are basically inspired from the prefabricated panel buildings. So the panels are produced in the previously in somewhere else, and they're then put to the existing facade. So my idea is that if the panels could be done in this way, and for example, considering the case studies, the Akadeemia 5A, which is the dorm building in TalTech, is done by this panel system. That new panels are attached to the existing walls. So therefore, this idea could be implemented as well with consideration of circular and sustainable materials, because right now they are using regular materials.
Okay, one question is, you have different parts of the building which are going to be demolished, and some of them are rebuilt. And have you done this calculation? What is the CO2 emission of this all renovation process? What is the gain and what's the loss?
Yes, I know that some of the sections are demolished, but the consideration that the waste could be used in other parts of new interventions as well. For example, the concrete could be crushed and used as a landfill. And for example, I've considered only that, considering the load-bearing elements, I kept the openings with the original whiteness. So I think that it would implement with these new interventions, and yeah, the materials could be used with these new interventions.
But have you done this CO2 emission calculation about this project?
No, because my scope was considering the housing block scale, not the building scale. Therefore, I concentrated on the bigger area, and therefore some of these focuses are not so precise.
Okay, second question is about this domination of the car, and you want to avoid it. I saw this in the site plan that there are quite a few of them are still there. Yeah. But there is quite a big amount of residents living in the future in this area. Do you think that they are mostly going to walk, or they still need that amount of cars?
Right now, with this solution, I kept the original amount of parking spots that are there right now, not with considering the current norms. But for the future, I really like to believe that it will be much greener solution. So therefore, the residents will use more bicycles and other transportation that do not need cars precisely in this area.
Okay, and last remark is about this also this parking areas mixed with the pedestrians. It's quite problematic topic, I think, in today and maybe in the next future as well.
I think that right now the main idea of my work was to put the car dependency background and give the residents more space there. So therefore, with the speed limits and some of the restrictions, I think that it could be done as this. For example, in Kuressaare, they have this central town where the speed limit is lowered and the area is much more for the residents and for the pedestrians. So this could be idea in this area as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so I will continue from there. If we look at the views for the blocks at the moment, if you go there at now, then there are small roads for cars and pedestrians and a lot of greenery that is not very functional. Now, what you have done, you have put this greenery in a more like a focused straight lines, you have some areas just focused on the greenery or dedicated to the greenery, and then you have a lot of impermeable surfaces, which is more than now. But if we're talking about climate change and the rainfall intensities and so on, if we look at the Tallinn stormwater strategy and so this is something that we want to avoid actually, because now we are making another problem. With that, we are increasing the runoffs and so on, and we are causing local floods. So why did you go on this direction, so reducing the greenery instead of increasing it?
I think that I wanted to arise some of the other qualities as well. Of course, I know that greenery is very important, and in my approach, I also put the focus on green areas, but one of the focuses was to provide multifunctional space, because right now the current areas in the courtyards and around the buildings are very monofunctional. And therefore, I chose this application to add small-scale pavilions, and so to add them shops, offices, and so on, to bring the more life to the quarter, basically, from the buildings. So it's not only the circularity project, it connects the human scale and the good considerations of living environment to the one project.
Okay, I think this is something that you and other architects or landscape architects should definitely consider when doing such projects. And the other thing, just a comment, we are talking about greenhouses in near Laagna road, for example, then I would think of pollution definitely, and then I would think whether I want to eat those strawberries and so on that are actually growing there. But thank you.
Yes, but I think that, as I said previously, that this is not the idea of how to implement, for example, by tomorrow, but it's more for the future, and considering then the pollutions and the I hope that also the car dependency would decrease, so the Laagna road could be redefined as well.
Yes, thank you, Emily. Super fascinating work, and I also love the fact that those competitions that were raised a few years ago are still actively being thought of and developed. And in that terms, I wanted to discuss two scales, but I would just in a bigger scale, in the master plan scale, I would just have some of the some ideas, like and maybe not that much of questions. In terms of the car domination, as already previous speakers have said, that this is, well, this is great to sort of scatter it around, but I'm wondering, do you have to also provide some substitutes or ways how the pedestrians or the public transport could reach the area, and then really then focus around the public transport node that you are, for example, providing on this quarter or on this area, that would also guide people to use that, and really discuss like how can you reduce the amount of cars instead of scattering them around, providing substitutes or providing better solutions.
Yes. When I introduced my architecture Benelli approach, I think I can put the sections in here. The first approach considered the bigger scale. So the approach was that I will redefine the car routes, and I will provide the bus line, considering that these are biogas buses, considering the existing electricity grid in Estonia. The biogas is much more sustainable than current electricity resources, considering that we're not have achieved the fully circular electricity production yet.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about the transportation that is inside of Laagna there.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
like, how can you bring or further the transportation into the quarter, into the living quarter, that people actually would leave the cars home or not have them at all, and could get from in front of the building, in front of their apartment, to the city center to work.
Okay, so I think that currently we're in Tallinn, there are already the developments of how to say, rental elements such as bicycles, how to say, tõukerattad? Scooters, yes, sorry, and the cars that can be shared as well. So if you don't have your private car, then you can just rent it, or the same thing with the bicycles and so. And all the environment is actually going towards the rental, how to say, approach.
But there are also disadvantages with those rentals,
of course,
right?
Of course.
But I'm wondering just in that terms that if you are saying that this is really important to have the public transport there and to have the bike lanes there, then I think it should be visible on your master plan. We should see the bike lanes out. Where are the fast tracks to the city center with a bike? Where is my closest transportation node? And could it be brought even closer? But in terms of the building block scale, as you said, you want to discuss this scale. I really like the idea of taking the most out of the fire protection walls that are like there's no windows, nothing, and activating it. I would have even gone higher. You know, you have all those, I mean, actually you have some that are like fully vertical, going the full length, especially the south-facing facades. Yeah, this one, for example, that's a really good example. And I also like the way how they are scattered like in different functions, in different locations, and also on top of the roof. But I started thinking of the historic master plan that actually had a vision of having those big cultural or let's say public function buildings all over the place of the master plan that was never built, and that's why we're in a dead end now. But the fact that you are making them rather small volumes, that also takes away potential of having there, for example, a kindergarten or some kind of a concert hall or a museum, or I mean whatever kind of a cultural institution or a bigger school even. So I'm wondering if there's a way to, instead of making a small chunks, also think of like a larger scale, or how to introduce those programs or those functions that we are missing in Lasnamäe, and that are the reason that we're going into a city center inside of this area. And I would be interested of seeing a bigger version of your plug-in system.
Yeah, I think that, as I said before, the scope was a bit different. I really wanted to deal with the courtyards, and considering that the existing volumes are already so big, I didn't want to put there another very big volume. I just wanted to give the touch of humanity to there.
Corbusier had a really nice kindergarten on a rooftop.
Yeah,
just a hint.
That could be done, yeah.
Yeah, very interesting project, and I think it's important from Beijing to Paris. Actually, there's quite a lot of similar challenges in the world. But yeah, following your discussion and also kind of this accessibility, how we can come to your space. I think I have an idea, but what do you understand about how do you bring walkability and architecture and block size, etc., together, and how is this? Oh, you just have to present it how it is solved in your project. I can see it at this slide already. I think from my perspective at least, but I would like to hear it from you.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the actual question?
Well, the actual question, what supports kind of walking instead of driving, especially in these kind of large-scale blocks you mentioned before, Le Corbusier and kind of his Villa Radieuse, and what is kind of the idea behind your concept? Are you having an idea concerning kind of bringing people kind of, I should not answer the question myself.
You can.
Yes.
Actually, you can, yeah.
No, but say what's the answer?
Yeah.
Ah. Okay. No, I think it's kind of the question of block size and also the problem of kind of these large volumes that they enhance kind of the use of cars.
Yeah.
And in my impression, I think that you solved it with this kind of fine grain, so you reduce kind of the size, you work with this materiality, with these three-dimensional elements in height, but also in depth, which kind of enhances the walkability. People like to walk in places they understand, and you cannot understand a block which is kind of 120 meters per 60 meters. So it's kind of the human scale. You found in my
this
in
is
my
for better
point of
understanding
view.
the place.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So this was the answer.
Okay. Thanks for the really fascinating projects. It was really interesting to see the new approach. Somehow it raised a bit the question of the situation right now. Is I was just wondering about the people living there today. Is it somehow I got the answer, as you said, that the flats remain the same quite because they are quite well planned already. But somehow still I was just thinking if the old people are remaining the place, or your approach needs the new people there?
No, actually, I considered that I've done very quite minimal interventions to the buildings. Of course, as I said, some of the apartments got affected, but I proposed the new ones to not get rid of the apartments, and therefore the idea is to ensure the existing environments to the existing residents.
Mm. And then the other question raised out from that if you show the public space under the balcony,
Yeah.
I had an idea. I didn't really see the ideas for the public spaces, but just I didn't have time to look at them. But maybe you can say if you analyzed the public spaces that they're self-creative right now.
Yeah.
There are, and did you have some ideas rose up from that, or indoor and outdoor?
Yeah, as I said, that one part of my proposal is small-scale pavilions and small-scale buildings. So therefore, some of them could be used as a gathering places, seating spots as well, and also I proposed the areas on the rooftop level as well, so to give the function to the rooftops.
Did they have a function?
Right now, in my proposal, rooftop plan, where do I have it? So rooftop plan, I proposed the new apartments on the rooftop level, and these gray areas in here and in here are used as a semi-public spaces for the residents of the building.
Thanks for the presentation. Looks really, really nice. Mike, I have two questions, actually one comment and one question. So to continue on the topic of the kind of common areas in between of the buildings, at the moment, like one of the biggest issues is that the courtyards belong to the city. So
Yeah.
have you thought about this? Obviously, so in order for them to stay that nice as on your renders, people should feel kind of like that it belongs to them, right?
Yeah.
So have you thought about this collaboration with the city? Is it like that the city just gives away these spaces? Or?
Yeah, I think it could be considered as a collaboration, and considering that right now in Europe there are different foundations that are providing the circular projects, I can assume that in Estonia in some of years can be some similar foundations as well, and then it would be the collaboration between the foundations and the city to propose more enjoyable living area. Yeah.
Okay. So the second question would be about structure. Maybe you mentioned it, maybe I didn't listen carefully enough, but obviously you have removed some interior walls, and in panel houses I think most of the panels are load bearing, so like I don't see like columns, so what do you...
I actually, when I made the openings, I think in here it can be seen, for example, this is connected with the existing apartment, and I actually kept the openings as wide as they are originally. So as I figured out that I can make the openings like taller or bigger by the scale of tallness, but I can't make them wider. So therefore, this problem could be ensured by this.
But the inside of the apartments, that would be like columns and beams, or?
Actually, I think in this case, I kept the existing walls that are in here in this line.
Okay,
yeah.
okay, cool. So yeah, just from there, like I guess the next step would be to if you would work with the structure also, then could add like some sort of like openings inside of the building, so to make it more like porous.
Yeah.
I mean, there is this famous corner that everybody knows.
Yeah.
It's there because of the way cranes worked, or like it's not like on purpose.
Yeah.
So you could also remove some stuff and like create like a more, although the buildings would be higher, like still high, you could have like a more like a open thing on the ground.
Actually, I considered this approach, but As the volume of my thesis, I concentrated on this level. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you for the good discussion. It's a dream project actually to supervise. I didn't need to do any kind of pushing, even though we met on weekly basis, and it was just pointing out some directions and interesting articles and sources for Emily. So it's really nice to supervise a project that keeps on going itself and driven by the author herself, and exploring all the time new things, almost including 2 master theses, first the competition entry and then this one. Only thing that I would wish would be more time, because I think that with a bit more time we could have a bit deeper, but all the students here have the same constraints, so this is what we can do in this time frame, and I'm very happy with this process and the end result. And maybe one of the turning points of the process was the decision whether to go towards more visionary approach, changing the insides of the building and assuming new residents and so on, or keeping more realistic, seeing the current residents as something valuable that we want to keep there as people who already are rooted in this area and are important part of the history and culture it has. And I think now when listening to your presentation that it was a wise choice to kind of respect that these people maybe have grown up in this area and belong there, and assuming radical renovations might make it impossible for them to live in their apartments further. So it's kind of balancing between what could be done and how visionary you want to be and how big changes can be achieved. So that's all on my side. Thank you.
Thank you. And I really want to thank you, my professor and supervisor, for the great support and being with me in this journey. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Now it's time to have a lunch break. For the committee, we have a lunch downstairs in the same room where we left in the morning. And let's try to continue according to our schedule 1:30. So we have some 50 minutes. That's enough. To continue with the afternoon presentation, we have 4 projects to be presented during this afternoon. And the first one will be presented by Vincent Marquardt, and I have been supervising Vincent's project. Vincent, please take over.
Good afternoon from me also. As Kimmo said, my name is Vincent Marquardt, and I'm here to talk about co-housing. The topic of my thesis then was co-housing, shared living as a housing alternative. Before I jump in, I just want to lay out the structure of my thesis. So the thesis consists of 2 parts, the theoretical part and the project part, as you can see. So I'm briefly going to talk about the theoretical part first, and then talk about my proposal for the project. So co-housing is nothing new, essentially. Since the evolution of humanity, basically, people have wanted to live in communities. But now, as the modern kind of co-housing movement has started, there are different concepts of co-housing. So I just want to clarify that this project is about co-housing in a single apartment building. So basically like a vertical village. For the purpose of the project, co-housing was then defined as a resident developed, owned and managed development that creatively mixes private and common spaces to recreate a sense of community while preserving a high degree of individual privacy. The underlying concept then being that instead of you and me having 2 separate apartments, we reduce a little bit of the private space, but on the contrary, we then gain more space in the shape of shared space, and also the benefit of being part of a community. So why is co-housing right now relevant, or the actuality of the topic? As there are global trends of a growing population, economic changes, as you're all aware, I'm sure housing prices are skyrocketing at the moment. We have sociological and demographic changes with an aging population and trends of people living more and more alone. We have rising trends in mental health issues and loneliness, and of course environmental problems to tackle. And modern developments failed to kind of answer these problems. And often what's left is like a sterile kind of space. So I was kind of looking for how to build for community building and for communities in general. So then the aim of this thesis is to create an overview of the topic in general, of modern co-housing and the development process, to assess the local Estonian housing stock and housing strategies, to lay out criteria for planned co-housing developments, and provide an example for Estonian context by proposing then a project in Estonia of co-housing. For this then, the research question was stated, can co-housing provide for a high living standard without excessive use of square meters? And the research methods used were then, I made myself familiar with the literature and with the research done on co-housing, and then I made a comparative and visual analysis of 3 case studies from different countries in Europe, mainly Germany and Switzerland. So here you can see the case studies that were chosen. They were chosen by my proposed criteria that were based on the research part of the thesis. For example, project size, community size, and some floor plan specifics. And then here is an example of how this analysis was conducted. I'm unfortunately don't have enough time to explain it very thoroughly, but in general, I analyzed the shared spaces and the private spaces, how they relate to each other, what facilities were provided, the size of the private areas and the shared areas, and other numerous characteristics. As there is no real guidelines on how to design for co-housing in general, I then kind of laid out some positive approaches, in my opinion, that were from the literature and the case study analysis that could improve the future projects and my own project in terms of community involvement and community building. So from the theoretical part then, general conclusions were that first of all there is a lack of studies on the individual happiness of co-housing residents. But you could say that there was enough research to support the claims that residents have significantly higher level of interaction compared to residents in regular housing, possess high levels of trust, norms of sharing and democratic values. For the development and the development barriers, the most development barriers had to do with lack of interest by authorities and developers, as their incentive to explore new designs is kind of minimal because they're just creating and building what they're used to do. And about housing in Estonia then, first of all, no intentionally developed co-housing communities in Estonia were found in the research. And then the analysis of key metrics of housing market or the housing stock in Tallinn revealed there to be a big demand for social and affordable housing, which you can see on the table on the right, where demand was up to 40 times higher than the available units in some cases. So in the theory I proposed then that co-housing could buffer these or help out these demands. Sorry. So then, about the project. The project sits in an existing structure, a grain elevator building that's abandoned at the moment. The site is located in Tallinn, Estonia, in Hiiu, near to Nõmme. And you can see the building highlighted here. So why did I choose this project location? There's two main aspects to this. One being that it's an abandoned site, as I mentioned, and there have been unsuccessful proposals in the past about this area and about this structure itself. So there was an architectural competition in the past, but nothing was realized. And now, as of 2022, there was a new private architectural competition to kind of reinvent this whole area and create a mainly residential neighborhood. So I found this to be very actual, the topic. And then second part of the reasoning is the grain elevator structure. It has a very unique shape, has a very unique look, and it has a very unique structural grid. I'm going to get to that later, but the building consists of vertical walls, so you only have to add actually slabs for it to be like a residential area, development, and also some openings cut into the facade for light. So it was very tempting to think about adaptability and flexibility that were introduced in the theoretical part, and how these concepts could be in this building. So about the existing site, as you can see, it's kind of a chaotic industrial site at the moment. You have these two lines shaping the neighborhood, which is the Pärnu street or Pärnu highway, and then the residential walkway from Harku to Nõmme. You have access from the south, here down below, 3 access streets, but on the site itself there are no real official streets, let's say. And also the building stock is kind of torn down, and it's kind of an abandoned, not all of it, but kind of an abandoned looking area. And there is a structural plan that was proposed by the Hale Architectural Office of Tallinn in 2018 that kind of restructures this whole area and proposes a new outlook for this area. And it states that if some adjustments or some deviations were to be made from this plan, you should consider the area holistically and take everything into consideration. So that's what I did. I proposed a new kind of neighborhood for this area, consisting mainly of then 7 building blocks, which have access streets around the perimeter of the blocks. And you have one central two-way street that leads to the silo building itself, and then you have like one-way streets around the blocks, with parking then solved on the perimeter also, so you have residential only, pedestrian only, like city blocks. One thing to take into consideration was also the restriction of the Nõmme general plan, which stated that building couldn't be higher than 13 meters or 3 stories in height. And also it was supposed to be a mixed neighborhood, so it was supposed to be a 50% residential, 50% commercial neighborhood. Oops. So here you have like an overview of the area. As you can see, Nõmme is a quite low density area with mainly residential buildings and forests surrounding it. Coming then to the site plan. For this site plan, also a kind of a co-housing approach was chosen. So you have this co-housing building in the middle of the site, and then you have the other residential buildings around it, also on the building on the site perimeter. So you have some shared functions, like for the whole neighborhood in the middle of the site, and then you have the other buildings around it. Also you have parking adjacent to the site on the perimeter of the site. And also you can see from the site plan that the building kind of sits in a pit or in a bowl, as the building was dug out to reveal the ground floor. So you have access from steps to the building ground floor. Now talking about the existing structure then. The building itself was completed in 1956 during the Soviet era, and it was, of course, the function was, of course, to hold or store grain. Grain was brought here from all over the Soviet Union, according to archiphiles, even from Siberia. And the capacity of the structure was then 11,000 tons of grain. How it worked was you elevated or brought up the grain to the top of the building, then you let it into the containers of the silo, and then you could release it from the, as you can see from the right picture, from the ground floor. The building remained its function until 2006, and after this it has been abandoned. As you can see from the outside facade picture, it's also, at least from the outside, in a pretty bad shape. Here's a diagram about the structure then that was drawn up from the archive files. As you can see again, the building has this kind of honeycomb structure inside, or like container structure, where the grid is a 3x3 grid with 200 millimeter walls containing then the grain. And these walls go from ground to top. So for my design approach, I then chose, as of course, the co-housing approach, which from the literature I took a lot of, advice. The building has public function on the ground floor, as I stated on the site plan, and then housing in the rest of the building with community rooftop and terrace. On the scheme on the top, you can see kind of a scheme of the building grid then. For the design of the floor plans, the only fixed parameters were chosen that were fixed parameters were in the middle of the building, of the grid, as there were wet spaces and staircases. And everything else was kind of flowing around them. To meet different needs and get different typologies, I proposed a unit catalog that proposes different types of units for different types of users or different types of end residents. The catalog then was called according to the size of the units from S to XL. And as I said already, the units then are for different types of people. You have the smallest one, which is basically just a bedroom, which would fit maybe for students or for elderly. Then you have more and more functions and more daytime furniture, and with the XL version being then a two-bedroom apartment basically. So before I jump into the layouts themselves or the floor plans themselves, I just want to highlight or stress that although I assigned kind of these specific floors for the purpose of the project, the idea of the layouts was just to showcase and maybe highlight the different possibilities this kind of approach allows for. And although there is like one approach going through one whole floor, of course, actually, you could very easily change the approaches according to needs. You could add units, take units out, and the idea was to showcase then different possibilities that this approach allows for. So here you have the ground floor of the site of the project, with that hosts then the main public functions. You have the here you have the community cafe / living room for shared meals and just spending time together. Then in the middle you have here you have a co-working space, and on the right side you have a workshop. And of course then the staircases and some storage units and spaces. Then on the next floor, the shared mezzanine floor, you have just extension of the same functions. And then here is the first co-housing approach, which is the one-room apartments. This floor plan then hosts the smallest unit, the S unit, which is only basically a bedroom that then opens up towards the shared spaces that holds all the necessary functions for living. And this approach holds the most private units per staircase then, as it is the most compact one. For the through apartments, there's a similar approach, but you get more flexibility of the shared areas. So by rearranging kind of the private units, you get this free-flowing form of shared areas, which allows for more private spaces and more private, semi-private corners maybe. Then for the next floor plans, you have the cluster apartments. Cluster apartments are basically then independent apartments that also have access to some shared areas. And those go through 2 floors. So you have on the first floor, you have the shared areas, which are basically a living room, a communal dining area, a kitchen area. And then you have on the sides and on the second floor, you have then the apartments themselves, which are, as I said, independent. They also are equipped with kitchens and living rooms and separate bedrooms. I also introduced just a regular apartment layout, as first of all, in the case studies, most cases had these kinds of approaches where a building doesn't have to be only co-housing oriented, but also there are regular apartments which also have the benefit of then the public functions on the ground floor and the rooftop. And then the rooftop itself. So the idea with the rooftop was that each staircase goes then to the top of the building, and kind of finished with this greenhouse that's for all year round community gardening. And of course you have then the exceptional views from the top of the building from 30 meters height. Talking about the facade of the building, the facade was inspired by the grid-like structure inside the building. So it's a kind of very generic looking building at first, but by adding shading elements, interior shading elements, which are kind of different colors of wood, you get this kind of very lively facade which never looks the same according to the users just having them open or closed. And on the section you can see the uniqueness of the shape. It's a very, very slender, very narrow building, which allows for a lot of daylight, natural ventilation. and etc. And here you have the side elevation and the simplified sections where you can also see how the staircases and white spaces go from top to bottom and everything else goes around them. Here's then a review of the neighborhood again and some pictures from the outside. And some internal pictures also. That's it, thank you.
Aitäh, Vincent. We will continue with the review that was written by Bas Gremmen, a Dutch architect and experienced teacher of architecture in TU Delft, now living and practicing in Finland. Bas Gremmen writes, the actuality of the thesis is spot on, especially now housing prices are rocket high. The author has a good sense for an up-to-date theme. For the same reason of actuality, the author has chosen to illustrate the results of his research on co-housing in a building volume that is already there, the old grain elevator building in Hiiu. I'm always enthusiastic when projects are realized in the existing building stock, avoiding extra emissions of CO2. The presented floor plans demonstrate the idea of co-housing in a clear and understandable way. In general, the presentation explains crisp and clear the intentions of the chosen strategy. I will need to skip a bit because this is a long review. The author wants to design an example project in the Estonian context, so the proposal could be examined and evaluated by colleagues, developers and municipalities to make them enthusiastic to do this kind of projects. Therefore, I think it's a pity that the project is realized in an old grain elevator. It makes the design very specific due to, for example, spatial restrictions. It makes it more difficult to imagine it as an example for a common Estonian housing development. Conclusions. This thesis project is done in 3 months, and I want to congratulate the author on the amount of work that has been done. We look at beautiful drawings of a successful transformation of the grain elevator, and we can read an intense study of essential aspects of co-housing. Unfortunately, these two have too little in common. They belong both to a different world, especially there where the theoretical parts become interesting in the good questions of the author, the design doesn't give the answers needed. Together, they don't give a cohesive image to demonstrate the possibilities of co-housing in Estonia. And that was one of the wishes of the author. I think that in a short moment of distraction, both parts did go their own way. I think that the theoretical part of the work is good and the design part is good. But the combination, in my opinion, would be best expressed with the grade of 2, sufficient. Bas Gremmen, arkkitehtitoimisto Bas Gremmen, Finland. And Vincent, you might reflect on the critical remarks, also the ones that I wasn't able to read in here, if you like. So please go ahead.
Yeah, so if I understand the criticism correctly, then the problem was that the project didn't give the answers to the theoretical part, where I would kind of disagree because, I mean, the initial idea of the project was not to give like a common approach to housing in Estonia, but it was rather a project about the way of thinking of co-housing and the way of thinking and implementing different strategies that could then be implemented in Estonia. So I don't kind of agree with that because I myself, of course, find that these strategies were showcased as best as it was possible. But of course, I agree that this kind of structure had its limitations. But again, the idea was not to take this kind of 3x3 grid and then put it everywhere else in Estonia in the cities, but rather, yeah, it was a process about thinking in terms of co-housing and how these kind of design approaches could be implemented.
Thank you, Vincent. Then the committee, please. Who would like to start?
Thank you for the presentation. Yeah, it looks pretty professional. No kind of like critique from that side. Maybe just like a little comment. You basically said that you used every floor to kind of showcase some sort of like a unit, right? So why didn't you kind of mix them up? Like, let's say, S and M units on one floor, or S and L, whatever. So to kind of like, you know, because maybe that's the critique of the reviewer, is that it's like really homogeneous in that sense. You said that it's like an example. But I'm just wondering, why didn't you?
Yeah.
Could have also looked like cooler from the facade side.
Yeah, probably this could have been done. Just the idea was, as I think, or by doing the design process, I kind of felt like there were literally endless possibilities of kind of putting these Tetris pieces together. So I thought it would be the best and clear way to demonstrate these strategies by just having these clear drawings for each floor, and not starting mixing them up, because then the ideas might get lost in the floor plans. But of course, I agree that like this maybe would have been one extra floor plan there would have been great. Yeah.
Because like usually why the like social housing or this kind of buildings like fail is because the people who inhabit them are kind of like from the same social class. But if you showed it like more in a varied way, then you could kind of say that, okay, so there are private units that are just purely just apartments, so that the building doesn't become this like a fancy private kind of thing, but also that it's not just kind of low levels of social kind of like a
yeah, that was actually highlighted.
So if you have this like a mix, then like it's actually good that those kind of like different layers of people live together, and it actually hopefully makes like a more like better for everyone.
Absolutely, and that was also highlighted in the theoretical part, and that was the idea of the project. The main motivation was to not create some, as you said, private high-end luxury apartments, but instead have these kinds of different people living there.
I also really liked the starting point of the project, the cool old, really closed perimeter of the house. Always this community, I don't know, the point of view, like community is the answer to the problem. It always raises the question, as also he mentioned, that is it really for the community, or is it for the special part of the community? You know, if you are... I was just thinking about the age that people are living there. Is it like, is there, have you thought like the whole lifespan, or is it pictured for certain age group? I think the good thing of the community housing is that all the ages are mixed, and somehow the good values come up from that. And also I think that this is the problem of our society, that they are so separated. So I wonder if the project solves this, or is it, have you thought about that, or
yeah,
is it
course.
segregated?
So the theoretical part also highlights this. Best case scenario, you have very different people with very different backgrounds all living together. And yeah, I'm not sure if you say it, if this came through with the project, but of course this was the intention, yeah. So as I already said, the idea was not to create some kinds of luxury apartments, but rather have the community-led development, community involvement, and community-based.
And also had the question if did you find out some really good or the really good pluses that everybody wins, like, I don't know, common sauna that nobody fits their own to their own apartment, or I don't know, the huge laundry room, or did you find up some this kind of benefits?
Yeah, of course. So yeah, one very positive aspect about co-housing is that the environment of sharing. So as you said, instead of everybody having their own sauna, their own lawnmower, their own whatever drill, you can share these things. And this was analyzed in the case studies, and also here you have like not everybody has their own laundry machine and a laundry room and things like that, but yeah, they're like one common for everybody. And I think a very good example of this was exactly the example of the drill that was in the theoretical part. That I don't remember the exact numbers, but I think a drill in its lifespan is used for 10 minutes.
Less even.
Yeah, maybe even less. So why do we all need our own drill? So yeah, this project is definitely a comment on the sharing aspect of things.
I think it's 2 minutes or something.
Yeah, it might be.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. I somehow disagree with the reviewer because I think it's a quite difficult task. You kind of course, you found the task yourself to adapt kind of this existing superstructure and deal with its kind of all these disadvantages. It was not built for co-housing. It was not built for having apartments there, but to kind of deal with this kind of superstructures, and that is quite a challenge considering the short time. And I think I like the project. Of course, there are some weaknesses, but of course you cannot deal with every weakness in 6 months and solve every problem. What I also liked is kind of your life behind the windows, that you kind of illustrate what is happening, what is going on, telling some stories. Else it would look like a Chipperfield rendering. So I really like that. And I have some questions too, of course, not only comments. There was a tower. Where is this tower?
This tower was demolished.
Why?
Because first of all, the general shape of the building, it would have been very, very high. And secondly, the building generated so much floor space in the first place, so adding three extra floors didn't seem necessary, because it is still a very low density area, and it's a crazy project in itself for this area.
So the tower was completely destroyed.
Yeah.
Okay. Then my next question would be, how do you deal with the topic of identity in this neighborhood, especially in the context of this kind of Soviet building? What importance is for you kind of, or was in your design kind of the topic of identity in the context of the urban environment?
I tried to translate the identity of the old building in the renderings a little bit. Maybe you can see on the top there and on the apartment render. So I definitely wanted to, for this area, to still have this kind of industrial look and industrial feeling. So that's why I didn't, for example, in the interiors, didn't add any materials, and it's barely only concrete, etc. So, but other than that, as you could see, the other buildings were all demolished, so it's kind of a new identity, I guess, with then the talisman of the neighborhood, reminding everybody of the history.
Thank you.
I'm also a big fan of your project, and especially the fact that you're also continuing with the last Venice Biennale topic, like how will we live together, or how do we live together? And I think your concept on, in my point of view, your answer is together, and sharing is caring. So I see that in your plans and also in terms of how the building functions. But I will ask I want to discuss in two topics: the planning scale-wise, and then the shared space scale-wise. And I think the building itself, a 45-meter tall wall. It's enormous, and it definitely has a really big impact on its surroundings. the shadow that it's dropping behind it is huge. And I'm wondering if your buildings or your landscape design or your entrances or anything could react to that. The fact that you have a sort of like a dark, the long shadow area behind your building, maybe this could have been more reflected on your master plan, or the way how we enter, what kind of greenery is there, and in order to understand and creating a wall, and that is a really modernist idea, right? Like creating a wall, it always means that there will be one side and the other side, and the dark side really needs some kind of effort, and I think in the other way around, the southern let's say south and western facade could take a lot of benefit from it as well. So then arriving to the smaller scale, that's what I saw. I mean, I always saw the building, and I've seen some competition entrance for this building as well. So they're gonna be exciting solutions. So I hope that something will get built. But I see what you're doing here as scaffolding for a new social housing system. Mm-hmm. But as a scaffolding, I would like to see much more flexibility, the potential of growth, and also the potential of reacting to its environment. And I'm not really sure why you didn't grow or why you didn't thicken your facade, because you're taking it down anyway, right? You're leaving the structure, and then that's why I also consider the scaffolding. But I see a lot of potential on adding balconies, for example, having those shared spaces or this really limited spaces, or even your private spaces extended towards outside. So you could get rid of those you know, the entrance area pieces that you have there, but you can have it on all the floors. So we would, there would be a stronger connection to outdoors, but also we would deal with the shading. We would deal with some kind of maybe energy harvesting, but we would also differentiate between the facades, or between what it means to live on a eastern, northern east facade, and what it means to be on a southwestern facade. And I think these qualities would also start answering the general comment of the reviewer, because you took a really specific point, or you took the context where you applied your matrix, your system that you generated, or created, sorry. So that should then react to the environment. I think it's a bit too much of an abstract one, but then again, not specific enough in order to argue that this is meant for this context, because then as soon as you bring the climate and location and the context, historic context in, you should start already reacting. Your system should adapt and actually show what are the capabilities of your system. So, do you want to maybe comment on that? Like why, as you said, it was one of your first sentences, it might be too generic design. And I'm like, oh shit, don't say that. Because
no, I said it is generic design.
but again, it could be much more reacting to the context and becoming non-generic.
Of course, this crossed my mind as I designed the building. Two reasons, because I didn't add balconies were firstly, because of the identity of the building. I mean, you could argue that it's okay that it's left, but I felt like taking away also the slender structure would then transform the building into something wholly else. And the second was just the particular design of balconies. Like I tried some things, and it kind of came in the way of the design of the floor plans, in the way that if some apartments would grow, or if they should go through some kind of transformation, then maybe the balcony shouldn't be for the shared area anymore, but it should be for the private area.
Or both.
Yeah. So yeah, those were the considerations basically.
But I'm just saying that 9 meters are really, it's really narrow width, yeah. But in terms of light travel, etc., we can grow until 12 meters. So you have a potential of buffering it with 1.5 meters and actually making it something that that generate much more usable area, but also higher quality space. The fact that we have balconies, I think this is something that we learned from the last few years, and then we all want to extend our spaces in possible way. And
sorry, one comment about balconies also. One consideration was that by giving the building the rooftop terrace for the community, this then would solve the problem with balconies, because you do have like an external place, your own external place basically.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the presentation, and I have maybe one just a common or general question. So this is an old industrial area at the moment, and surrounded by residential buildings. So you have planned again a block of apartment buildings in Nõmme. So why did you do it, or what was the reasoning behind that?
Well, this kind of came together with the competition. How to say, competition guidelines, or what's to be expected from this competition. It's not supposed to be and only a residential area, as I said, but it's also kind of supposed to be like the HIU center, the new center, or something like that. So while not most, but many buildings of the new blocks are like one-story buildings, and they already are surrounded by some kind of new developments, for example, by the Vanna Street, which are three-story buildings. I think that this kind of center in here would be justified, and also the kind of the existing building stock right now there. Building stock right now is not only like residential buildings like on the sides of the project, but there are, as you could see from the existing site plan, there are quite big buildings already there.
And just a last comment, so this view from the forest to the building, so in what perspective could we see that? In 40, 100 years?
Well, it's taken from here, so it's not that utopian. There, behind the building or towards the east of the building, there are no big residential areas anymore. There is like a park there, or like a forest there. So while of course it's an romanticized way of showing this project, it's not that utopian.
Okay, there are some comments what are bothering me too, because it's very big miss-scale of the landscape, because there is surrounded by lower residential building, and this one is like wow, what do we have here? So maybe instead of putting as much of flats to this building as possible, maybe it would be nicer if there is a more open space in between the constructions, to open them, to make it more light. Because now of course it's based on the old structure, but it's so well like hidden into this blocks of flats that you must know the history, but you're not looking at the building, that why it's so big building there. If you're not knowing that there was silo before, it doesn't look like the silo now, and now there is a very confused picture of the scale of this building. So instead of tearing down only the tower, yeah, it's more radical. It's to blow it up or this wall as well, or to make it more light, to make more through windows, through different floors. There are 8 floors. So just sacrifice some of them, 3 of them on the top of each other. Make this structure more light. Put the garden inside the building. Make it more playful. But this one is too unscaled, huge monster in this suburban area. It looks like a suburb of Paris, with fireworks and car burning and ghetto and such kind of things. It's an imaginal picture for me.
Want to comment, Vincent?
I'm not sure what to say.
I was thinking of Paimio Sanatorium when I was looking at the image.
Sorry?
I was thinking of Paimio Sanatorium by Alvar Aalto when looking at that image, 1929. Not a bad building. Very slender, white, in the middle of forest, very tall. Okay, but please go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just going to say that the idea was basically to have as many people inside as possible. So I understand that for the sake of architecture, I could have done all kinds of things, but as the project was about community and was about how to use space as well as possible to have basically as many people living in a building as possible on tight space, then I thought it would be a contradicting view of just, I don't know, have some through openings or some other kinds of designs. I'm aware that it is looking very heavy, but I kind of like it.
Thank you, Vincent. Let's move to supervisor's comments. So there are projects where the supervisor's fingerprint is really, really visible, and this is actually quite the opposite. From the very beginning, Vincent has been able to formulate his own topic and find his own way through every design decision, starting with the program, project, theoretical framework, everything. This is all done by Vincent himself, and this is something to be respected. Not all the master theses are capable of doing this. And process-wise, I would like to highlight one thing that might also put the critical words of the reviewer in a new light, although we have to respect the sharp observations. If we start with the idea that the topic is co-housing, we might end up wondering, why did you choose to apply co-housing in the silo? But if the starting point is this building, it might be quite weird to think that, are we really supposed to fit in quite standard room program and standard apartments to a very special building like this? And couldn't the answer be a bit more special type of housing, like co-housing? And somehow the whole line of thinking starts to make more sense if you think of it this way. You have a need to reprogram this building, and after that you start thinking what kind of life, what kind of functions there could be to bring new life into this building. And I think this is maybe closer to the description of the process you had. I've been very pleased, of course, with the way you've taken yourself through the process. And it kind of is in the level of master thesis student, where you are capable of thinking yourself, guiding yourself, planning your timetables and everything by yourself, and making sure that everything is there on time, carefully finished, without anyone pushing or holding your hand during this process. So I'm very pleased with the process that I've had with you, and I want to thank you for that. And now the final words to Vincent.
Yeah, I want to thank everybody for the comments. I want to thank Kimmo for his supervision and his guidance. And I had a lot of fun with this project, so thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Vincent. We'll take a short break before the next presentation. projects coming on, so be ready. Next presentation is now given by Annette Boog, and her supervisor is Johannes Lylykangas.
Mina siis tegin oma magistritöö teemal arhitektuuri mõju tervelt elada jäänud aastatele Põlva linna näitel ja siis täna seda kaitsengi. Tervelt elada jäänud aastad väljendavad siis keskmist aastate arvu, mis inimene tõenäoliselt elab ilma igapäevategevuse piiranguteta, kui suremus ja rahvastiku tervise näitajad jäävad samaks. Statistikaamet kasutab selle näitaja arvutamiseks Sullivani meetodit, kus nad kasutavad aasta keskmist rahvaarvu 5 aasta kaupa soo- ja vanuserühma järgi, surmade arvu ning hea tervisega inimeste osatähtsust samades vanuserühmades. Lisaks nad küsitlevad inimesi ning arvestavad seal ainult neid vastuseid, kus inimesed vastavad, et neil ei ole poole aasta jooksul olnud üldse piiranguid igapäevategevuses. Eesti inimestel on keskmiselt 55,8 tervet eluaastat. See on siis 8,9 aastat vähem kui Euroopa Liidu keskmisel elanikul. Ja oma töös ma uuringi, et kas selle põhjustamisel on oma osa ka arhitektuuril ja linnaplaneerimisel. Minu töö hüpotees on, et arhitektuuris leidub tegureid ja nende kombinatsioone, mis mõjutavad tervelt elada jäänud aastate arvu. Ning neid mustreid saab rakendada kõikjal maailmas, et tõsta sünnihetkel tervelt elada jäänud aastate arvu. Uurimisküsimused lähtuvad hüpoteesist. Millised aspektid arhitektuuris mõjutab tervelt elada jäänud aastate arvu ning kuidas neid aspekte saaks ellu viia ja kasutada kõikjal maailmas ning erinevatel skaaladel. Meetoditena kasutasin kirjanduse analüüsi ning juhtumiuuringu analüüsi. Teoreetilises osas selgitasin mõisteid ja arvutuskäiku, teema olulisust ning vaatlesin muid mõjureid, mida siniste tsoonide analüüsis ei käsitleta. Siniseid tsoone analüüsivas peatükis uurisin nende linnaplaneerimist ning elustiili ning sinistest tsoonidest tuletatud mõjurite rakendamise teooriat ja näiteid nende rakendamise kohta ning praktilises osas tegelesin asukoha analüüsiga ning leidsin ka sekkumiskohad ning viisid tervelt elada jäänud aastate arvu mõjutavate aspektide rakendamiseks. Sellel kaardil on siis näha sinised tsoonid, ehk siis piirkonnad, kus elab kõige rohkem kontsentreeritult üle 100-aastaseid inimesi, kes on seejuures väga hea tervise juures. Et paremini mõista, kuidas arhitektuur mõjutab inimeste tervist, analüüsisin ma nende siniste tsoonide planeeringuid ning erinevaid arhitektuurseid aspekte, et leida ühisosa ning potentsiaalsed mõjurid, mida on võimalik arhitektuursete või planeerimise võtetega üle kanda igasse maailma piirkonda. Siniste tsoonide elanikke uurides on tähele pandud 9 elustiili aspekti, mis ühendavad neid kõiki. Liikumine, eesmärk eluks, stressileevendus, 80% reegel, taimetoitlus, veinikultuur, toetavad grupid, pere ennekõike ning kuuluvustunne. Siniste tsoonide linnaplaneeringuid uurides kaardistasin ja uurisin lähemalt nende piirkondade potentsiaalseid mõjureid, mis lähtuvad nendest eelmainitud 9 tervemat elu tagavast aspektist, mis on siis järgnevad 6 kategooriat. Liikumine, linnaplaneeringud, eluks vajalike teenuste lähedus, religiooni arhitektuur, stressileevenduskohad ja nende paiknemine kodust, kohalik toit ja selle kättesaadavus, pereelamud ja nende arhitektuurne struktuur ning kogukonnatunne ja kohtumispaigad linnas. Uurisin lähemalt 2 juhtumiuuringut, millest esimene oli siis läbi viidud Põhja-Karjala maakonnas Soomes. Seal tegeleti südamehaiguste vähendamisega ning sama lahendust saab kasutada ka Põlva puhul, kuna ka seal on südamehaigused kõige suurem tervelt kaotatud eluaastate põhjus, kuid muidugi oluliselt väiksemal skaalal. Selle uuringu puhul kaasati kogukond, lasti neil lahendusi ise välja pakkuda. Ja see uuring kestis üsna pikalt ja selle jooksul ka monitooriti neid inimesi meditsiiniliselt. Teine juhtumiuuring leidis aset Fort Worthi linnas Ameerika Ühendriikides ning selles projektis toimunut võiks liigitada sellise linna ruumilise akupunktuuri alla, kuna tehti selliseid väikeseid muudatusi, näiteks parandati turvalisust ligipääsu hoonetesse, laiendati kõnniteid ja parandati erinevaid aktiivse transpordiviise. Ja seal siis tehti seda konkreetselt siniste tsoonide elanike näitel. Saavutati tervishoiukulude kokkuhoid ning kodanike heaolu ja rahulolu kasvas pärast seda projekti. Tervelt elada jäänud aastate arvu tõstavad siis mõõdukalt tihedad linnaplaneeringud, looduskaunid vaated linnas, aktiivsusele suunav ja stressi leevendav keskkond ning mitmed ühiskondlikud ja elustiili mõjurid nagu mõõdukas toitumine, toetav seltskond ja religioon. Uurisin ka tegureid, mille vähendamisega linnaruumis saab tervelt elada jäänud aastate arvu tõsta, müra ja õhusaaste. Ning selle põhjal siis koostasin 5 reeglit tervelt elada jäänud aastaid tõstvale linnale. Ja selle teooria puhul koostasin siis raamistiku, mida on siin paremini näha. Ehk siis siniste tsoonide põhimõttel liikusin edasi luues tervisliku linna reeglid. Et täita neid linnareegleid, siis mõtlesin esmalt välja väiksemad ideed, mis reegleid täita aitaks ning nendest omakorda kujunesid suurema mõjuulatusega projektid. Ehk siis näiteks siniste tsoonide põhimõttel toimub loomulik liikumine, et selle toel siis inimesed suudavad kauem tervemalt elada. Sellest omakorda lõin siis tervisliku linna reegli, et linn peaks olema loomulikule liikumisele suunav, et neid tervelt elatud aastaid kasvatada. Ja siis pakkusin välja ideed, kuidas seda nagu väiksemal skaalal ellu viia. Pakkusin näiteks rattateed, haljasribad, kiiruspiirangud, eluraadius ja liikumiskohad, mis suunavad liikuma ning nende nagu kokkuvõtteks pakkusin välja siis rattastrateegia. Ja siis sama kehtib kõikide nende teiste aspektide puhul ning kokku siis sai 4 rakenduskohta ja need on siis rattastrateegia, terviserada, ühisaed ja kogukonnaköök, mis siis konkreetselt Põlva kohta on välja pakutud. Asukoha valik toimus läbi Eesti statistika analüüsi, et kuna Põlva maakonnas oli madalaim tervelt elada jäänud aastate arv ja sellega seotud näitajad, siis ja samuti oli see üks enim surmade, haiguste ja vigastuste tõttu eluaastaid kaotav maakond, siis sellest tulenevalt, kuna elanikest ligi 20% elab Põlva linnas, oli seal Põlva linnas just muudatuste rakendamisel kõige suurem mõju maakonna statistikale. Seega võiks seal näha kõige suuremat sellist mõjuulatust sellele kogu teooria rakendamisele. Analüüsisin Põlva linna sarnaselt sinistele tsoonidele ning kõigele muule lisaks jäid silma sellised 4 aspekti, et seal on tegemist hajaasustusega, et linn on natuke piklikuks venitatud ja see põhjustab selle, et lihtne on kasutada autot kõndimise asemel, et liigelda siis ühest linna otsast teise. Ja tegemist on ka segatud orgaanilise linnaplaneeringuga ning linnapildis jalutades on näha palju ühetaolist rohelist haljastust. Ja nüüd nende rakenduskohtade juurde, et esimeseks rakenduskohaks on rattastrateegia, mille esimene etapp algaks põhimõtteliselt siis katselõiguga, mille sisseviimine toimuks siis linna peatänaval, kuna seal liikleb kõige rohkem rahvast juba praegu ja see ühendaks siis linna kõige olulisemad punktid ka raudteejaamaga. Raudteejaam on siis seal põhjas ja siis siin on Kesktänav. Ja siis katseperiood tuleks läbi viia enne selle projekti väljaehitamist, et kuna see aitaks põhjendada seda väljaehitamise vajalikkust, et seda suurt kulutust ei oleks vaja enne teha, kui on olemas selged andmed selle kohta, et see võetakse kohalike poolt omaks ja nad tahavad seda kasutada. Ehk siis näiteks loendada rattureid enne katseperioodi läbiviimist, siis katseperiood tähendaks seda, et rattatee eraldatakse lihtsate vahenditega sellest autoteest ning kui see katseperiood toimib, siis see annab nagu rohkem õigustust sellele, et see projekt täiemahuliselt välja ehitada. Ja kui see esimene etapp toimib, siis teine etapp võiks olla selline, et ühendaks ka Mammaste küla sellesse Põlva rattavõrku. Ja see siis vähendaks Mammastest Põlvasse autoga liiklevate inimeste arvu ning võiks suurendada rattaga liiklevate inimeste arvu. Ja see teine etapp lisaks ka sellise rattaringliikluse ümber linna, mis võimaldaks veelgi kiiremini läbida suuremaid vahemaid turvalisemalt. Ja lisatud on ka väiksed potentsiaalsed rattateed, mida võib lisada, et liiklust veelgi mugavamaks teha, aga see ei ole otseselt vajalik. Selline on siis peatänava lõige praegu. Üsna palju on sellist kasutamata ruumi eraldusribade näol ja jalakäijatele on üsna vähe ruumi. Põhiliseks fookuseks on justkui autod, mis kipuvad kiirustama, kuna neil on ruumi väga palju. Ja mina pakun välja sellise lahenduse, kus mahuvad ära nii kõnniteed, rattateed kui ka haljastuskoridorid ning autod on teisejärgulised. Oma töös ma lahendan sellise ristmiku kaare, mis ühendab põhimõtteliselt siis rannaala ja keskväljaku, kus vahel võiks hakata liikuma rohkem inimesi, et seda tuleks teha turvalisemaks ja seega pakun sinna välja sellise küünisristmiku, et autod võtaksid aeglasemalt ja jalakäijatel oleks seda ristmikku mugavam ületada. Selline võiks näha siis välja vaade sellele rattateele ning ristmikule. Ning kogu selle projekti vältel nendest materjalidest, mida ma kasutan, nad on üsna lihtsad ja kerged, minimalistlikud, et ehitus oleks võimalikult kerge, pigem odav ja lihtne ka uuesti ehitada, kui selleks vajadus tekib. Ja samuti saab seda, lubavad need materjalid ka etapiviisiliselt ehitada. Terviseraja puhul selle terviseraja põhilisteks eesmärkideks ongi see, et ta pakub sportlikult vaba aja veetmist linna keskel, et see linn või tähendab see järv on seal nagunii juba olemas, miks mitte seda ära kasutada siis terviseraja näol. Ja see pakub ka mitmeid muid funktsioone. See võiks siis olla terviseraja kaart. Kasutatakse ära olemasolevaid katendeid ning lisatakse uusi, tekivad peatuspunktid sellele teekonnale ning kasutatakse ära ka olemasolevaid skulptuure, mis seal linnas juba olemas on. Ning lisatakse ka treppidega metsarada, et kasutada ära seda olemasolevat maastikku ning tehakse ohutumaks 2 ülekäiku Maamasti teega. Ja lähemalt lahendasin siis rannaala, kus on näha lõiget sellele paviljonile, rannapaviljonile ning natuke ka kiigeteekonda. Ja rannaplaan näeb selline välja. Kasutasin ära olemasolevaid elemente, näiteks võrkpalliplats, kai ja mänguväljaku elementid on seal juba olemas ning lisasin juurde muid, et tekitada uusi funktsioone ja seeläbi toetada seda tervelt elada jäänud aastate arvu kasvu. Selline on siis paviljon. Paviljoniga lahendasin ära kohviku ja sauna. Saun siis pakub ka talvel võimalust tervist turgutada ning kas või otse lavalt järve hüpata. Ning seal taga paistab õrnalt ka kiigerada, mis pakub alternatiivi lihtsalt pinkidele. Siin natuke näha seda kiigerada ning vaadet paviljonile ning treppidega metsarada. Kogukonnaaia funktsioonideks või pigem isegi eesmärkideks on see, et kohalikud saaksid endale võimaluse kasvatada tervislikku toitu iseenda koduaias ja seeläbi ka aktiivselt tegutseda, et see pakub mitmeid funktsioone, et parandada seda tervelt elada jäänud aastate arvu. See asukoht sai valitud seeläbi, et see asub terviseraja ja rattastrateegia esimese etapi ehk siis peatänava vahetusläheduses ning siis jääb 2 risti asuva kortermaja hoovi, kust mõlemast siis avaneb vaade sellele kogukonnaaiale, mis pakub turvalisust. Lisati viljapuid ja marjapõõsaid ning istutuskaste vastavalt vajadusele ning ka kasvumaja, et pikendada seda taimede kasvamisperioodi ning stressileevenduseks väike tiig ning kiviktaimla ning tegevustkaalastele ning lähemalt on lahendatud paviljon. Paviljonis praegu või esimese etapina seda saab samuti etapiti välja ehitada, et esimese etapina ta võib olla kasutuses lihtsalt katusealusena ja terrassina ning teises küljes on lahendatud siis panipaik, kus hoida aia tööriistu, aiatarbeid ning tulevikus saab seda siis täiendada, lisada näiteks klaasseinad ning tekitada sarnane kogukonnaköögi laadne ruum, nagu tuleb keskväljakule. Ja vaade, kuidas see jääb seal kohal, kus ta asub. Kogukonna köögi kohta siis nii palju, et selle põhiliseks eesmärgiks ongi kasvatada seda kogukonnatunnet, mis seal võiks siis tekkida ja samuti inimesed võiksid seal tulla kokku ja koos teha tervislikku süüa ja seeläbi kasvatada nii kogukonnatunnet kui häid harjumusi tervisliku toitumise jaoks. Natuke sellest, mis seal juba olemas on ja mis lisatakse. Alles on see korsten, mida on näha ning katlamaja on lammutatud. Jagatud ruumina pakun välja selle tänava, mis kulgeb Keskväljaku ja selle tulevase kogukonna köögi vahel, kuna seal autosid väga ei sõida ning ainukesed, kes sõidavad, on inimesed, kes turule lähevad asju müüma, seega neil natuke elu mugavamaks teha sellega ja künnisristmik, millest enne rääkisin, jääb alles. Ja sellisena jääb siis asendiplaan, kus kasutan terrassimahus ära selle korstna, mis seal olemas on ning avanevad vaated idasse Orajõele ning läände olemasolevale Keskväljakule. Ning siin ka näha natuke seda korsten, mis jääb siis terrassimahu sisse. Selle paviljoni võluks on võib-olla ka see, et neid aknaid on või sellised seinu on siis võimalik avada ning seda söömisruumi laiendada õue, et sellega nagu piire hajutada ning tuua rahvast natuke rohkem sinna kogukonna köögi poole ka Keskväljakult. Lõige sellest kogukonna ajast ning näha ka Keskväljak. Sinna siis vaade Keskväljakule, mis on tagapool. See on minu poolt kõik, aga aitäh kuulamast ja olen valmis vastama teie küsimustele.
Aeg on retsensiooniks. Retsensiooni on kirjutanud Annika Laidro, diplomeeritud arhitekt 7, 3 arhitektid. Teema on oluline meie vananevas ühiskonnas, aga veelgi aktuaalsem praeguses pandeemia ja sõjaolukorras, kus tervena elatud kvaliteetne aeg on saanud sügavama tähenduse. Teoreetiline osa põhineb statistikale ja erinevatele mõjuritele. Teine osa analüüsib konkreetselt 5 piirkonda maailmas, kus on tervelt elada jäänud aastate näitaja loomulikult väga kõrge ning 2 juhtimuuringut, mille puhul on suudetud seda näitajat efektiivselt tõsta. Siniste tsoonide analüüsil on tugeva kogukonna tekkimisel väga oluliseks osaks religioon. Et selle analüüsi andmeid üle kanda Eesti konteksti oleks võinud edasi arendada analüüsi teemal, mis on tugeva keskkonna tekkimise mitte religioossed alternatiivid. Projekti osa. Magistritöö eesmärk on luua põhimõtteid, mida saab kasutada kõikides asulates. Näitelahendused on välja pakutud Põlva linna, kus on Eesti madalam tervena elada jäänud aastate näitaja. Mastaabilt on välja pakatud lahendused mitmekülgsed, nii linnaülesed kui lokaalsed, nii konkreetsete asukohaga seotud kui ka erinevaid asukohti võimaldavad sekkumised. Oluliseks on peetud mitte ainult funktsiooni ja visuaalse taju, vaid ka lõhna- ja kuulmistaju. Linnaüleste sekkumistega on arvestatud olemasoleva olukorra ja võimalustega. Väga positiivne on ettepanek testlõikudeks rattateede puhul, nii saab paremini kaardistada vajadusi ning esmased sekkumised ei ole ressursirohked. Sama etapilisust oleks võinud rakendada ka teiste lahenduste puhul. Realiseerimise osa pealt oleks võinud veelgi enam pakkuda konkreetseid võimalusi, kuidas kogukond ise saaks panustada. See oleks hea alus tugeva kogukonna tekkimisele ning lahenduste efektiivsusele. Põrva järve ümber välja pakutud terviseraja puhul on nutikalt loodud peatuspunkti erinevate funktsiooni ning kasutajaskonnale. See võimaldab elanikke märkamatult terviserada kasutama meelitada. Peatuspunktide loomisel on mõeldud erinevatele kasutajatele ja kogemustele. Seda nutikust oleks saanud edasi arendada ka teiste lahenduste puhul. Näiteks luua kogukonnaköögis eraldi kööginurga lastele, laiendaks see kasutajaskonda nii laste kui ka nende kaasas olevate vanematega. Tööst ei tulnud välja, kas ja kui palju on autor kursis Põrva linna üldplaneeringu ning tuleviku eesmärkidega. Arusaamine, mis suunas linn areneb, on oluline sekkumiste väljapakkumiseks. Näiteks väljapakutud kogukonnaköögi asukohale Põlva Keskväljaku idaküljel on juba projekteeritud uus turuhoone. Seega eraldiseisva paviljoni asemel oleks võimalik kogukonnaköögi idee integreerida uue turuhoone ruumiprogrammi ehk siis täiendada juba planeeritud lahendusi, mis võimaldaks ettepanekuid lähiajal realiseerida. Edasiarendusena võiks mõelda, kuidas analüütilise töö tulemused on selgemini kasutatavad erinevates omavalitsustes ning mis viisil saaks Põlvas kasutatud näiteid üle kanda teistele asulatele. Kas siis konkreetsema printsiipide tabeli või Põlva lahenduste suurema üldistuse näitel. Magistritöö 2D-graafika on visuaalselt väga nauditav, vaid mõned skeemid võiksid olla kergemini loetavad, samas 3D vajaks paremat graafilist sidusust ülejäänud tööga. Parema võrdluse nimel oleks võinud graafilised analüüsid olla samas mõõtkavas. Kokkuvõte. Tudeng on uurinud aktuaalset teemat, mille kaudu on arhitektil ja linnaplaneerijal oluline roll kogu ühiskonna tervisele ja heaolule. Teema valik on vägagi tervitatav, kuna seab laiaulatuslikud teemad ning strateegiad kindla eesmärgi nimel ühtsesse võtmesse. Tudeng on suutnud moodustada konkreetse reeglistikku, mille põhjal praktilise osa lahendus on välja pakutud. Minu hinnang magistritööle on väga hea. 4. Annika Laidru. Kui soovid adresseerida, siis selleks on Katk.
Tal oli päris palju kommentaare, mida ma tahaksin võib-olla pikemalt arutada, aga palju ma neist juba vastasin ka tegelikult. Näiteks see raamistiku küsimus oli toodud sellel skeemil, või tähendab tabelis. Et põhimõtteliselt siis seda projekti on võimalik üle kanda kõigile piirkondadele, mis iganes sooviga. Et see tähendab siis, et põhimõtteliselt tuleks asendada ainult see ja see tabel. Ehk siis need suuremad reeglid, sinised tsoonid ja tervisliku linnareeglid jääksid samaks iga asukoha puhul ning vastavalt asukohale või asukoha spetsiifiliselt siis saab tuletada järgmised reeglid, et olla veel spetsiifilisem mingi konkreetse asukoha puhul. Religiooni osas see kogukonna tunne tekib läbi mitmete faktorite, et religioon on lihtsalt üks selline viis, kuidas seda võib-olla väga efektiivselt saavutada, aga võib-olla kõige olulisemad asjad, mis religioonis seda kogukonna tunnet tekitavad, on nagu traditsioonid ja selline ühtsustunne, et mingil määral on Põlvas juba olemas mingid nagu alged selleks, aga selliste lahenduste abil, nagu ma välja pakkusin, võiks seda vabalt arendada aga edasi. Ma arvan, et see on kõik. Võib-olla oli veel midagi, aga...
Alustan siis. Ma ütleks, minu meelest on see hästi aktuaalne teema. Päris kohutavad numbrid olid. Ma ei oleks arvanud, et see nii kohutav on. Endalgi hakkab juba vaikselt siin nagu silme eest mustaks võtma. Mis on nagu, mõnes mõttes väga tore, et probleemid ja lahendused on nagu hästi lihtsustatult välja toodud, on ju, et teades ise mõnda väike linna, kus on need samad probleemid, et siit justkui joonistuvad välja nagu mingid küsimused ja mingid lahendused. Võib-olla ma ootaks natukene nagu, et tihtilugu lahendused ongi lihtsad, on ju, aga kuidagi need võiks olla võib-olla natuke graafiliselt, kuidagi paremini läbitöötatud on ju. Ma ei oska öelda, kas see läbitöötatus on muidugi kohapõhine, lihtsalt ma arvan, et see rattastrateegia on hästi oluline ja et sellega saakski nagu tegelikult alla terve selle töö ka katta, on ju, et minna seal nagu väga spetsiifiliseks ja see oleks nagu ülitervitatav tegelikult Eesti kontekstis, on ju. Kõik ülekaalulisuse probleemid kuskil väikelinnades saaks nagu oma selle lahenduse ja nii edasi. Mis ma veel kirjutasin endale üles? Ja mul oli üks küsimus tegelikult selle, Põlvas on see kultuurimaja või rahvamaja, mis on tegelikult selle projektala nagu suht kõrval, eks, või nende sekkumiste kõrval. Et kas selle kohta on sul ka mingi idee või ma saan aru, töös see ei ole, aga et kuidas see võiks selles kontekstis nagu kaasa töötada või mis ülesannet sa sellel oskaksid näha? Religioon, äkki mingi religiooni alternatiiv?
Praegu ta jääb põhimõtteliselt sellest nagu sekkumisaladest kaugemale, aga ma ei teagi, mis seisukord tal praegu on, et kui palju seal praegu nagu tegeletakse sees millegagi, et küllap on mingid, seal on vist noortekeskus ja mingisugused linnavalitsuse ruumid, aga ma alguses kaalusin ka selle kogukonna köögi viimist sinna, nagu mõtlesin, et äkki tasuks seda ruumi nagu ära kasutada, aga tundus, et see on ikkagi parem variant seda eraldi kasutada. Pigem ma usun, et kui neil kogukond areneb, nad leiavad sinna funktsioone juurde küll.
Thank you for presentation. I guess it's understandable that the biggest issue with these kind of like places is that like to bring those ideas to the people who decide there, or the people who are like local architects or something like this. So in that sense, like it's a good project. But of course, the next step would be how to implement all those things. And for me personally, I think I would have wanted to see more like some local identity or some sort of like a stronger design language. But this is again a matter of taste. I guess it's also kind of similar to the critique of the diagrams, and the diagrams and renders not fitting super well together. I guess like if you found some way to present it in a more clear way where I could see more of your design kind of language, then those ideas would also kind of influence me more. Like I would feel more. But this is of course personal. I'm not saying it's bad design. I'm just saying that for me it was a little bit too cute in a way. So yeah.
So I guess there is no answer needed in this case. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, of course, if you want to answer.
No,
but yeah, I have to admit that I don't speak Estonian, so I didn't understand a lot of your presentation. But I tried to read your thesis a bit, to translate it a bit, and also, of course, could understand your images and illustrations. First thing, just a question, why is your green so gray? That's a simple question, actually, or not so simple, maybe.
I want to keep the greens a bit muted, not to jump out too much, but like the greenery has an important point in there as well. So.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking.
Yeah.
Yeah, in comparison, for example, to your renderings, which are quite strong, I think this critique has been mentioned, as I understood. There is quite a, you think it's kind of from two different persons' presentation, but of course it's not. I do understand that is that you are the author, of course. But on the other side, there is also, you're also kind of, in my opinion, kind of in a certain dilemma between abstraction and detail. So you have some of these projects like this pavilion, maybe you explained it already because I couldn't understand, but this pavilion is in quite detail here. But then it misses kind of the constructional part. How does this roof work with the snow loads and wind? Or on the other side, you have kind of this very abstract or kind of large scale or big scale urban analytical part where you can also not go to super detail. So seems to be quite tricky to find all of the scales and meet all of the solutions. Just one question to the topic of traffic. You discussed kind of this approach to bicycles. How did you analyze the space, or how did you kind of, on which basis did you kind of develop your concept?
About the biking strategy, I took a big look at the city, and I looked at the streets that are most used. And basically, the first stage of the biking strategy connects the city center to the railroad station. So that's why it's the main road of the city. And the second stage connects like smaller streets to create this circular movement around the city. And they are basically the most straightest streets there are to create kind of a biking highway or so you can like move very safely and fast through the city with a bike.
Okay, thank you.
Ma räägin eesti keeles, sest mul on siin kohalike projektide osas natukene kommentaare. Ehk siis EV100 projekti tead, eks ole, neid linnaväljakuid ja tegelikult need küsimused, ja ma tean, et see on seal ka, et need küsimused on ju tegelikult samad. Kuidas jäävad inimesed, kuidas inimesed nagu külades maakohtades elama jääksid, kuidas nad seal tervelt ja aktiivselt liiguksid ja sirkuleeriksid, kuidas tekitada kogukonna vaimu ja nii edasi. Ja naljakal kombel, seal on see väljak ära ehitatud üks esimestena või hiljuti ja mitte midagi ei ole seal. Ja kõik need asjad, mida sina välja pakud, need peaksidki olema need, mis tegelikult pannakse sinna sellele keskväljakule. Ja mulle tundub, et meil ei ole vaja enam neid keskväljaku võistlusi teha, vaid meil ongi vaja selle mingi linliku terviseraja võistlusi teha või siis mingisuguse sellise ühisolla kogukonna ala võistlusi. Et tegelikult meil ei ole linnale vaja keskusi, kui keegi neid ei kasuta. Aga ma arvan, et see, mida sa oled püüdnud teha, sa oled seda hajutanud nagu rohkem laiali ja ma arvan, et sa tõstatadki küsimuse, kas see väljak on õigel kohal seal üldse või kas need funktsioonid, mis väljakule pandi nagu kiige otsa, et kas need on nagu need hädavajalikud asjad või seal võiks olla hoopis kogukonnaaed, terviserada, kogukonna köök ja nii edasi. Eks mul on väga hea meel, et midagi sellist näha ja minu arust see annab ka päris huvitava sellise nagu vaatevinkli üleüldiselt, et miks ja mida me üldse seal nendes keskväljakutega korda tahame saata. Ja ma loodan, et sa kunagi lähed või näitad seda siis kas Arhitektuuri või siis selle võistluste korraldamise selles seltskonnas, et mis tegelikult võiks juhtuma hakata. Ehk siis see minu jaoks on see hästi selline positiivne näide ja mul on hea meel, et need analüüsid, mis sa oled teinud, mis retsensent võib-olla ei olnudki tähele pannud, et need analüüsid tegelikult ka kõike seda näitasid, et sa ehitasid üles süsteemi ja siis sa rakendasid seda. Aga ma olen nõus ka nende kriitika, mis siin on, et siin on nagu selline natuke skisofreeniline olek, et sa oled Lumionist oled maksimumi võtnud renderdades ja siis sa oled kõik need igasugused ja siis oled kõik need roosad sirelid ühte kohta ja nii palju neid tupsutanud, kui vähegi saab, aga ma arvan, et jah, sinu visuaalile oleks ka kasulik olnud natukene abstraktsem keel ja just sellepärast ka, et need taimestikud, mida meile meeldib seal rohepesuna kasutada, need on liiga detailsed. Ja me tegelikult ju tavaliselt tegeleme abstraheerimisega just öeldes ka, et seal võib olla taimestik, mitte et see on konkreetselt kollaste ja lillade ja õidega mingi põõsastik, mida üldse mitte troopilises keskkonnas ei kasvaks. Ehk siis, et ma arvan, et see on oluline sedasama tunnetuslikkust, mida sa rakendad enda diagrammidel ja joonistel tuua ka siis nendesse atmosfääridesse või nendesse piltidesse, mida sa tegelikult ju, millega sa kommunikeerid seda kliendile. Et ma arvan, et sa saad veel seda edasi arendada, aga üldiselt mul on tõsiselt hea meel, et sa oled leidnud siis sellised käega katsutavad lahendused meie nende igapäevastele linlikele depressiivsete väikelinnade küsimustele. Aitäh!
Nii, mina natuke ka arutaks detailide kallal, et võtaks selle sõidutee lahenduse ette. Nii, võtame selle uue lahenduse ette. Nii, siin on selline trendikas lähenemine, eks ole, et autodelt ruum ära võtta, panna see roheluse jalgrataste jalakäijate alla, mis on ju nagu ideoloogiliselt tervitatav. Teiselt poolt, kui me räägime praegu tervelt elatud aastate mõttes, vähendades stressi ja kõike muud, eks ole, siis ma arvan, et selline lahendus lühikeses perspektiivis tõstab kindlasti sinna keskele jäävate inimeste stressi, eks oleks need autojuhtide stressi märgatavad. See tundub nagu naljakas ka natukene, aga tegelikult see on asi, eks ole, mida me peame ka linna planeerimises kindlasti silmas pidama, et see tasakaal oleks mõistlik. Ja miks ma sellele tähelepanu juhin, sest ma ruttu võtsin selle põlva ette, et endale meelde tuletada, sa oled joonistanud need tänavalahendused 2 kõige suurema põlva tänava peale, eks ole, mis tähendab ka transiit, siis vedusid, ütleme, mis tähendab ühistransporti. et tegelikult kui me lõpuks selle tänava viime hästi väikseks selle tänavapinna, siis lõpuks me tekitame sinna liikluskaose ka mõnes mõttes. Et lihtsalt seda tasakaalu tasub ka alati vaadata, et kui me nüüd tõmbame 5-meetrise tänava 2,75 peale, et siis võib-olla see üleminek on liiga järsk. Aitäh.
Jah, eelpool tooduga täitsa nõus, sest et bussi enda puhaslaius on 2 meetrit, peeglid juurde panna on 2,5 ja 2 bussi kokku sõites võivad peeglitest ilma jääda. Aga see selleks, et mul oli tegelikult 2 märkust veel, et tervena elatud aastate poolest on üks oluline teema, mida ma ikkagi ei leidnud sellest tööst, on ju ka inimeste õnnelikkuse ja aastatele väga suur mõju on ka töö olemasolul ja töökohtade olemusel, et mismoodi see käib. Seda siin ma väga välja ei lugenud. Põlvas on väga tore see liimpuidutööstus ja need CLT-paneelide tegemine, et see, ma ei tea, kui palju see tema sellele inimesele mõjub tervise poole pealt. Et võib-olla see oleks ka tegelikult olnud hea läbi närida ja arutada, et kus need töökohad seal Põlvas asuvad, kuidas sinna saab, millega sinna liigutakse, et seda ma ikkagi ei pannud tähele, võib-olla see on. Aga teine küsimus ka, et mis puudutab neid renderdusi ja asju, et Põlvas paistab, et on 365 päeva on suvi, aga mõni pilt oleks võinud olla ka selline, mis on ka talvine pilt, et kuhu pannakse lumi ja kuhu see lumi siis lükatakse, kas see tänava haljastuse peale või kas seal on suusarada rattaraja asemel või on see kelgurada või et neid, alati on see rohepesu tore ja kõik on roheline ja renderdused on ka head, et see roheline ei ole mitte väga kirgas roheline, vaid on natuke hall, aga võib-olla mõnes kohas oleks olnud ka valge ja hanged ja oleks näidatud, et mis siis juhtub, et meil on ka tegelikult 4 aasta aega, et tegelikult selle töö puhul oleks võinud olla ka iga aasta aja puhul mingi siis rosin või mingisugune asi välja toodud, et mida siis sel ajal siis tehakse ja mismoodi see terved aastad siis ka sügisel on, kui depressioon on ja päevad lähevad lühemaks ja aastad lähevad lühemaks ja siis, et mismoodi see toimib. Aitäh.
Võin öelda selle töökohtade kohta nii palju, et võib-olla kui neid plakatid vaadata, siis siin on seda linna nagu paremini näha, et töökohad enamasti jäävad siia raudteejaama kvartalisse, sinna jäävad need suured tehased kõik ja võib-olla ongi see, et kõige rohkem inimesed liiglevadki siia elurajoonidest, mis jäävad siia järvest ida poole ja lääne poole, et kui nagu teise etapiga saab siit selle rattatee juurde ja siis selle kvartali inimesed saavad kas kvartali siseste teede kaudu sinna sõita, kas jalutada või rattaga sõita või mis iganes, või siis liituda selle suurema teega ja siis sinna kvartalisse minna, et see rattastrateegia nagu lõikab selle kvartali sisse, et selle läbi ta nagu aitab sinna liikuvust parandada rattaga ja jalgsi. Ma usun, et sügisel pole probleemi, et vihmaga saab ka rattaga sõita, lihtsalt õige riietus on vaja panna, aga talvel Soomes, Norras, Rootsis on võimalik talvel jalgrattaga sõita, lihtsalt lumi on vaja ära lükata, et nagu see ei ole üldse mitte tehtav, ma usun, et see on täitsa tehtav.
Aitäh komisjonil, aeg juhendajal sõna võtta.
Hi, thanks for the comments. I'm supposed to not interfere in the discussion and I won't. But there something about the process that it's probably a little bit relevant to that schizophrenia that was mentioned is that the investigation was very open, like scarily open maybe from my side. It was, but very confidently open on her side, so that the framework was supposed to be the most important thing. What is the intersection between what could be done in a much larger network and what can be done with normal tools that could be planning, policy, competitions or whatever. And yeah, maybe that the decision left open to where the theory guides has to do a lot with the variations that you see. But it was a good experience. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lõppsõna on veel sulle, nii et palun.
aitäh komisjon ja aitäh Jaanis, kes juhendas mind selle pika töö jooksul. Aitäh!
Aitäh!
This will now be the third presentation for the afternoon. We have here Daniela Ja presenting, and her supervisor is Emil Urbel.
Tere õhtust, mina olen siis Daniela Ja, minu juhendaja on Emil Urbel ja siis teemaks on orbude kodu Oslos ehk looduse ja ruumi mõjust rehabilitatsioonile. Siis magistritöö teema valikus ma olin inspireeritud rahvusvahelises võistluses, mis korraldati UNI organisatsioon ja siis teemaks oli, kuidas luua rehabilitatsioonikeskus täiskasvanutele orbudele, kuhu noored tahaks tulla ja abi saada. Ja siis selle konkursi tulemused tulid eelmine nädal, mis oli väga positiivne, sest ma sain esimese koha. What? Ja aitäh. Do you want international competition? Yeah, and the first place. Ja siis selleks, et luua... Yeah, I will continue, sorry, I have time limit. Okay, selleks, et luua... Aitäh. Siis selleks, et luua väga head rehabilitatsioonikeskus, alguses ma pidin uurima, mis on minu sihtrühm, et kellele ma loon seda keskust. Teiseks ma pidin siis uurida, kuidas see rehabilitatsioonikeskus peab välja nägema, ehk millisest komponentidest ja ruumidest see koosneb. Ja siis kolmaks ma pidin uurima, siis, kuidas loodus ja ruum võivad aidata tervenemist. Ja siis sihtrühma analüüsis ma algusin sellest, et hakkasin kohe guugeldama muidugi ja uurisin statistikat. Ja orbud ehk asenduskodu noored moodustavad, see on haavatav osa elanikkonnas ja nad moodustavad vähem kui 1% üle maailma. Ja siis arvud räägivad enda eest, ehk Ameerikas 20% järsku täiskasvanuks saades jäävad kodutuks. Ainult 3% lõpetavad kõrgkooli ehk saavad kõrgharidust. Iga 4. asenduskodu noor ei lõpeta keskkooli ega ei soorita lõpueksameid. 70% noor naist rasestub ja peaaegu alati see on abieluväliselt. 60% noormeest on kuriteo eest mõistetud. 1/4 siis siiamaani kannatab posttraumaatilise stressihäire all. Peaaegu pool neist, nendel tulevikus tekib ainesõltuvus ja Eestis 10 aastat tagasi 44% oli määratud mingi puue. Ja sellest siis tuleb, et see potentsiaalne rehabilitatsioonikeskuse külastaja ehk see on siis puuega inimene, kes vajab maksimaalset integreerimist ühiskonda, vaimse häirega inimesed või iseseisvasse elu astuvad noored, kes vajavad natukene tuge ja abi või üksikvanemaga pered. Ja esmapilgul tundub, et need rühmad on väga erinevad, aga tegelikult nendel on hästi sarnased vajadused, ehk nad vajavad siis turvalist elupaika, toetavad suhteid, emotsionaalset tuge, oskuseid enese eest hoolitsemiseks ja tööoskusi. Ja siis kuidas näeb välja hea rehabilitatsioonikeskus? Et alguses peab pakkuma emotsionaalset toetust ja tugevaid inimsuhteid, mis annab kindlustunde. Treeningud ja füüsiline aktiivsus aitab meeleolu paranemisele ja vähendab farmakoloogilist sekkumist. Siis tööharjumus ja distsipliin, nad parandavad füüsilist, sotsiaalset ja emotsionaalset funktsioneerimist ehk tagastavad inimestele ka kontrollitunnet. Haridus ja workshopid, õpikodad, nad aitavad saavutada inimeste maksimaalset potentsiaali, siis harjutused, tegevused, praktikad ja teraapiad vaimse tervise säilitamiseks. Neid saab kasutada ka pärast rehabilitatsiooni ja tervendavad aiad aitavad tõhusalt kaasa. Ja siis looduse mõjust. Et selleks, et see rehabilitatsioon oli efektiivne, inimene peab olema rahulik ja tuleb vähendada stressi. Seega inimesed tunnevad ennast mugavalt ja mugavalt selles keskkonnas, kus mis on nendele juba tuttav. Looduskeskkond evolutsiooniteooria järgi on just see keskkond, mis on meile tuttav ja sellepärast meil on eelsoodumus sellele positiivselt suhtuda. Aga isegi, kui me ei võtta arvesse seda evolutsiooniteooriat, siis ikka paljud uuringud näitavad, et looduse mõju inimese tervisele on ja on väga suur. Näiteks doktor Rogers avastas, et tema patsiendid pärast operatsiooni 2. kuni 5. päeval, need, kelle aknast oli vaade loodusele, nad tarbisid 2 korda vähem valuvaigisteid kui need patsiendid, kelle aknast oli siis vaade telliseinale. Ja siis tõhusa tervendava aia loomisel tuleks arvestada järgmist punkte, et see peab olema hästi roheline, 70% alast võiks olla hõlmatud mitmekihilise maastikuga, siis tõeline, et tuleb kasutada looduskeskkonnast pärit elemente ja inimestele, kes on juba stressis, tuleb vältida abstraktseid elemente, neid ei rahusta. Siis see peab olema huvitav, ehk mitmekesilised ja keerulised looduskujundid, nad rahustavad inimesi, meeltega tajutav, et aiad, mida saab vaadata, katsuda, nuusutada, kuulata ja vajadusel isegi maitsta. Kättesaadav keskkond ja korras kõnniteed, ehk see keskkond peab olema ligipääsetav ka ratastooliga inimestele ja hooldatud veekogud. Et vahepeal vee olemasolu ja mõju on isegi tugevam kui loodusel, sellepärast enda projektis ma kasutasin neid kahekesi, nagu mõlemaid koos. Ja siis natukene väga palju minu arhitektuursest projektist ka. Et kinnistu selle projekti võistluse raames see kinnistu asukoht oli juba ette antud ja see asub 15 minuti kaugusel sõites autoga Oslo kesklinnast. Oslo kesklinn on pandud siis kollase värviga. Ja tegelikult 5 minuti kõndides kaugusel kõik eluks vajalikud asjad on kättesaadavad, ehk apteekid, bussipeatused, metroojaam, söögikohad, toidupoed, aga kui me vaatame pildid, siis see piirkond pole veel ehituslikult välja kujunenud, kuna siin ümber on hästi palju maha jäädud ja hetkel ehitamisel olevaid kinnistuid. Ja sellepärast selle projekti raames kõige suuremaks väljakutseks oli küsimus, et kuidas tuua loodust niimoodi, et mitte kasutada potentsiaalset ja kasulikku pindalat hoonest. Ja sellepärast esimene hoone vorm peegeldab seda loodust ja voolavust ja annab sellele ka õhulisust. Siis esimesel korrusel, kuna valguses on ka väga oluline osa loodusest, siis ma korraldasin kuidas on sisehoovi, mis on siis vabaõhul ja aastaringselt muutuv. Ja samas ma kasutasin ka katust ja katusel korraldasin sellist terrassi parki, mis samas on ka elupaika loomadele ja putukatele ja samas see vähendab ka stressi, mul on stressi energiakadusid. Ja rehabilitatsioonikeskuse kontseptsioonis, kuna distsipliin on väga oluline, ehk see aitab saavutada maksimaalset päevapotentsiaali ja samas inimesed tunnevad ka kontrolli enda elu üle ja see vähendab nendel stressi. Sellepärast kõik korrused oli jagatud vastavalt päevarutiinile ja funktsioonidele. Ehk esimene korrus on pigem selline päevakorrus, kus nad õpivad, töötavad, söövad ja siis teine ja kolmas korrus on pigem sellised privaatsed, kus inimesed puhkavad, suhtlevad, õpivad, mängivad koos. Ja minus esimesel korrusel on siis tervendav spa, kus inimesed sama puhkavad ja tegelevad enda füüsilise tervisega. Ja asendiplaaniliselt hoone oli paigutatud niimoodi, et arvesse võtta päikese liikumist ja siis see väljak ja siis katuse terrass, seal saab nautida päikest terve päeva jooksul. Siis niimoodi näeb välja pea sissepääs ja siis esimene korrus. et kohe astudes hoonesse, armas tädike infopunktis saab teid suunata siia, kus on vaja, ja siis paremal käel asub vaimse tervise osakond, kus on teraapiaruumid. Ja nad asuvad peasissepääsu kõrvale sellepärast, et inimesed, kes rohkem nagu enam ei ela selles keskuses, nad saavad ka tulla ja jätkata enda tervenemist. Siis peasissepääsu kõrval asub ka handmade shop ehk käsitööpood, kus orvud saavad ka teenida taskuraha. Ja restoran. Restoran on nii elanikele kui ka külastajatele alati avatud ja samas seal üleval nurgas on ka kokkamine koos, köök, mis on kõike vajalikuga varustatud. Ma panin seda sellepärast, et kokkamine koos tugevdab suhteid ja samas ma avastasin, et orbud, nendel puuduvad nagu baasteadmised, kuidas, ma ei tea, pelmeene keetma. Ja siis selle kõrval asub kohvipaus, kus päeva jooksul saab natukene puhata ja see on integreeritud siis tervendava aia sisse. Samas esimesel korrusel asub avatud kontor, kes kõik elanikud saavad töötada ja õppida koos, sest töötamine koos motiveerib. Ja selle kõrval asub ka auditoorium, kus saab korraldada üritusi ja samas ka kasutada koosolekute jaoks. Ja selle keskuse südaks on siis tervendav aed ja ma paigutasin seda niimoodi, et kui sa astud hoonesse, siis sa kuidagi ei saa seda vältida, et sa igal juhul lähed mööda seda aida. Ja siis sisepilt. Teine korrus. Teine korrus oli tehtud vastavalt proxeemika teooriale, mis jaguneb ruumi vastavalt siis kaugustele ehk intiimne ruum, kus see on isiklik ruum, kus inimene saab oma mõtetega ja endaga nagu olla siis personaalne ruum ehk nendel kahe ruumide vahel on tervendav aed ja siis naabrid saavad seal suhelda ja see tugevdab suhteid. Siis sotsiaalne ruum ehk kõik need suhtlemisalad, kus nad saavad teiste naabritega ka mängida või olla koos ja avalik ruum, see on siis katuse terrass. Ja siis teisel korrusel on elanike ruumid ja sellest ma tahaks natukene rohkem rääkida. Et kuna sihtrühm on siis erivajadustega inimesed ja tavalised noored, siis ruumid on ette mõeldud kahele elanikele. Miks? Sellepärast, et erivajadustega inimene alati saab küsida abi, kui midagi vaja oma naabri käest. Samamoodi vastavalt sellele proxeemika teooriale see tervendav aed tagab personaalset ruumi, kus nad saavad oma naabritega suhelda ja puhkama seal. Ja siis teine ruumide tüüp on peretoad, mis on sobilikud nii üksikvanemaga peredele kui ka noortele paaridele, kes vajavad natukene abi iseseisvasse elu astumise ajal. Samas teisel korrusel on raamatukogu, kus saab õppida ja töötada koos, suhtlemist toetavad nurgad ja katuseaed. Ja pange tähelepanu, et siin on väga palju tegevust siin toimub katuseterrassil, et looduse päriselt elemendid, siis sporditegevused, vertikaalne haljastus ja nii edasi. Ja siis pilt katuseterrassilt. Ja siis kolmas korrus, see natukene kopeerib seda teist korrust, ehk siin on elanike ruumid, siis kunsti- ja meisterdamisnurk, suhtlemist toetavad alad, töökohad, töö- ja õppimisnurgad ja siis rõiduterrass. Ja kui te panete tähelepanu, siis alati sellest planeeringus on alati nagu üks koht on puudu, et näiteks siin, et see on mõeldud sellepärast, et inimene ratastooliga oleks ka nagu included. Ja siis maa-alune korrus, et selle maa-aluse korrusega ma tahtsin rõhutada just kivi ja nagu koobase tunnet, kuna loodus ei ole ainult midagi roheline ja haljastus, see on ka kivi. ja sellepärast siin tekib selline võlumaailma struktuur. Foyer kõrval asuvad meditatsioonikambrid või ruumid, seda väga tihti kasutatakse Ameerikas kontoritest, ehk inimesed tunnevad, et nad on piiri peal ja siis nad lähevad, teevad seda valguse meditatsiooni, rahunevad ära ja tulevad tagasi. Siin samas on ka rühmatreeningute ja meditatsioonide ruumid, jõusaal, mis pakub erinevaid tegevusi ja siis spa-keskus. Ja selles spa-keskuses on ka ligipääs ratastooliga inimestele panduse läbi. Ja ma arvan, siis lõige seletab paremini, kuidas see võlumaailm näeb välja. Siis vaade peatänavalt ja arvestage sellega, et see hoone on elav ja muutuv ja hetkel see on just ehitatud, aga aastatega see hakkab kasvama nagu laps ja siin kasvab ka vertikaalhaljastus ja inimesed nagu teevad seda hubasemaks. Vaated. Ja aitäh teie tähelepanu eest. Ma väga tahan vastata teie küsimustele.
Retsensiooni on kirjutanud Kaidi Põder. Hinnang lõputööle. Number 1. Lõputöö teema aktuaalsus. Tegemist on ülimalt tundliku teemaga, mille peale asjaga mitte kokku puutuvad inimesed just sageli ei mõtle. Positiivne on, et töös on keskendatud just täiskasvanud orbudele ning nende integreerimisele iseseisvusse ellu. See on teema, mis saab vähe kõlapinda ja tihti tundub, et orbudega seotud teemade käsitlemine lõpeb nende täisealiseks saamisega. On tore, et Põhjamaades antud teemadega tegeletakse ning loodame, et see saab aktuaalsemaks ka Eestis. Ehk aitab ka käesolev lõputöö sellele kaasa ning näitab suunda, kuidas positiivne keskkond loob turvatunnet ja aitab kaasa iseseisva eluks vajalike oskuste omandamisel. Lõputöö teema analüüs ja arenduse hinnang. Lõputöö analüüs hõlmab teoreetilist uurimuslikku osa ning tervendava arhitektuuri ja referentsobjektide analüüsi. Teoreetiline osa annab hea ülevaate tervendavast arhitektuurist ja selle mõjust inimesele. Lisaks oleks olnud huvitav lugeda ka sihtgrupi ideid ja ootusi loodavale hoonele, kas Oslos või siinsamas Eestis. Samuti oleks retsensent soovinud lugeda loodavate ruumide sügavamat analüüsi ruumipsühholoogiast, seoseid loodavate ruumide iseseisvasse ellu astumise vahel. Number 3. Lõppude uurimislik teoreetiline osa ja esitatud projektlahenduse võrdlus kirjeldada materjalide esitamise ja teemakäsitluse loogilisuse, järelduste ja ettepanekute koosmõju projektlahenduse tulemusele. Lõputöö teoreetiline osa ja projektlahendus on omavahel hästi seotud ja täiendavad üksteist. Nii teoreetiline osa kui ka projekt on loogiliselt üles ehitatud. Küll aga oleks teoreetilises osas oodanud veidi põhjalikumat analüüsi hoone orgaanilisele vormile. 4. Projektlahenduse professionaalsus ja uudsus. Käsitletava lõputöö projektlahendus on uudne ja vajalik. Töö tegeleb Orbude kodu projektis mitmete oluliste teemadega, nii sotsiaalsete, vaimsete kui ruumilistega. Arhitektuurne väljund on ka analüüsi toetav ja võimendav. Seda eriti inimese ja loodusega sümbioosi osas. Tugevust lisab ka lisaks taimedele vee kasutamine, tervendava ja stressi vähendava faktorina. Juurde oleks oodanud inimmõõtmelisemat lahendust üldaladel ja kodutunde loomist, mis toetaks vaimset tervist ja igapäevaste oskuste omandamist vaiksemas, rahulikumas ja intiimsemas keskkonnas. Samuti võiks lisaks tegeleda loodava kohviku ning väljaku asetusega seoses olemasoleva linnaruumiga, luues turvalise, mõttelise, näiteks rohelise puhvertsooni sõidutee ja loodava hoone vahel. 5. Projektlahenduse vormistuse professionaalsus ja 6. Lõputöö kaitsmise esitluse selgus ja töö vormistamise tase. Vormistus on kooskõlas hoone arhitektuurse lahendusega, sidudes teoreetilise osa ja arhitektuurse projekti üheks tervikuks. Lõputöö on vormistatud struktureeritult ja selgelt kokkuvõtteks. Lõputöö on huvitav ja arusaadav. Püstitatud teemakäsitlus on vajalik ning väärib laialdasemat tähelepanu ka Eestis. Arhitektuurne käsitlus ja hoone sidumine loodusega ette antud keerulisel kinnistul on üliõpilasel õnnestunud. Lõputööd hindan hindele 4. Väga hea. Kaidi Põdra, arhitekt. arhitektuuribüroost.
Aitäh!
Kui soovid paar sõna veel
Jaa, ma
vastata,
võin
siis
lisada, et seal oli üks kommentaar selle fassaadi kohta ja selle voolavuse kohta ja ma tahaksin lisada, et tegelikult inimesed veedavad siseruumis 90% enda ajast ja sellepärast mu teooria oli just rohkem selle siseruumist kui väljafassaadist.
Mul oli üks küsimus, can I speak in English or Estonian? English is better, right? So you said that you should avoid abstract elements in the design. What exactly did you mean and what elements did you avoid?
You know these paintings which are abstract and people don't like these pictures because they don't feel the control. So people need to see the nature on these pictures, yeah.
So you meant only like visual abstract?
Yeah, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you for presentation. Actually, I have read like several articles about abstract forms actually stimulating thought, so not being uncomfortable at all. And that actually leads to my kind of critique, is that it's a well done project. Filling the project with kind of nature stuff, trying to mimic nature is, let's say, an obvious way to approach it, and it's like you will not like fail in that sense, but could have been even more interesting if you kind of investigated more about how different forms affect psychology, like larger abstract forms versus smaller forms. There's this interesting theory called theory of affordances, where people, when they see a form, they start kind of imagining their body leaning against it. So it's almost like, for some people it's soothing, and it's especially relevant for smaller kids. I guess this is one thing that I'm lacking in this project, is that to have like more, like this project has a potential to investigate form and how actually architecture, like as a pure geometry, can affect our well-being. And maybe one question is that, so all of the orphans are not with disabilities, right? So
yes, of course, half of them.
Okay, so you have thought about it that they are kind of mixture of some.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's about inclusion.
Okay.
So they should be like included in our society.
Okay.
And about these abstract forms, it's okay if this people is healthy, but people who are orphans, they are in a stressful situation. So for them, it's harmful. These abstract forms, it's not suitable for them because of this stress.
Yeah, if you say so.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. I think the topic is really interesting. In Estonia, they have made these asenduskodud for quite a long time now, and I think it would be really interesting to know also the statistics after that, because I think the first ones now have been already almost over 15 years there. And the approach is a bit different. They have settled into small families, not the big building. I mean, I don't even know if the people from this small private house, they even, of course they are orphans in somehow, but I hope they don't feel the part of this orphan community anymore somehow. About the project, I had like 3 different topics. At first, I liked the way you dealt with the landscape. Of course, there were some questions if the southern part of the lot is towards the really big crossing. Is it, the question mark remains, is it that we want the southern light or quiet courtyard? you can't have both probably, or is there the other comment about this fluent kind of architecture? It is also the question if you like it or you don't. I feel somehow that maybe you have gone too far with it, but it's my impression, or you didn't go to finish, or somehow you stayed in the middle somehow. But still, I feel like it maybe serves the purpose that you had. Probably, I hope so. Otherwise, it would be like really complex thing just for the visual. And I wanted to ask about the private rooms. It just popped into my eye that there are really big problems with the privacy there. Is it somehow is it serving not being lonely, or what did you think about it? Because the curtains, only curtains separating people. Some of the people are really in the dark corner. Like, is there a point there? Thanks.
I can answer.
Yes.
So if you pay attention, so here we have a window, so it's not a dark corner. And also these people, orphans, always feel lonely, like they are alone. So it's really important that there are somebody else who can support them always. Okay. And you have a question about this, I think this place, yeah?
Just the courtyard overall.
Okay.
I liked it, but it's just towards the. Do you have the sound barrier or something?
Where?
Towards the crossing. I think the crossing is here.
Yes, here.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's a very difficult situation where and landscape where the building is kind of to be set up, but that makes it also interesting, of course, but quite a challenge, as you said, with noise and also kind of this hostile, almost, we can say hostile urban environment. What I liked about your project is that, it was already mentioned as a strong and important topic. And somehow you're kind of building a palace for kind of a topic, or for not a topic, for people who have been kind of tabooed. Or this topic was a taboo for since decades or centuries of, and this is kind of something which brings also visibility and kind of a certain importance to these people and a value. What I really like about this project. And also your theoretical framework was very nice. Because I'm not speaking Estonian, I tried to read it beforehand a little bit. At least I had the basic topics covered. And I just wanted to ask, how can the users or inhabitants can they involve in kind of this development of the garden? Can this be kind of, is this part of the process?
Yes, it's the part of the project. So they have these winter gardens as part of that also.
Cool. And just another question was that came up was if this kind of spatial program you developed was kind of the task from the competition, or what is kind of your surplus kind of you gave to the project?
Yeah, they have really simplified this rooms program. So it was like 20% for living, 20 for studying, 20 for for some workshops and other stuff. And also they have this there should be 50 orphans living in one time. It was the competition, nagu reegel, ma ei tea.
Okay, so the framework.
Yeah,
kind of.
framework.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Fascinating project, and I think what I'm interested in is like two topics: the topology of or like the overall form of the building, and then also the materiality of it. In terms of the overall shape, I think it really reminded me. This mental hospital padded rooms where there's no corners and everything is sort of like smoothed out, where you put when you're in a critical condition. So I think you did the same thing with the building, but the other way around. So it's like, according to Robert Venturi, it's definitely not a decorated shed, it's a duck, it is what it wants to be, and what's happening inside is definitely exposed outside, especially that it's white as well. So I would even go for another twist on it in case you need to construct it. I would make it white and padded, cushy and blobby. But in terms of the interior, I often bring this example of Charles Jenks, who started the Maggie Centers as a rehab institutions for the people with cancer or who have actually come out of it. And these are like small centers that are constructed next to the big hospitals, where it's a sort of a comforting space, a small-scale comforting space for a daily routine if you're getting your treatment. And what I find is super interesting is like how the architects who are not, for example, into timber or any kind of grown material, like Foster, Saha, they all brought in timber as a way of, as a materiality that comforts and also has all those acoustical qualities to the space. And I'm wondering, you're not discussing it a lot, but I mean, your drawings are quite interesting, especially underground drawings, where there's a lot of happening in those filled up corners and this kind of a blobby atmosphere. But I'm not really following or not understanding what kind of materials are there, what is hidden there, and is it for acoustical reasons, or is it for, I don't know, it's somehow complementing the space? Or if they're decorative, what could be there? So maybe if you can open up a bit more of your material concept for the space and how this helps and supports the inhabitants.
So the construction of the building is from the concrete, and we can use green concrete as well. And this underground floor also use this concrete structure, and all these columns are made from that also. So it's like a part of nature.
Okay, but so you're pouring concrete all over the place? But then again, upstairs, but upstairs I really like the fact that you had certain flexibility embedded in your plans, that there's like, you can extend spaces. I think some communal spaces could be opened up. Maybe it was on the first floor. Yeah. I saw some corners that have elements that could be maybe slided or done something. So basically you have this duality, and like whatever is underground, there's like no windows, no natural light. It's all about poured concrete, solid sort of mineral approach, and then you have this organic approach upstairs.
It's like a contrast between them.
Okay, very interesting. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have two questions or remarks. I understood that it's you were quite flexible about the making this program. It's not predict for you. Some things which reducing the stress and mental stress is like a physical activities, like a sport or something. But I don't see any kind of such rooms in your program. Is there some sports center somewhere around?
Around or in the building. We have here sport area, like gym. So also on the second floor we have this trenažer, also the sport stuff. And
very good,
so
very good.
Underground floor is for sport.
Good. And another question is about interior. You have very nice green garden inside the building, and it's open to the every other room, all with all floors. And what about the climate inside? Because it's like a greenery, greenhouse there. The humidity and such kind of things. Is it good effect to the constructions and interior climate to be there? Is it not too humid?
I was focused on the people, and I exactly know that all the tingimused requirements, mis on nagu head taimedele, on head ka inimestele.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, but I think it's now your turn.
It is.
Right?
My supervisors.
Just for because we have a
okay.
YouTube recording,
Thank you.
so everybody should hear your comment.
Aitäh, Daniela. Daniela tuli minu juurde, tahtis seda kaitsma hakata, seda tööd tegema, tal oli juba väga kindel plaan, see Norra võistlus, andis mingi väga hea raami ja kuna see võistluse tähtaeg oli vist aprillis juba, aprilli algul, no see pani niisuguse ekstra paugu veel, kiirenduse hakatuseks ja siis jäi veel mingi päris pikk aeg seda täiendada ja see oli minu meelest väga hea, sest see töö läks kogu aeg paremaks ja no ta käis kogu aeg küsimas ja kogu aeg juhtus midagi, et mina nagu ei pidanud panema mingit raami paika ega sellist graafikut ega millal me kohtume, ta tuli ja see oli meeldiv protsess, nii et ma tänan sind ja veel kord palju õnne selle võistluse puhul, ma ei teadnud seda, see oli üllatus. Aitäh!
Aitäh teile! Aitäh!
Palju õnne!
Aitäh!
Thank you, Emil. I didn't understand it, but I think it was positive.
Okay. Ja siis ma tahan tänada enda pereliikmeid ja enda abikaasad, kes andis mulle võimalus süveneda projekti siis töökaaslasi, kes varustasid mind arvutiga ja andsid mulle väga palju vaba päevi ja minu siis juhendajad, kes väga osavalt juhendas mind ja minu sõbraid, kes alati toetasid mind oma huumoriga ja suured tänud kõikidele. Aitäh!
See oli ideevõistlus või oli see?
Ideevõistlus, jah.
Seda ei lähe ehitusse?
Ei lähe, ei. Aga ma arvan, seda tervendava aia võib rakendada tulevikus ka isegi Eestis. Et Ameerikas seda väga palju kasutatakse praegu. Nendel on isegi see projekt, roheline projekt, et kõik haiglad nagu kasutavad neid tervendavaid aiasid. Et meil võiks kindlasti olla ka.
Kui sa tervendavat aeda teed, siis tulevikus, kui sa teed ümart, need ei ole puidust.
Jah, need on betoonist.
Ja kui need jooksvad täiesti suvalisse kohta, nad võiksid joosta sinna, kus katuseb mõistus.
Võt ma natukene kartsin, et siin siis tekib see konflikt. Ma nagu polnud kindel, kuidas see konstruktsioon.
Nad jooksvad alati erinevalt, siis postid võiksid olla seotud.
you don't see the cars
Yes,
and
yes,
buses.
yes,
and
yes, of course. Esitaja. No, well, I have no other options.
Okay, that means yes. I will show you the time from there.
Okay.
You have 20 minutes, and if you're ready to start, then we'll go. So, the last presentation for today and this afternoon will be given by Ervin Golvich, whose supervisor is Jaan Kuusemets. Please go ahead.
Okay, hello to everyone, good day. And today I want to present my master thesis work with the title Implementation of Circular Economy into Architecture and Creation of a Multifunctional Community Center and the Museum of Apocalypse in Iceland. To begin with, I want to tell you that my thesis work is based on a competition called Iceland Lake Mývatn Multifunctional Community House with recycling possibilities. And in my work, I focused on understanding why it is necessary to create a community house over there and how the circular economy can be implemented itself. And well, about my structure of my work, very briefly. I have a theoretical part, practical part, and theoretical part I divided into two parts as well. Like one part is circular economy and another one is about Iceland and of course our architectural solution. Well, let's start. And I wouldn't tell you a lot about ecological problems because you are familiar with it. And here I also just want to draw your attention that the building sector uses enormous amount of resources. And the solution for it can be a circular economy. But what is it? Right now we use most of the resources in a linear way. So we excavate the resources, then we create a product, then we use this product and throw it away. But circular economy offers us the idea to use these resources once again by repairing a product and using this product once again. And circular economy can reduce the construction waste up to 80%. Very briefly also about the European Union documents. And European Union already have a circular economy plan and I want to pay your attention that in March of this year it was done a proposal to revise the construction product regulations and I'm going to refer to it a little bit later. Well, about the circular economy, implementation of a circular economy into architecture. Most of the research paper refer to two frameworks. One is 5R framework, another one is Resolve framework, and both of them are done by Ellen MacArthur Foundation. And well, basically it's about materials, construction and services. About materials, the thing is that we have to use materials wisely, we have to use durable materials, and we have to use materials that we can upcycle and recycle after the life of a building. About construction, it's a little bit more interesting because we have to create a building that has possibilities to disassemble, so we have to use like special joints. And the building itself has to be adaptable. For example, right now we need a school, we build a school, and in 20 years we don't need a school, but we need a kindergarten. So we can change the purpose of a building and adopt it to create like a kindergarten. And about services, in my opinion, it's more interesting because here I need an example, and I also refer to the school. If I build it, I can use, I need a lighting over there, and I buy bulbs, and after the lifetime of a building, I throw away these bulbs. But the circular economy provide me an idea that I can hire the special company that provide me lighting as service. And in this case, after the lifetime of a building, all these bulbs would go to a new project, and I pay just only monthly for it. Yes, and that's good. And in this case, I thought a little bit in a more wide thing, and I realized that the circular economy is also a business strategy. Yes. Because all these construction methods, construction joints and material choose wouldn't work without financial profit. For example, if me as an investor, I have to understand that I have to use expensive materials right now to get the profit after the life of a building. And this is very necessary in case of a circular economy. And of course, it's also important to involve not only builders and architects, it's also important to involve owners and local authorities that can change some regulations. Yes, and then I look a little bit more wider, and I took the circular economy in urban context. And because cities generate a lot of waste, and it is necessary to organize the waste management for cities. And some pilot projects usually create local recycling centers in the city and local greenhouses. Then circular economy in rural areas. Also I found that circular economy can round the material flow in rural area. It can even prevent marginalization and strengthen the local economy. And also I found a very interesting research paper called The Circular Economy, a Broader Perspective for Rural Areas, done in Italy 2018. And this paper speaks about the need of a creation of a local rural hubs with farming possibilities to unite people in rural areas so they can solve their problems with, like locally altogether. And well, this is also like about a multifunctional center. We come close to part about Iceland. And here I want to show you some pictures that create the identity of an Iceland. Now, first of all, it's very beautiful nature. It's mountains, traditional houses with sod roof. Also very unique apocalyptic landscapes and volcanoes, eruptions, hot springs, and everything about it. And all this nature is highly valued by tourists. And Iceland is usually visited by up to 2 million tourists a year. All through the population is only 300,000. That's a lot. Circular economy in Iceland and in remote area, because Iceland is situated far away, as New Zealand, it is necessary for remote areas to import the materials and export waste. So it has like extra transportation of resources, and it creates a lot of emissions and create big carbon footprint. And because Iceland also in European Union, the Iceland has to follow circular economy, European circular economy plan, and there is also a Green Building Council that is doing researches about how to implement circular economy into building sector in Iceland. And to get more information about circular economy in Iceland and about building features in Iceland, for example, they don't have trees, so they have to import wood material. I decided to have an interview with a Green Building Council director, and it showed me that everything is not so cool, because it has because the circular economy implementation is pretty limited. First of all, there's no database or even a collection hub, so the builders cannot know what materials are possible to use, what recycled materials is possible to use. And building regulations also hamper the use of repurposed materials. And here I want to make this link back that the work of changing the building regulations is going on, and creation of a database is also like present. We're coming close a bit to my project, and the Iceland wants to merge 2 areas into one big municipality with 122,000 people, like very sparsely populated area. And this new region wants to be an example of a sustainable development for whole world, and by implementation of a circular economy. And in the center of this area locates Lake Mývatn, and to get more information about this region, I'll also talk with my friend who's living in Iceland. And she told me that there's like a lot of natural attraction points around, but no like a big tourist center in this region. And well, after considering many options, I realized that the museum is the best option for this, because museum it's not only the exhibition hall, but it's also an educational center and research center in which can be studied the implementation of circular economy into this area. And to sum up, I want to tell you like the whole picture that I have to use local materials in my project. I want to create a recycle center, multifunctional center as a part of the implementation of a circular economy into region, and I create a museum for tourists. And well, the second part is architectural solution, and it's about creation of a multifunctional center and the Museum of Apocalypse in Iceland. First of all, here's the picture of the site that was given by competition. And the thing, when I first time looked at this picture, I immediately was impressed by this mountain on the top right corner over there. And I decided to create like a sort of a perspective in my project. My concept was based on a geology of Iceland, because the Iceland is situated on 2 platforms that are moving in different ways, and thus creating a rift valley with lowland in the center. And it was like a main concept. And well, I took a block. In this case, in case of this concept, I took a block divided into 2 parts, modified, and the form of a building gave me possibility to divide the building into different, with different needs. On the right side, I have offices and open workspaces. On the left side, I have a circular, not circle, but recycling center, and the museum is located underground to enhance the atmosphere of the museum. Yes, because of beautiful virgin nature and beautiful landscapes, I decided to integrate my building into landscape. But in my opinion, like very wavy forms could create a museum not so visible. And I decided to use traditional methods of Icelandic architecture, that is sod roofs, and create very sharp forms that it's going to be eye-catching from the long distance. And in this case, I have a sort of a land art object. Here's my site plan, and I want to pay your attention that on the left side, is covered with greenery that is smoothly turns into hill. And according to the idea, the entrance, the entire infrastructure should be hidden away. So that's why I decided to put all the parking lots underground and the bus parking also hide away, like with this roof over there. Here's the ground floor. So as I said, like on the left side, here's recycling parts. On the right side, more about open offices, like here. And I can show it here, never mind. And also I have a greenhouse that is next to a cafe, and well, cafe would have fresh vegetables whenever it needs. Yes, and because I have very high ceilings in my project, I had a possibility to add a second floor and expand a cafe and add some small offices. And yes, I also wanted to mention that dead trees in the center further emphasize the direction and atmosphere of the museum. Yes. Here's the first plan with these visible expansions of cafe and small office. And another view of a central part. As I mentioned before, on the left side there is a greenhouse. It is located on a south part, so it during summertime it would receive some sunlight. And yes, and in the middle there's the entrance staircase underground, where's the entrance to the museum. Here's 1, 2. Yes, and I wanted to tell about the idea of a museum that came from the landscapes of Iceland and general environmental issues. I mean, pollution and all this stuff. So the case, in this case, museum would have to show overgoing problems, and that can lead us to the apocalypse. And the movement, if we go down, the movement in the museum happens in a circular way, and the visitor examines 20 variations of the end of the world. And the museum also poses the problem: how can ecological disasters, how can we prevent ecological disasters? After the leaving of a museum, visitor immediately, further the visitor resides the ground. Never mind. After going out of a museum, the visitor has to go through this staircase and get to a middle part through bookstore. And on the here, I'm a little bit sorry. I'm a little bit nervous. This is the slide 32. Yes, and leaving the museum, visitor immediately sees the solution of a problem. Through large windows, visitor can see recycling center and workshop that is located here on a right part. And well, understand that it is possible to prevent the apocalypse. 33. Sections also help you to understand the logic of movement, that the museum is underground, and how the people gonna move to the ground floor, and section CO2 also showed the expansion part. And also when the visitor is in the central part, he's beaconed by the way up, and I call it a unity path, because by the moving up, the visitor has to feel the unity with the nature and responsibility for pollution. And in the observation deck, this framed view also emphasizes the duality of our world, the play of light and dark colors, the light and shadow represents how fast the world can change. And by going down, the visitor again observes beautiful landscapes, and the building reveals its shape of a like rift break, leaving scars in memory. And that's the end of my presentation, I think. Thank you for attention, and one more beautiful picture. Any comments, questions? I don't know how to.
Thank you, Erwin. We'll take the reviewer's statement, so.
Okay.
Then you can continue the discussion.
Oh, that's how it works.
Retsensioon Ervin Kolvichi lõputööle. Lõputöö teema aktuaalsus. Magistritöö üldine teemavalik on väga aktuaalne ja suureks väljakutseks tänapäeva ühiskonnas. Kaasaegne ühiskond liigub säästva ökoloogia arengu suunas. Ei saa eitada tõsiasja, et meie maailm on inimtegevuse tõttu allutatud kliimamuutustele. Antud töö pakub välja ja uurib uut majandusmudelit materjalivoogude ahelate ümardamiseks, mida nimetatakse ringmajanduseks, mis võib olla üks võimalikest valikutest olemasolevate keskkonna- ja ressursiprobleemide lahendamisel. Lõputööks valitud teema analüüs ja arenduste hinnang. Magistritöö on üles ehitatud loogiliselt ja süsteemselt. Eeltöö on tehtud põhjalikult. Autor uurib oma töös mitte ainult teoreetilisi materjale ja strateegiaid, vaid suhtleb sellel teemal ka elava teabeallikaga. Islandil eluaseme ja materjaliteadust õpetava professori ja Islandi roheliste hoonete nõukogu tegevdirektoriga. Selline laiaulatuslik teabe kogumine annab probleemist selge ülevaate ja viib uuringu väljundis konkreetsemate järeldusteni. Projekti lahenduse professionaalsus ja uudsus. Projektiga pakutud arhitektuurne lahendus on antud keskkonna eripärasid arvestav ja inimese vaimsust toetav põneva reljeefsusega hoone. Projekteeritud hoone arhitektuur suurendab maastiku ilu. Samas ei tõmba ega võõrista loodust ja vaatajat teineteisest. Hoone sise- ja välisarhitektuur moodustavad ühe terviku. Plaaniline lahendus vastab antud hoone eesmärgile ja jätab ruumi positiivseks arenguks tulevikus. Ühendades selles projektis kaks tugevalt vastandlikku moodsa maailma infrastruktuuri haru, on julge ja edukas liit. Autori lähenemine sellele projektile funktsionaalsete üksuste määramisel on intrigeeriv. Projektlahenduse vormistuse professionaalsus. Magistrandi töö graafiline osa on professionaalne, selge ja hästi loetav. Kogu graafiline osa julgelt toetab magistritöö teemat. Kergesti desifreerib ringmajanduse peensusi ehitussektoris ja jätab avastamise tunde. Planšettidel esitatu on kontrollitult tasakaalukas ja väldib nii visuaalset müra kui ka retoorilisust. Asjalik ja tonaalselt hästi hoitud. Kokkuvõtteks võib öelda, et magistrandi koostatud lõputöö on vormistatud kõrgel tasemel ning eduka kaitsmise korral võiks tema lõputööd hinnata hindele 5. Suurepärane. Retsensent arhitekt Alice Phillips, Soma OÜ.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. I understood that the requirements were set by these competition rules.
Yes, most of them.
Most of them. Also the space or like the location of the project was...
Yes, it was done as location and it was done in every program that I expanded.
Okay. Of course, that was not your decision then, but nevertheless, just a comment, because if I would make kind of a museum of apocalypse, I would rather go for example, for Dubai or for Detroit than to Iceland, because also kind of with your, I really like your design a lot. It's quite strong, especially in relation to the existing environment. But you will attract people to go there. They are going there by their SUV, parking in kind of the parking spot with like space for about 100 cars. Yeah, after realizing that they can avoid the apocalypse, they are going back by car, flying back to Central Europe, or I don't know where they came from. That's, I think, the big problem with this kind of idea of making a competition for a project in this remote area. But that's, yeah, a comment to yeah, it's difficult now to judge in relation to the project and presentation, because this is kind of two different topics. I read your thesis because I was interested in also your idea of the circular economy. You're writing that, just two questions, that glass is considered to be a sustainable material, if I understood right, or that you can use it as kind of, how can you reuse or recycle the glass, and where does the glass come from, and how do you bring it there, for example?
That's an interesting question, of course, but I'm going to start with the creation of a house over there, because as I said, the museum, it's not only about the exhibition, but it's also about the research. And in my opinion, because it's a multifunctional center, this building would have also possibilities for locals, for creation meetings and all these things. And also it can be a research center of how we can implement the circular economy into architecture in this area. About your question with the glass, well, as I realized, like because most of the material imported into Iceland, the glass also imported into Iceland, and glass can be recycled the same as, I think, bottles maybe. And because after the lifetime of a building, we can take this glass, these windows, and we can use them again. Like, I think it's like reusable and in a green way.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you too.
Yeah, thank you. An interesting project, and I do agree that it's hard to find topics to pick up from here, because it's sort of rather thoroughly thought through, and I can see that the competition brief was also quite well set up. I was interested in like when you make a landscape landmark, you actually have a lot of possibilities how to smoothly hide it in there, but at the same time create an architectural landmark by not popping up or popping out, but making it as smooth and part of the landscape. And I think you have really managed to do that. It is a landscape landmark, but but in that terms, then it also brings into the discussion of like people entering on wheels or with wheels, or let's say like handicap entrances, and how we can smoothly get down to, for example, the museum entrance area, rather than having two staircases as you do in order to enter with other people. Did you think of opening it up to wider public and creating entrances for elderly, for handicapped, etc. Scenarios that they can actually work with, and would then make sense to make it part of the landscape, because then they can go until the end of your created valley, and to visit I don't know how you call it, the center in the end there as well. You know, where's your red line guiding you?
Understand over here.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm just wondering if how this could be all reached with on wheels.
Yes, thank you for the question, and of course I thought about it. I thought how people, handicapped people, can go into museum, and I have a lift for them in the reception. Yes, I think it's like over there. Yes, you can see it. And about the going up to the hill, the thing is that the staircase like not very high, so it's pretty easy to walk on them. In my opinion, no, yes, this is like a small problem. For elderly people, it's okay to walk, but for handicapped people, it's impossible. Yes.
No, but I think that the crack that you're creating is really architectural gesture, and it's really important to. I'm just wondering if we can give them the same experience, that you go underground in order to start moving around in this landscape building. But now they're entering from top, right?
If they come with the bus, they enter from the top. If they come with their own cars, they enter from from another entrance from the underground.
But the main entrance is still from going downwards from those two staircases, huh?
In the middle, yes.
Yeah, exactly.
In the middle, yes.
Yeah, because I think that's an interesting gesture, architecture experience that I just wish that people, like all people, can experience. But aren't that very interesting? Thank you.
Thank you too.
Absolutely.
We don't have any rules.
And also, I can say that lots of people travel in Iceland by bicycles, and I also created a bicycle parking over there. So the people who came with the bicycle, they can also feel these emotions by going down to the museum, to this dark atmosphere.
Okay, it's very nice project, and it's really seems that it's Iceland, and it's very characteristic. It's not anywhere else. And if the apocalypse is in Iceland, it should be look like that. But of course, this is reachability for handicapped people. It's not a problem to add some ramps, because all this, the form of the architecture is like very ramp-like. It just fits quite well. Maybe you should consider to add this one to increase the involvement of the handicapped people as well. But you said that about this recycling materials, and the facades are from the local.
From basalt stone that can be produced locally, and also I used wool insulation that is also produced locally. Yes. And this information I got from interview with the director of Green Building Council. And also, I'm sorry, I can say that also the company called BM Walla, they told that they predict that in 5 years they could create carbon neutral like beton, like cement, concrete. Yeah.
Okay. There is on the section the roof should be like a green roof. It's very overall schematic sketch of the section of this building. What kind of roof do you have there? What's the material? How it forms the layers of the roof? Where is the greenery on the top?
Yes, I understand the question, and I think I don't have it in presentation. But I also have like a joint with the roof. The roof is around 1 meter height. First of all, there's like a soil. Then there's a how to say, like water barriers. Then of course there's tuuletusvahe, like air ventilation. Then isolation and concrete, like a structure, bearing structures.
And last remark. In Iceland, there is a winter time. There is also a little bit snow, I guess. It's how it looks in these gaps in winter, these entrances and this marvelous courtyard.
That's interesting. Because it has to be cleaned, I think. But still, I think that, for example, if we put all the snow into the underground part, there's, as you can see over here, that's like around pretty a lot of space to store the snow that's gonna be underground.
Thanks for presenting this really interesting project. I always enjoy when there are these games between really opening up and closing down, and this kind of how the architecture can bring the emotions. It's kind of this Liebeskind idea maybe, or feeling that he has created. And in this Jewish museum, I don't know if you've been there, but it's strange that architecture can make such a strong feelings to people. And in your house sense, I kind of feel the closeness, like it really closes you down, and of course in some parts it opens it up. I just with the first project today, you have made this decision that the glass facades are facing each other, so they are not opening up to the landscape. Why did you choose this way?
Let me think. No, okay, I'm sorry, but I may answer you.
You can just leave it also.
No, okay, because of concept, you remember like the Rift Valley, like this flat facades is in the middle, and also if you gonna look over here where's the open office, there's a wall with a, you see, yes, I'm sorry, there's like a glass facade that is located on a south part, so the sun can enter the building itself. And also I wanted to create the building that it's going to be inside lit with the sun as well. And I'm going to show you a picture that is this picture, I'm sorry. This picture is done like this light is done exactly right now, exactly like 5 o'clock today. So that's like, it has to be full of a sun, in my opinion.
Yeah, I can imagine that when you have this crack idea, when you close it, your idea is to close it down somehow. And if there is a space to open it up, then as I see from here, then I can kind of get it, what you wanted to say. The other question is about the recycle thing, the recycle hoop or something. What is done exactly there? Like, do they recycle some materials? Do they bring in some demolished houses? What is the bigger idea behind it?
Well, the thing is, if when the building is demolished, for example, so the locals can bring the materials, then they go to a sorting center, and by workshop, all this material can be restored into factory material. And in this case, this material can be sold, and that's all. And also, I didn't mention due to lack of a time in my presentation, but I have a very interesting recycle center done by BIG in Copenhagen, and it is also sort of integrated into landscape, and it acts absolutely the same as my building. It was my reference. And yes, people bringing their own old products and used materials, it restored and sell once again. And once again, if I refer to my big project, I can say that they have a very popular Facebook page, and every day they post like 2, 3, or even 4 posts with some tables with the old chairs, and people buy it. That's very unusual for me. And also they have possibilities to like educate the children, some places even to if the local people want to like fix something, they can come here and fix as well. And that's why also that is what I also wanted to create in my project.
I had exactly the same question, basically, that once you go through this crack, like what do you actually see? So all of the images are like really monumental and really kind of have certain like poetic value to them. But then would have been also interesting to have like at least a hint of what's happening inside. Is it like people sitting behind the computers, or there are like a huge blocks of something and they're kind of like moving them, or they're just kind of like more curated thing, like, you know, like this is the block of this material, look at this, learn from it, like something like this, that would have been like, I guess, beneficial for this project. And maybe just a first question, like maybe everybody understands it, but for me, like, how do you define the word apocalyptic? Like, why is it like? Because in your portfolio, you also kind of made it kind of similar to post-apocalyptic spaces. So is it like what does it mean exactly?
Well, in my opinion, it is like the end of a world that can happen due to lack of resources and started a nuclear war, for example. So
is it post-apocalyptic?
No, this is like apocalypse, like the happening.
Okay.
And the post-apocalypse, it's like when you the life after this nuclear war.
Okay. Thank you.
And well, I can continue that my project is about this, to prevent this happening as an apocalypse, like not prevent this nuclear war or shortage of resources, like in this case.
So it's a pre-apocalypse.
Okay. No, maybe.
In order to prevent them.
Yes.
To prevent, yeah.
Okay. I don't know that are the committee expected that the first day of defendings already will end with apocalypse. So keep in mind that all other projects tomorrow and on Wednesday they are all post-apocalyptic projects. Or maybe some post-apocalyptic plannings maybe also. About this thesis and the project, it was quite like interesting. When Erwin came up with this competition, it looked quite strange. Just what functions there are like put together. There was this recycling center, and then community center. Then was also there had to be greenhouse, and then they expected to have some extra functions, and it was like expected from the participants to propose. But no hotel. There was like written, you cannot do hotel there. And I think Erwin did great work. We learned a lot about Iceland, about this recycling stuff and so on. And in the end, we got quite like nice project. Thank you.
Thank you too.
I hope there is still some hope.
Final words are for you, I think.
Final words?
Yeah.
Before the end of the world. I can say thank you. Thank you to everyone, and keep well. Thanks.
Okay, thank you so much, Erwin. And with these words, we will end the first day. Tomorrow, first presentation will start at 10 a.m. sharp, so please be here around 9:45, 9:50, so that we are ready for the first presentation. Tomorrow we will have 8 interesting presentations, and 4 in the morning, 4 in the afternoon, again lunch break in between. Thank you for your discussions and contributions and opinions for the day. It's been a pleasure to follow the discussion, and we will continue again tomorrow.
Thank you.